Okay, we are really back this time.
Yes.
We're really back. Live TV again.
Yeah. Once again,
That's
live
us.
TV.
We're on air. Thank you for tuning in.
Thanks
please,
for sticking with us.
Please delete the last 4 to 6 to 7 to 25 minutes from your mind.
Something like
Let's
that.
look forward. Now is the time for the European Championships to get started. We are here at the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships. We're in Barcelos, and the track out there is amazing. It's hot.
Amazingly hot.
It's super hot out there.
Yeah.
We're going to talk to Nick, who is trackside. You're not going to miss any semi-finals action. All you've missed so far is a bit of our dignity and also the practice finals. So don't worry about that. We are going to bring you all of the rest of the action for the rest of today. But be sure to share this stream with your friends just so they can laugh along with us.
Yeah.
And hopefully,
just skip forward maybe about 25 minutes.
hopefully we'll make it through. Right, have we got Nick there?
Hello! Hello!
Hey, Nick, how are you doing?
Hi! Oh, well, really well now.
Yes.
What a lot of shouting. Hello, everybody. How are you? Welcome to fabulous Barcelos here in very, very, very sunny Portugal. You join us much nearer to the start of the semi-finals than I expected. In fact, the engines are slightly revving in the background. We've had a cracking day already of quarter-final, 8th final and 16th final action. No major surprises. If you're a fan of British racing, unfortunately, both Lee Martin and Johnny Skidmore have gone out. Johnny Skidmore was unlucky to have a bit of a flame out. The big news really is that JQ is retiring. There was a bet going on in the pits.
Again.
If he was beaten by Jessica Powelson, he would retire. He has retired officially because he was beaten by Jessica Powelson in the quarterfinals. One nice story I think we had is that Miguel Matias, the 2003 European champion from Portugal, has qualified into the semi-finals. The other big piece of news, our TQ man has injured himself overnight. He was having a swim in a pool. The pool had a very uneven, rocky, nasty floor. He's literally lacerated one of his feet. Which you think, well, why is that a problem? He's got to stand up for 20 minutes and then 45 minutes. He was hobbling. But I think, is he in this first one? I can't see behind me. Hang on. Anyway, so you give him extra kudos. But anyway, very, very exciting. Can the Kiliches keep their 5-minute progress for 20 minutes? Will we see a resurgence of some of the guys who like Davide Ongaro, anonymous really so far, all to play for, but can anyone top one-legged Canas?
Can anyone indeed? The injuries that our RC racers get are very interesting these days. We've obviously got Zancatin, who had a similar foot injury. It's a dangerous sport. It's dangerous to celebrate after TQing as well in a pool.
Surprisingly dangerous sport for being, 10 feet above the driving surface.
It is very dangerous. We're going to be bringing you that semi-final soon, which Canas will be at the head of with Gahello just behind him. We have guests to talk to. We have Carl McBride, who we'll be talking to after the first semi-final, and Keenan from the No Name podcast. I think it's very interesting that EFRA ambassador Jessica has put JQ out of racing business.
Yeah, big kudos to her,
Good for you, Jessica. We love JQ, but everything comes to an end.
Yeah.
And there's new beginnings for JQ, and that's invisiblespeed.net,
Yeah, definitely.
which this stream is brought to you by, which is very much his future. Now his racing is behind us. Should we take a look at the facility?
Yeah. I think it looks like an awesome facility.
It is
awesome
an awesome
track.
facility.
So yeah, I'd love to see a closer look.
Let's take a look. So there we have it.
I mean, it looks amazing.
It does look amazing. We saw it in the warm-up. We've seen it in previous IBC challenges. We know that the Barcelos track is phenomenal. how beautiful it is with the red inside. And I thought at first that was carpet. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not. We'll get closer to the track later on in the show because Nick is going to be very busy for us today. He's going to take us on a track walk where he gets right down into the dirty stuff and shows us what that track is made of. Lots of questions have been coming in about it over the stream, and if you've been watching all this time, then you will well know what the track is made of and the secrets that the tyre manufacturers have learned, that the racers have learned what to do. It seems that soft is best. There is no tyre wear, but we'll be hearing from Hot Race's Nicola Morone in a bit as well, because Nick has promised to catch him or track him down on his pit walk, which will happen after the semi-finals. So we're going to bring you some sights and sounds from the facility again there, and hopefully see some more of the great people that are here. Get your comments coming in. We need to drown the comments of no sound. We need to drown the comments laughing at how we came on air, and we need to move forward with positivity. We are going to the first of the semi-finals. Are they ready yet? I'm looking down at the track.
They're not. They seem to be taking their time. Well, the marshals are out there, so that's a good thing. That's progress.
Taking their merry time.
Maybe they heard about, little slight delay on our side.
Yes, maybe they did. Are we able to see the track, Paul, just to see that shot that we have? And maybe we can talk over it. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe it's not. But I can tell you that there's nothing on track yet. So we will be saying, should we briefly say hello to Keenan while we're waiting for the track action to start? I think we could. We have Keenan. Kyle is not yet online. We're hoping Kyle's going to join us soon because, of course, Kyle McBride, who is... no, we're not going to talk to Keenan because we have seen the signal that the track action is ready to start. We are going to see the semi-final A where Canas will lead out with his injured foot, followed by Coelho.
Yep. And Raul Figueiredo.
So there we
a couple of Portuguese racers in this one.
Over to Nick.
Well, welcome back to sunny Barcelos, where I'm now sitting down in my relatively minorly air-conditioned environment to take you through the first of the two semi-finals. Semi-final A, that's the one that includes Juan Carlos Canas, Bruno Coelho, Raul Figueiredo. So it's a double Portuguese big environment here. And it also then has Birkin Kilic, who's the younger of the two Kilic brothers, and also the Kilic brothers hasn't qualified quite as well. Then we have Ricardo Burton, your reigning European champion from Italy. Spain's Robert Batai, the triple European champion and world champion. Daniel Parente, the young Spaniard. Jorn Neumann, the 10th electric off-road expert, doing particularly well here with his S-Works this weekend. Pedro Gomez, the junior from Portugal, in 9. Una Hatton in 10, Oscar Navarro in 11, Giuseppe Tosconi. Those of you this morning would have seen those four drivers bump up, so they've already had a bit of experience of the track. But of course, the thing to remember is they've all had a semi-practice, so they've all had a chance to have that little bit of a see how the track's developed. It isn't a circuit that actually massively changes during the day, and because it's constantly maintained due to the surface. The surface is a compacted clay that's then had a coating put on it, which is sort of glued together. There isn't really any track wear. The track is pretty much the same as it was. There is, of course, a lot more rubber down, which is why you see a lovely black line everywhere, which is rubber and exhaust and oil. That's all down already. But the circuit reacts to heat a little bit. The cooler the day adds about, takes off about 2/10, 3/10 of a second, but nothing dramatic either way. So it's a very stable surface, and that's what's enabled people to start developing tyres. It's interesting that towards the end of qualifying, they're going softer and softer, and the tyre guys are saying there's just no tyre wear. There is no tyre wear. So it's an interesting situation all around this circuit. We've got long finals where they're not going to have the tyre issues. It's a very smooth surface, yet very three-dimensional. It's a sort of a closest to an American circuit you're going to find in Europe. As you can see, it is up and down, around and about. And when you see my track walk, because the camera unfortunately flattens everything, when you see my track walk, you will get the idea of just how much rise and fall there is. So as you see, we have 1, 2, 3 Portuguese drivers, 1, 2, 3 Spaniards. We've got 2 Germans, and we have a Finn. We have 2 Italians. The German team is one thing that's quite remarkable. It's a very big team from Portugal, very big team from Spain. There are only 4 Germans have taken part. And 3 of them are in the semi-finals, so that's not bad going, is it really? So, which are the Kilic brothers and Jorn Neumann. The fourth one was Kim Einhardt, who I think bumped up once yesterday in the earlier finals. So that was the entirety of the German team. It used to be a powerhouse. I'm not sure what that says about anything apart from the fact they don't want to travel to Portugal, but I don't know why, because it's lovely here. The temperature's been fantastic. The hosts have been fantastic. It's a great circuit, great organisers. Really lovely to be here. Barcelos is a very pleasant town, and it's sort of place you do go to certain towns. And, I'd quite like to visit that place again at some point. We got stuck in market day. We've done everything. We were stuck in a level crossing being repaired. We've been stuck behind a sewage lorry. We've had the entire Portuguese experience. It has to be said. But we're now waiting for the first of the two semi-finals. It is 6 up, 6 qualify. Everybody else goes to last chance qualify. Remember that has been introduced over the last 3 events. The last chance qualify, where everyone who's not qualified, so that's 12 cars obviously, 6 and 6 do, they all run in the last chance qualify, and the winner becomes the 13th person on the grid, which was particularly significant last time we were in Portugal at Flexidas, because David Ongaro, who was the class of field and star we thought during qualifying, broke his car in his semi-final, was dead last, and then qualified dead last in the last man standing, but ran all the way through to first, got in the final and ended up on the podium, but couldn't get past Bruno Coelho, who is, of course, his car number 2 here. Right, they're being brought out. It's 20 minutes. Pretty certain that everyone will do 2 fuel stops. The 10-minute runs are possible, but just a bit too risky. So there's no point pushing it that way. So they're all going to do 2 stops. Gives very wide pit stop margins. There's a big gap between when you can go in and when you have to go in. So you could stop as early as 5 minutes if you wanted to. And it may be a case, because it's a very hard track to overtake on, you may actually decide, I'm going to stop early to try and give myself a little bit of space, a little bit of chance to get past. Long pit lane as well. It's not, is it long? It's slow. There's a bump on every. You can see in the corner there's going to frame the ridge. All right. So they didn't quite hear the countdown this time, but off they go. Canas leading with his bad foot from Coelho. They've gone in order actually. Figueiredo in 3rd. So it's Spain, Portugal, Portugal. It's all about the top 6, but we'll concentrate more on those 6th, 7th places later on. We'll have a look at some of the top drivers doing their thing. So this is the Barcelos track. You go up over the back there, over the roller section, up to the top of the hill. And it's very high up there. Come down through this S section, and then they go fast commentary corner, downhill, plunge downhill down the main straight, and into this. We're all going to fly this, but they don't. You think they're going to do a massive triple off that big jump, but in race trip and certainly qualifying, they were all kind of, as you saw, just looping over it, and really, because they couldn't get the landing right. Apparently, we did see some doubling. Zanchetin did some doubling in his quarterfinal, I think it was. Unfortunately, he didn't get 8th final. He didn't get to the quarters because he flamed out. So he was doing up. He was in the bump up position when he flamed out. Zanchetin had a bad run and a disqualification in qualifying, which meant he was starting very low. Right, Canas already beginning to put a little bit of a gap on Coelho. There's Figueiredo, then Birkin-Kilic, then Ricardo Burton, Rod Bataille, and then it's Parente, Navarro, Hattinen. So top 6 is where it counts. These are the top 3. Figueiredo in 3rd is the sort of the local track man. He works with. This is his home circuit. Very unlucky not to pick up a TQ in round 1. He got just towards the last couple of laps. He got stuck in traffic, and then he got involved in a kerfuffle with Clement Boda, which actually cost him the time, which would have given him a TQ in round, which would have actually changed all sorts of things. But ifs and buts and maybes as the two favourites perhaps in Canas and Coelho get very, very close as they run through into lap 3 and 4. Now, Canas, if he has got a very sore foot, it's not going to be a problem for the first few minutes. It's only going to be a problem later on. So 20 minutes should be fine. Slightly gapping again. So it's 3 cars with 3 different chassis. You've got the S-Works of Canas, you've got the X-Ray of Coelho, and then you have the Kyosho of João Figueiredo. So no real advantage, it appears, in what you're running chassis-wise here amongst the top drivers. Better lap for Canas there, turned to 33.3. Straight back on the qualifying pace. We haven't really seen those sort of times so far today as we've gone through the lower finals. So Canas just beginning to get a nice comfort gap from Coelho. Coelho himself has got a half bobble gap from Figueiredo. Figueiredo has a little bit of a run from Birkin-Kilic. Just drop back a couple of places. Let's just have a quick look at Figueiredo and see where he's kind of like in the middle. So they may end up moving to himself or back towards Birkin-Kilic. Kilic and Burton So Kilic dropped a couple of seconds. In fact, Burton's had a problem. So Burton's dropped down 2 places on that lap. There's been a couple of shuffles about with accidents off camera. So Burton now in 7th, therefore not qualifying. Battle up to 5th. This is Figueiredo in 3rd. Just drop back 1 more. And that should be, if I'm getting my numbers right, that should be Kilic. But he seems a bit close, actually. Let's find out. Hopefully we weren't quite there. Let's have a look. So is that Kilic or is that Figueiredo again? We drop back 1, not 2. Yeah, it's Figueiredo. So drop back again. 1 more. That's it. That's Kilic. So on the Mugen. And behind him, he's got Robert Battle. Well, I think, again, that's not Battle behind him. It's Battle we're on now. It's a lot of... got to get used to all the various colours at this point, because we haven't seen him all day. That is, in fact, Battle with Navarro behind him. So that's Battle in 5th. Navarro's behind him. The problem is that there's a great propensity of cars which are yellow and orange, which is one of the colours that kind of wash out on the track. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it anyway. So this is Battle in 5th. He's got Navarro in 6th, who's bumping up. That's Oscar Navarro in the blue car. You can just see out of shot. Just ahead of him is Birkin Kilic, the younger of the Kilic brothers. And then behind Navarro is Ricardo Berton. So Berton's got an issue. He's not actually bumping up. Drop back 1 more. I'll pick up the blue car of Oscar Navarro. Behind him is the Infinity chassis of Ricardo Berton. Looks kind of light yellow. Don't forget, this is the man who is the reigning European champion. Though in fairness, it couldn't have been in any more different circumstances, because he won it on a cold and wet day in northern Italy, which is quite rare this time of year. But it was raining, it was dry, and it was raining, and it rained a bit more. And came back with a mud sploat. All the cars were brown at the end, and he managed to hold off David Ronefalk for the victory in 2019. And of course, he's still the reigning champion of those 2022. It's our first chance to come back after COVID. So Navarro goes down in 5th. You can see they're all stretching out now. It's a comfortable gap between Canas and Coelho, comfortable gap between Coelho and Figueiredo, quite a big gap between Figueiredo and Kilic, and then Battle, and then Navarro, who are with in the last bump-up places, and Berton, who needs to just get a little bit of move on. And then behind him, it's Daniel Parente, who is one of the up-and-coming young Spaniards. So Hutton, Gomez, and Tesconio all just kind of really find the pace a little bit quick. It's 33s all the way at the front. It's 33s all the way down to Ricardo. So Berton just did 33 there as well. Looking to try and get back into the bump up and not get stuck in the last chance qualifier. Up on 2 wheels, that was fine there. Burton now right on the end as he goes through the switchback, now up at the low tabletop to the almost 180 corner. Big plunge down there, can't really see it. It's a very steep jump, you can't see that, and you've got to brake hard and turn left. We've seen a lot of the lower final, a lot of cars after that brake hard and turn left of plunging into the fence, one of which somehow managed to get its wheel stuck through the railings, much like a child in a comedy sketch from the 1970s would do. And the marshal took so long to try and get the wheel out because he kind of got in a way where, they haven't got ears on a car, but it's seen that sort of way, just couldn't get the wheel back out again. So Navarro racing hard, but it is still, we are still in the first section. Obviously, these 20-minute races are very much 3 sections. It's just in between the 2 stops. When we get to the main final, it's a possibility people will stretch a little bit and try and drop a stop. It's worth it more here than in other places. I mean, we've seen pit stops costing 6.5, 7 seconds. In goes Navarro. We'll take him through as our first stopper. See him down below, getting fuel. Off it goes out again. Good solid stop from Navarro. A couple of others have stopped in front of him. But the lost time is about 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds, compared to the 6 seconds it can be at other tracks, just because that long pit lane with the bumps mean you can't really push the speed. And Navarro continues on. Now, he won't be 6th now, because several cars won't have taken fuel. Canas and Coelho did. In fact, in fairness, he lost 7. Canas only lost about 7.5 seconds. Oh, ow. That must have hurt. Sliding on that surface. So problem. Navarro with an accident now drops down to 7th. Figueiredo's a 6th. So Berton's, I think, running long. He's ahead of Birkin Kilic. No other way he would be ahead of Birkin Kilic if he wasn't running long. But that error
by Navarro, I think is taking him out of contention. And when Burton does finally decide to get some fuel, it'll all be very different. Big lead for Canas. Canas easing his way out, which is a bit of a surprise. We didn't expect to see people having big leads. It was all very, very close. And our feeling was that they wouldn't get big leads. They kind of, you know, in qualifying it was 10th here and a 10th there. Canas, meanwhile, has pulled out 3 seconds now on the man who qualified third and could have qualified, you know, with a very slight difference in finishing order of other cars. Could have easily been on pole. So let's go and see if we can move a little bit forward. This is pick up our leader if we can. Not sure where he is on the track at the moment. He's just actually, he's quite early on the track, the car one, to be honest. So watch the other cars go around. It's 9 car of Gomez, and then goes Tesconi, who's absolutely at the back of the pack, and then your next car along, because everyone's still on the same lap, will be our leader. No, not that one. Here we come. This is it. And down we go with Canas. And this one has really stretched out to the first 3 long distance apart. A lot of scrapping in the lower order, which might make an impression of what's going to happen when we get to the last chance qualifier. But Canas sitting 3.2 seconds ahead of Coelho and 8 seconds ahead of Kilic. Absolutely bossing this, even with 1 foot. Coming up to halfway through. Canas over the inner tippy toe section into the switchback. About to do the first bit of lapping, which will be Giuseppe Tosconi. Oh, and a mistake. Oh, a mistake by the... and that puts first and second right together again. So that little rollover, well, we know how much that cost him. That cost him 3.5 seconds. And first and second are right together. Let's see that one again. Comes in. Just gets it wrong. Just a little bit tight. Into that. By the way, it's a much bigger, steeper climb than it looks like. So waggling away as he is. And down they go. First and second right together. Next T-Pro for the replays. And Coelho there lost a huge amount of time by just taking a slightly different line. He ended up coming to an absolute dead stop. And that's allowed Canas to gap him once again. Interesting, it was because Coelho was getting closer to gap him. But anyway, Kilic back 5. This is Birkin Kilic back 5 seconds from there. Figueiredo, battled quite close to Figueiredo, but we'll just take this first 2, see what they're doing as they move in the middle section of the race. Interesting to see whether Canas will drop Coelho again. He had a better lap last time. That was because that incident we saw just there on the circuit where Coelho kind of rolled into it and then had to roll out of it because he was about to hit the Canas at the backside. So last time round it's 1.1 seconds. Doesn't look much different this time, to be honest. No, it's 0.8. So Coelho actually, at the moment, despite falling so far back early on, my car in pieces there, falling so far back early on, looks like he's got sort of the pace, though Canas is pulling away at the moment. At the moment, the top 6 cars occupy the top 6 places. Not necessarily in order, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are your bump ups at the moment. Almost identical times. I mean, Coelho was 200ths of a second slower than Canas in that last one. That's what we were expecting to see. So that's why I was so surprised that Canas managed to get that big lead. Perhaps there was a bobble for Coelho or possibly a fumble in the pit stops. Canas now. Coelho much closer this time. The thing is, do you really want to overtake? I don't know. 3/10 gained. 33.2 for Coelho. Listen, he's not going to get this time. Lost a bit of time at the far tabletop. That was a good half second of bobble problems, possibly a bit more. Kilic now has fallen back 8 seconds. Kilic really doesn't have the pace, but he is now causing a train. Let's wait there and drop back for there should be 3 cars get a bit of a wait. Not that one. Yeah, there we go. These three here. That is Kilic, Figueiredo, and then Battle, who are all within, or were last lap within a second. So that's already gone slightly wrong because someone's changed position. But there's Kilic, and yes, Figueiredo had a problem. So it's Kilic and Battle now. Big problem, Figueiredo. He's dropped down to 6th. So that was the curse of the not being on camera. So he's actually already had the accident before we came to him. So this is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Burke and Kilic and Battle. Battle, unsurprisingly, as the race is going on, is getting better. That's what we expect. Oh, problem there. I think that's the back marker rather than one of the top two. So Canas just easing out a bit from Coelho. Okay, we have a pit stop battle. Pit stop battle. In they come. Down below there, you can see didn't go quite well. Kind of a fumble in there. Oh, someone flamed. We've got a flame there. Somebody did flame. I'm not sure whether. I think one of those two cars flamed. It may have been Kilic. There were 3 cars in. I'm not going to say there was certainly a car that flamed there. It doesn't necessarily have to be Kilic, but I'm looking at no one being anywhere near Robert Battle, and my feeling is that Kilic may have flamed. It certainly wasn't the cleanest stop unless he's miles ahead of him, but it doesn't look like it. Ricardo Burton running long again. Yeah, certainly there's been a problem for Kilic in that pit stop. I want to see terminal. Battle goes past. Then Figueiredo, yeah. So Kilic did have a problem, did flame. Where is he going to come out again? He's actually managed to come out still in the bump up. So he lost about 7 seconds with, 8 seconds with that flame. So good work by his pit crew, get him going again. Still in the bump up position, but obviously now massively concerned about his engine and how it's going to run. Now Canas is now easing it back out again. And he's 2.6 seconds ahead. The car behind Battle. Battle's the orange car with the yellow wheels. The car behind's a lap down. Actually, no, it's not lap. It's Burton, isn't it? That's Burton, sorry. That's the yellow of Burton who's come out in 4th. I do apologise. So Ricky Burton with the Infinity. Looking to do what he can do. At 3rd and 4th. So Burton, I think he qualified 9th overall, but he never really showed much. He just kind of was very consistent. Battle was absolutely nailed on to actually TQ the final round. Well, I say nailed on. He was very, very, very likely to TQ the final round. And then had I think a servo linkage went. And ended up crashing twice. I think it was his brake servo in the last couple of laps. So that actually did affect who would have been on pole. Because if he had actually taken that, then Canas would have ended up 2nd and Kilic would have been 1st. But it's all moot now because he did have that problem. But did have the pace. Now, he's currently, though, 14 seconds behind Canas in 17 minutes. Oh, and he's done that, and that's not what you want to do. T-Pro replay will show what he didn't want to do. He comes around the low tabletop. Oh, he did. It's hard to see because of the foreshortening. He's just clipped the inside of the barrier. And that probably is going to put him behind Burton. Is he going to put him behind Figueiredo? No, Figueiredo's now carrying on. But those little errors are important as Canas again pulls out this 3-second lead on Coelho. Canas has got a lot of pace in the car, which he appears to be able to access. So hopefully his foot's not hurting too much. So Battle and Burton. Let's just drop back one. That's Figueiredo who's pushing hard now. Now Figueiredo pushing hard to get back up again. One mistake dropped him from 3rd down to, I think, 6th at the time. He's now climbed back to 5th and is right on the backside of Rob Battle. Just so you know, Canas now 4 and a bit seconds ahead. Oof, 4 and a bit seconds ahead. I realise there's a different mindset in semi-finals, but even so, that's a pretty impressive statement of intent. to get that much further ahead. Bruno, who has been one of the fastest people, obviously, the entirety of this weekend. So Figueiredo, home favourite. Well, that's too poor. He's literally the home favourite because obviously this is his track. Obviously, the other home favourite is Coelho, so Portugal very well represented in this event. Figueiredo's got Mick Craddock, the legendary Kyosho engineer, mechanicking for him, who, of course, used to work with Elliott Boots to his European Championships a few years ago. So Figueiredo's got 5 seconds over Birkenkilic, who is still bumping up. Parente's fallen off him. That's Daniel Parente's fallen off that gap at the moment. So the 6 are looking pretty set here. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. So good work for Burton and Battle to move up a couple of places. Disappointing a little bit for Figueiredo and Kilic, but obviously the key point that everyone was aiming to do during the semi-final is to qualify for the final without having to go through the last chance qualifier final, if that makes sense. So there's a few cars at the back there. So Parente, Navarro, Hutton and Neumann, Gomez and Tesconi will all be rolling back out again in the last chance final. And given how tight it is at that level, unless we see someone from the other semi-final who we thought have a bit of bad luck and drop out, I don't think you're going to call who's going to get the last chance, to be honest. It's going to be incredibly close. So Figueiredo's dropped right off Battle. A couple of little bobbles. So about 3 seconds to go. I think this is going to be the end of the race. So Canas is on his last lap. Coelho's on his last lap. Burton will finish on this lap, I believe. Crosses in front of me now and is finished in third. Battle's fourth. This is Figueiredo going to come in fifth. As with all these semi-finals, it's not about the winner. The winner's not important. Well, it is important, but it's not important. It's really about who gets into the final. But in sometimes, perhaps this is important, this one, because Canas has looked particularly good. He's averaging 0.1 of a second a lap faster than Bruno, which is interesting, actually. I mean, he's actually, managed to pull that lead out twice as well. So, best time of a 33 flat for Canas, sort of 33. 10, but they are by far the battles over 33.3, 33.2 for Figueiredo. So those top four have got pace. Birkenkilic not had that pace. 33.5 was his best lap, but they can go away and think about it now. So the final result there of semi-final A is Juan Carlos Canas is in first place and qualifies. Bruno Coelho is second. Ricardo Burt on third. Robert Batal is fourth. Hal Figueiredo is fifth. Birkenkilic is sixth. Those are off and running. And then we have Daniel Parente, Oscar Navarro, Una Hatton, Jorn Neumann, Pedro Gomez, and Giuseppe Tesconi, who will be off to the last chance race, which I need to tell you when that is, which is actually going to be at 4:10. So what happens actually, we have two semi-finals. Then racing action-wise is a big break. Not television action-wise. There'll be nothing but a fantastic final show at that point. And there's all sorts of stuff. There's grid walks, there's pit walks, there's track walks. There's a lot of walking, basically. And then we have the over 40s final, which should be quite good because there's some really, really good over 40s drivers here. And they're very young to me, over 40. Then we have the last chance, which is just a quick 15-minute. So single stop, bang, one person gets through. Then the junior final goes out at 4:30. And then at 5 o'clock, theoretically, the A final starts. But we all know that's not going to happen. We all know the A final is actually going to start about 20 minutes after that because there's Volderol and everything else.
Well, you are back with us in the studio watching the action out there in the hot, hot sun. People are saying that was a boring final. I think Canas running away with it is not boring for Canas.
No, definitely not.
Despite having an injured foot, he seemed fairly unchallenged. Will he make it to be on pole in the final, or will somebody feed faster from the 112B final? Let's get some guests in to talk. We have around 10 minutes until the action starts again. Keenan K. White, Lefty the Great, is joining us from the No Name RC podcast. Keenan, how are you doing? You're watching the action, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm watching it. Morning, everybody. Nitro is the glory. And yeah, it was a runaway for Canas. Not surprised there. But these guys just kind of want to get into the final, I think. So you won't see too much guys making trying to risky stuff and whatnot. They just want to secure the position in the final. And you'll see. You'll see if Canas can hold that pace for 45 minutes.
Really seems like it's Canas's moment right now. Nothing seems to be able to slow him down. He's been doing so well in his nationals, been doing so well in the RCGP Racing Series. He has been pretty untouchable on this track too. Are you surprised that the Ongaros, the Ronafalks, the Boots, they just don't seem to have anything to offer him?
I mean, we saw this a few weeks ago in Italy. Canas was fast immediately. He won the hour-long final. I think that these guys have shown the pace, not obviously, but making mistakes. You can't make any mistakes on a track like this. It's, as a lot of people say, it's very smooth. It's like on road with jumps. So when you make a mistake, people are just gonna go past you like that. It's not like, how these other tracks get really rough and lots of people make mistakes and there's various passing lines. This is more, you gotta kind of force the person to make a mistake and just wait for that gap to go through. So we shall see. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Canas if he is TQ.
Indeed, and this might be a European Championship, but it is of international, global interest, in fact, because, of course, the Worlds is taking place not too long and not too far from the track in Barcelos over in Redovan.
Yeah, just on the other side of the Iberian Peninsula.
Oh, good geography there, Frank.
Yeah,
very good.
Been playing my world.
And as somebody who will be taking a very keen eye, watching with us this evening, over in Australia, we should have Kyle McBride joining us. There's Kyle.
What's good, boys?
How you doing?
Kyle, your teammate is killing it. Your S-Works teammate seems to be fairly unstoppable.
Yeah, man, he's looking super strong. Like pretty much all weekend. I mean, we've been seeing this this level of speed and consistency sort of at the top for Canas recently. So yeah, I'm rooting for him as a teammate, and he's representing the team extremely well, along with Elliot and all the other boys there. So it's great to see.
Yeah, what do you make of that track? I mean, it's beautiful to look at. I think I've been hearing a weird thing that it's quite easy to race on, but at the same time, lots of mistakes happening. But it's fast. What do you make of the track, Kyle? You've obviously been watching most of the week.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be pretty much consistent and hasn't changed a lot the entire time. I've raced on a few surfaces like this. I don't know exactly what they have on this track, whether it's like oil or sugar or what it is, but it seems like one of those tracks where, like Keenan said, you make one mistake and you can lose a whole lot of positions in one hit. So I think having that pace and just not crashing is going to be the key to winning.
Is it more about precision rather than actual racecraft, to get past somebody, and where you're trying to just, pressure them into a mistake, like we've said, and if you go offline half a meter, that's it, you've lost a bunch of places?
Yeah, for sure. I think definitely with racing at this level, it's, hitting those lines, those tight lines every single lap, not making any small bobbles. And when it comes to, overtaking or gaining a position, I think it's just you need to be pressuring the driver in front of you, putting as much pressure on as you can and just being there, in those top 5, top 3 positions. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
What do both of you guys make of the Kiliches? They've been around for a long time. Two young brothers. They've been there or thereabouts. Junior final at the last Euros at the Ongaro Ring, and just storming it now. And I think what's happened is, pandemic's happened. A lot of practice has gone on behind closed doors. There's not been many events where we can watch their progress, and they've just come and surprised us all. You guys impressed by them? Keenan,
ahead,
are you
Kyle.
impressed?
Yeah. Yeah, no,
No,
definitely.
no, I think they're terrible.
I'll take it. I'll take it. No, I mean, it's for starters, it's pretty cool to see like a team of brothers, who are both racing together. You don't get really, I haven't really seen too many teams of brothers. So for starters, that's awesome. But yeah, I mean, obviously they've been working super hard as a team. I know they're both from Mugen. Yeah, it's great to see they did really well at the World's warm up in Spain as well. So yeah, I think they're going to be some strong competitors for the final for sure.
Excellent. Warm-up laps are happening right now on the track. I think we can see that in one of our little windows. Your teammate, Elliot Boots, he's a two-time European champion. I don't think he's had it all his way so far, but do you think he's going to pull something out in this semi, Kyle?
Yeah, no, I would never write Elliot off, man. Like, especially even in at the World's warm-up, he wasn't really right there at the top, but look at him in the final. He came fourth. I think if he can get a clean start, he's a really good driver. He's smart as well. He's got the experience, the knowledge. So I think if he just puts himself in that top group, then yeah, for sure he can do well.
Keenan, you've obviously got a bit of knowledge with these European guys as well. You were in Italy just a few weeks ago. We've got Kilic, we've got Ongaro, and Boots. Who do you favour? Come on, who do you think is going to take this one?
Well, first
In a
off, I'm
word.
not surprised by the Kilics. So I think Ongaro is going to know, or
Ongaro, we'll take it. We'll take it. You say Ongaro.
Just one word?
Kyle, what are you saying? We've got to go to the next semi. What do you say, Kyle?
I'm going Canas or Ongaro.
Okay, cool. Okay, over to you, Nick.
Well, hello and welcome back to the wonderful world of the semi-finals. The car just been brought in. Who's in this one, you ask? Well, it's Burak Kilic on pole. David Ongaro is second. Dave Ronefalk is third. Elliot Boots is fourth. So you've got two World European Championships in Elliot Boots. You've got two World Championships in European Champions in a World Championship in Ronefalk. Two European Champions in Elliot Boots. He is twice World's TQ. Ongaro, the reigning world champion. Marco Barufalo, Ricardo Montero, Pecco Evening, fantastic. Hello, Tahara. Oscar Baldo, Andrea Tris and Hampersberg. Not sure if he's there. He hasn't actually clicked the timing, so it might be an issue with Hampersberg, who's bumping up in the 10 spot. Thea Lamy and Miguel Matias, the 2003 European champion, back in his home run. So we've got Kilic, Ongaro, and Ronefalk and Boots at the front. The wild card, literally, in Barufalo. But is Ongaro finally going to turn up at this event? Because he hasn't been here so far. It'd be nice to see him actually there. Here they go. Cars down. And they're away. Looks like a clean start. They take it very carefully, very ginger, that big jump. And straight into a nice little lead goes Berkan Kilic. Absolute surprise he took the first round of qualifying. The second round of qualifying. They did it again in the fourth round. So super speed for the young German with his Mugen being chased down by David Ongaro, using his new race paint, which we'll have to get used to again in the Associated. And then behind him, David Ronefalk, of course, now on the Mayarko chassis. Elliot Boots with S-Works behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4 go round. Then there's a fifth of Barufalo, who's the only top techno driver here. So we've got 5 cars, 5 chassis at the front. And they snake round. And everyone, I think, is taking it really easy in the first few laps. Because, of course, the thing is, you have an accident on lap 1, you can lose 9 positions. You have an accident on line 27, you might lose 1. And it's so hard to overtake here. They're getting stuck in traffic. Could be the end of your challenge. Well, at least you end until you get to the last chance qualifier, of course. Right, so they're round. Nice lead already for Kilic. And behind him is Ongaro, who's 1.1 seconds behind to ease himself in. And then Ronefalk really pushes. Unsurprisingly, it's Ongaro v Ronefalk. Isn't that always the case? But this time, there's somebody out in front. The second and third is focus, Zach. So Ongaro gone a bit yellowy green as well, which is irritating because he used to be silvery red and it was very easy to see his car. But he's the same driver, it's the same technical package underneath that new shell colour. Come up and over the highest part of the circuit. There you go, whip across like that, hard left, fast and downhill, and it can get caught out. That downhill can catch a lot out. So Kilic now has a lead of 1.2 seconds. Ongaro easing himself in. Ronefalk also didn't really show in, by not really showing, never really, the first round he possibly may have thought he could have got TQ. He certainly had an accident which cost him a few positions. Yeah, I mean, he dropped points, but I don't think at any point was he going to get TQ. The 3 guys who ended up with TQ, they were always going to be the ones who were going to be there because they were the fastest from the off. With Figueiredo, oddly, who didn't have much luck. But now we have Kilic, Ongaro, Ronefalk, right together, nailed together. They come down the straight and turn left on the big single, which they're just going to hoppity-hop over and up to the high tabletop. As you can see on this circuit, there's very little time when you're not doing something, you're not jumping up and down. What it takes away from having exactly the same surface, there's no multi-surface about it all, it's exactly the same everywhere. It then gives back by giving you something to do the whole time. All those white lines are ridges. Everyone is a jump or a hop or a bobble or a fly or a tabletop. It's a very, very busy circuit. It's a rhythm circuit, it really is. It's absolutely getting in that rhythm. You get a little bit of a respite down the main straight, hard brake and turn into turn 1. And Ongaro, that time round, a couple of hundredths behind. Kilic, nice. Yeah, Boots now dropping slightly off the back of these two. And then you've got Barufalo a second back, and then Baldo, then Trevestion, and Ricardo Montero, the big lose at the moment, started 6th, now down in 11th. So not looking like he's currently going to do what he should do, which is bump up, being in the top 6. Turn and drop over this big hill and fall as the cars go past me again. I mean, that must be, if you were going to practice the circuit, you'd know exactly what the racing line was, because it's actually marked out in black all the way around the circuit now. You know exactly where to go. There's no doubt about that. As realistically, the people who've been each other's nemesis for, I don't know, the last 4 years, have been the occasional interloper, but really, European RC racing, up until the pandemic and even a little bit into it, has been Ongaro versus Ronefalk. But now, we've had a 2-year break, and we've got the Kilic brothers. We've got Canas really coming through. I mean, Canas was always very good, but he's just come through a little bit further. You know, we've suddenly got different things. When Coelho decided to turn up and do this, and he will also be at the Worlds at Redovan, he's obviously right on the pace. A little bit of a gap now for Ongaro. You see, the Kilic have been slightly closed down, a couple of tenths, so the top 3 getting close together. In the first third of the race, so we'll take a closer look at the final. It's not going to bump up, the final qualifying spot into the A-Farm. We'll take a closer look at that in a minute. But at the moment, it's time to enjoy the artistry of some of the best RC racing drivers in the world. They obviously are the best in Europe, but in the world as well. And the man who I still think, regardless of what happens here, goes to Redovan as the favourite to retain his World Championship, Davide Ongaro. But I could be wrong. You know, there has been a seed change. I mean, it's not like Ongaro's old. I think Ongaro's about 22 at most, or 20. You know, but there are all these other youngsters coming after him. So Kilic, that lead of 1.2 seconds. It's been 1.2 for a while. Where's he gone? 0.9. Yeah, I thought he was going to tie a bit closer. Ronefalk dropping off. We don't have this big gappage at all. Canas really was very quick. So I should think they're all concerned about Canas. I'm probably just hoping that his sore foot is what stops him from doing anything. Over they go. So, dropping down. And we are now getting, not quite, within a couple of laps of fuel stops. Boots has dropped quite a bit off Ronefalk, 3.6 seconds. He's within for a couple of laps, and it's another 3 seconds to possible double bump up now. Andrea Trevisan and Pecco Evening currently bumping up, which is going to make Tara, his mum, very excited. And Marco Barufalo now in 5th, and then Miguel Matias. So I think all of us who have a kind of a romantic bone in our body would love to see Miguel make the final in his home country some 19 years after he won the European Championship. Lovely bloke as well, Miguel, so, you know, another bonus there for hoping he wins. So, Ongaro definitely now getting a little bit close to Kilic. This battle probably will get broken up this lap or the next one by fuel stops, but you see they come in at the same time. It's an element of the package we don't know. What's Kilic's fuel team like? We know what Ronefalk can do with Pierre and the team. Oh, what's happened? Oh, no, on the blue car. Kilic has flamed. Oh, that's such bad luck. Now, is he going to get carried over the loop or not? Because that'll give him the lap. I'm not sure. Is he going to get the lap? Yeah, he doesn't get the lap. Oh, no. That is drama. Birkin Kilic has flamed. Can we see the pits camera at all? See what's going on? Is he back out again yet? No, they're looking at the car. Is Kilic back out? I think he is. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Just ran out of... But just stopped running. I can't believe that's out of fuel. So drama there. And Ronafalk's got past Ongaro. I'm pretty sure it's just on fuel strategy. Yeah, it is. So it's fuel strategy has got Ongaro behind Ronafalk. But wow, Kilic lost the lap, even though he was carried over. Like he flamed. The worst point, he done most of the lap, flamed, didn't get the lap counted. And it's all gone so wrong for Burak Kilic. But actually, just saying that, has it all gone so wrong? Because this exact same thing happened to Davide Ongaro in Flexidas. He had a nightmare in the semi. He was at the back of the grid, but he was able to run through and get the last chance bump up. So that's now going to be Birken's absolute desire to get that last chance. So Ronafalk now behind. I'm not quite sure who we're with, actually. I thought it was... so we need to reposition. Is that actually Ongaro with? I think we are. It's probably his new... Ongaro, thank you. Beautiful zoom in there, Zach. Thank you. It is Ongaro. The problem is Ongaro's new colour scheme. I haven't got used to it yet. So with Ongaro all that time, and we didn't see... And there behind him you see is the red and white... The red and green... there's no red on it. It's the green and yellow or and white of David Ronafalk. Yes, Nick, genuinely, I'm not colourblind either, so I should be able to identify colours. Always wondered why they didn't let me in the RAF, for many other reasons. I think I felt as bad as Frank Spencer, for those of you who love 70s TV programmes. So through the switch back, the pair of them, still close together. Boots 11 seconds back now. See if we can drop back to Boots. I think he's just, he's the orange and white car. I think he's just the next car along. Because he's actually picking up... There he is. So behind him, very closely, is actually Marco Barufalo. Barufalo's made the most of the switchback recently. He's got past Evening and Trevesio. So moving forward, Marco on the Techno chassis behind the S-Works and the Reds-engined machine of Elliott Boots. Boots, the 15 and 16 European champion. Looked kind of out of sorts during qualifying. But then suddenly in the final round, just pinged. Said he copied a bit of Canas's setup and went with the softer tyres, which they've all been eulogising about. And there he was, back in contention. Now, he's third, which is great, but he's 12 and a half seconds off, which isn't. Now, it's interesting that Ronafalk is staying as close to Ongaro, though both of these guys aren't the guys who had the pace of Canas or Coelho. Be interesting to see how they line up for the for the main final, based on the speed of the semis. Trevisian is a couple of seconds behind. Currently, Pecco Evenen looking to go into the main. Let's drop back the next couple, and that's going to be drop back the next couple. And that's going to be the next two. There we are. There we go. It's the orange of Trevisian. There he is, and then not very far behind. Theoretically, is Pecco Evenen. There he is in the green. So Evening, and all these multi-talented Finns. Drop back to the green car. So Evening, one of these multi-talented Finns. Evening, who we've been following on RCTV for many, many years. I think he TQ'd the large-scale off-road event in the UK near Santapod. And that's about 5 years ago. He's not that old now. When he was a little lad. And since then, I think he certainly made some Bs and some As in the four-wheel drive electric final. He's got a fabulous mum called Tara who made us some socks once, some RCTV socks. So, frankly, if you want to find a way of getting your son on the screen, there's two ways. One, he could be very fast like he is now, or two, you can give us socks, knit your own socks. And obviously, you do both of those, then we actually root for him as well. So, Trevisian fifth in the orange car, looking for a double bump up, and Ivanen in the green in sixth. So these are the two currently six. Now, unfortunately, my romantic nature, which obviously wants Pecco to do well, also wants the man behind him, Miguel Matthias, to do well, but he's 5 seconds back. I think it would be a massive surprise and a massive fillip if Ivanen does make this final. And I'm just wondering whether perhaps this surface, which is very flat and therefore, I suppose, most similar to the Astro surfaces you get in electric off-road, is playing into his hands a bit more. And if so, I'm pretty certain that Neil Cragg's upset he didn't come after all. Up onto the high table, top down there. This is a very sharp jump. Can't see it from this angle. Land turn. So close battle now between 5th and 6th. Matthias isn't really gaining at the moment. Did a time about 3 or 4 tenths slower. A bit of a fishtail there as he comes around the look for Evening. There's one more danger section, and that's the next pit stop, which has just started already, I think. Now, whilst we've been watching these two guys, Ongaro's just beginning to put the hammer down on Ronefelt. I think what actually happened is looking at the times, Ronefelt made a minor mistake, which lost him a second. So he's 3.3 back, Boots 12. So Boots is kind of keeping station with those two now after having lost that chunk of time. And Trevor's in there, saw the car sliding not where he wanted it to do. And he's now absolutely under pressure from Evenham for this 5th and 6th place. It'll be a grid position on the final grid. More importantly, obviously, it's a safety position. You don't want to be the last person in the bump up or the qualification straight through, because obviously that's where things can most go wrong. If you've got a couple of cars in between you, you know someone does something amazing, you're still safe. So Ongaro, again, gets a bit further again. I think Ronefelt's pushing a bit now. It's just not quite working for him. It's now 4.2. Boots 13 back. Barufalo is now pushing Boots under pressure, but this is the closest battle, as you can see. It's 4 tenths of a second. It ebbs and flows a little bit. So well within the fact that a good pit stop for one or other would either mean that Ivanen went past Trevisan or Trevisan pulled massively away from Evening. Now they are both pulling away from Miguel Matias. Miguel Matias has got Hampus Berg behind him. Berg is 10 seconds behind these two. So it looks very good for both of them to bump straight into the final. And even thinking about getting the inside. In many ways now, someone needs to be talking to both of them. They go, but pit stop battle. In they come. Green car on your right-hand side. It looks like Pecco's got a much better stop than he has, and they had to wait, so it's crossed there. So Evening takes the lead during that pit stop. I think Trevisan, it was just a case of, it was interesting because Trevisan did pick the car up, rotate the driver by 90 degrees and actually fuel it sort of inside the pit lane, whereas Evening did it on the wall, and the net effect of that was he had just enough, because he was a few tenths behind, to get underneath, and Trevisan's pit guys very wisely didn't try and drop Trevisan on top of Ivanen, and they've got out. So Ivanen now in 5th. Now, he was right up the backside of Trevisan, but that doesn't actually mean that he's faster, because obviously it's one of those cases where it's so much easier to follow than to lead. Now we've got to wait for the fuel stops to wear themselves out, and they have. Matthias has got a little bit closer during that process. He's now about 0.3. Now, interestingly, Ronefab also gained a couple of seconds during the pit stop process as well, so that's a bit of a surprise. Obviously some slick work, or perhaps a minor problem in the Ongaro pit, but Ongaro's still a lead, and the Boots is still stuck at this 12, 13 seconds behind. So this is the closest battle on the track still. 4 minutes to go. Pecco looking to make a very surprising, but very well deserved main final at the Euros. Again, Andrea Trevisan would be a surprise and very well deserved, and currently they're both doing it. So this is what you get. These are young guys who we've not seen for 2 years, who've been improving with the Kiliches, and Birken's still got a chance with the Kiliches, and they're now absolutely nailed on into, well, nearly nailed on to the major finals. And some of the older drivers, you know, aren't. You know, Savoy and people like that who we would expect to be in the edges, they're not quite there. It's life. It's the circle of life, as Elton John would say, whilst holding a lion cub in the air. Perhaps we should circle up while holding an eighth buggy in the air. So around they go. And we're now down to 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Ongaro from Ronefeld from Boots. Kilic is still running, but that lap is pretty damning. His only real hope is if he can possibly pick up a position or two, which would just make it a teeny bit easier for him in the last chance qualifier to just move past those. Rather than starting 12th, he's starting like 8th. Just less work to do, but he's got so much more pace than everybody else. Because don't forget, the 6 guys who qualified through, who fell into it in the first of the semi-finals, just were the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. So he's up against people he's got half a second a lap on. It's going to be hard. It's going to take some very good driving, and it's going to take the luck he's been completely deserted from in the semi-final. But, you know, this is the the element of nitro racing that makes it so exciting. The long finals, the randomness of the mechanical failures, and there have been a lot more, I think, flames and mechanical fuel issues. I think because of the heat more than anything else. You know, nothing likes running in heat, and I include myself in that one. But we get down to 2.5 minutes to go. Ongaro's pulled massively out on Ronefalk now. He's got a 5-second lead. Boots is in third. For some reason, Boots is still 13 seconds behind Ronefalk. So whatever Ronefalk does, Ronefalk goes fast or slow, Boots appears to be on a bit of elastic, 13 seconds behind. Garofalo in fourth. Becco is fifth. Trevisan in sixth. Matthias is dropping off Trevisan, so looking good for the Italian as well as the Finn. So it's Italy, Sweden, UK, Italy, Finland, and Italy. So it's a good day for the Italians, isn't it? Put 3 through in this one. But we've seen people have problems on the last couple of laps. Whether that'll happen here, I don't know, but they're all well spread out. Let's drop back to Trevisan, the orange car, because he is the person who's most likely to fall into a problem. As it always is with these semi-finals, it's not about... This is the last race of the day where it's not about who wins. All the rest of our races are about who it wins. The over 40 race, the junior race, the last chance standing in the main race, it's all about who wins. Coming up to this race, it's never about who wins. It's basically about who qualifies. So this is the last time you'll see us being quite so interested in 5th, 6th, or 4th, or 3rd, because it's the last time it's interesting. But it is the key point. And as you can see also from the timing, there's no one else who's close to anybody else at the moment. So it's spread itself right out. I'm not sure how far Burak is behind Theo Lamarie. I think he's 7 or 8 seconds, actually. So, actually, no, he's a lap back. So Kilic lost so much time with that flame early on when he was leading. But it's always good to have a fast guy coming through. Let's hope that he gets the luck he needs to at least have a chance to bump through the last chance qualifier. As Trevisan's got this one and one more. Oh, Ronefalk's got past Ongaro. Oh, my Lord, that's a big change. Ongaro's made a mistake, and he's behind. So then we need to find our leaders right now. They are... Where are they? I'm trying to look at the colour scheme. I can't see where they are. They're early in the lap. Ongaro and Ronefalk, early in the lap. Probably coming toward in the middle of the circuit. There we go. Thank you very much. Brilliant work by Zach there. So suddenly there's been a mistake by Ongaro. And Ronefalk now on the last lap is going to take the win in the semi. So it cost Ongaro a lot of time. Ongaro, big error 2 laps ago whilst we were waxing lyrical about people not making mistakes. Are they going to get around for another one? No, just caught by the timing. So Ronefalk and Ongaro go for that one. So David Ronefalk beats Ongaro due to an Ongaro mistake. He'd be very upset about that. So Ronefalk beats Ongaro. Boots is in third. It doesn't matter, it's semi-final, it's still qualified, but that's going to put Ronefalk ahead on the grid. Boots is third. Marco Barufalo is in fourth. Pecco Evening comes through in fifth and qualifies for his first ever EFRA 1/8 off-road Euro final. He's qualified for a number of other Euro finals in other classes. Andrew Treves on a great performance as well. And Miguel Matias comes back to cheers, I can hear, from the Portuguese fans. Well, looked like it wasn't very interesting. Suddenly got interesting at the end. But in the end, what does it really matter, to be honest? It's one of those things where there's not a huge amount of impact. Apart from it does mean that Ronefalk will start in front of... who was it? Ongaro. And congratulations to Tara Evening as well. So here's your final results. David Ronefalk, 35 laps in almost 20 minutes dead. He just didn't get to his lap. David Ongaro second. Elliot Boots was third. Marco Barufalo was fourth. Pecco Evening was fifth. And Andrea Trevisan was sixth. Those 6 go into the final. Then it's Miguel Matias, Ricardo Montoya, Hampersberg, Oscar Baldo, Theo Marie, and Burak Kilic, who are in the last chance qualifier. Well, that's it. Racing over for a while. We're not back until we come back with the senior final, I think, in just over an hour. So because of that, and because it's quite warm here, it's back to the studio.
You're watching the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships brought to you by invisiblespeed.net. We're in Barcelos in Portugal. It's boiling hot. Wow. A hell of a lot to unpack from that race.
Very exciting, that one.
A late change for the lead, heartbreak for Burak Kilic. We're going to get really in-depth in a minute into some of the stats, and we're going to unpack that final. But before we do, if you've just tuned in and you're not sure what on earth is going on, or you're not sure what are they racing exactly, what is happening on the screen, here's a little introduction to exactly what is going on and what 1/8 Nitro Buggy racing is all about.
This is Nitro Off-Road Buggy Racing in 1/8 scale, featuring high-speed open-wheel racing with big air action. These are not the toys you grew up with. These are nitromethane-powered, super tough racing machines. Modelled on full-size four-wheel drive off-road racers, this radio-controlled sport races on supercross-style tracks full of jumps and changing track conditions. Underneath the aggressive racing bodies, the chassis features a highly tuned, mid-mounted nitro engine and the kind of tech you would expect on any top-level off-road racing vehicle. Racers stand on a raised platform to let them see the full racing circuit, sending signals to their car to precisely manage the steering, throttle and braking. All gunning for the win, battling for up to 1 hour against up to 15 determined racers requires precise driving skills, a great fuel and pit stop strategy, and perfectly prepared cars. Every car is fully tunable, including spring rates, shock rebound and more, plus the all-important tyre patterns and compounds, and even the aerodynamics. These are highly engineered racing machines designed to compete against the very best.
Well, that's what you're watching right here, unfolding today. History is being made. We haven't done this since 2019. That's who you just saw. Ricardo Berton with his buggy aloft, claiming the last of the European Championships that was awarded in this class, and then not, for understandable reasons, for a few years, which is why it's all the more exciting to be back here watching the battles unfold. With so much at stake, so many new faces, so many unpredictable outcomes, let's bring in two people that are going to help us unpack what's happening right here, and that is Australia's Kyle McBride and Sweden's Connie Svensson from House of RC. We're going to talk to these guys. We're going to bring in Keenan as well after the ad break because Kyle's going to need to go to bed, and we'll find out more about that soon, because if we can get him on, we can talk. Hey, there we go.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. That was interesting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Good, that was an interesting race, that one.
It was a really interesting race with a late change for the lead, and I'm guessing, Connie, you're quite happy about it?
You could say so, yeah. It might be that I'm favoring David Sumt. So,
well,
yeah,
you've got a country in common.
Yeah. I'm feeling bad for Killick, though. I hope he can get in the LCQ.
Yes, yeah. Well, this is the thing, and that is going to make it very exciting. Burak Kilic has been killing it and has been really surprising us with his speed and his talent, but he had a flame out.
Ran out of fuel. We're not quite sure yet. I'm sure someone will maybe let us know in the comments if they know someone in the pits, maybe.
Kyle, did you have a feeling for what might have happened there?
It's hard to say. It kind of looked like his car just like, it looked like it ran out of fuel. I don't know if that's true though, just because it kind of like slowly stops. But regardless, yeah, it's some serious bad luck. I mean, luckily there's a last chance race, so yeah, it's going to be tough for him, but I reckon he should be able to put it in there. Fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, he'll be battling from the back, but yeah, it is going to be super exciting to watch.
That's going to be an amazing race, him starting at the back.
Exactly. And it's going to be interesting having Ongaro now behind with Ronefelt taking the lead right on the, I think, the penultimate lap there. Super exciting to see. Canas, obviously, everyone, he's the man to beat right now. I think that's pretty obvious. Kyle's teammate, Canas, he seems pretty unstoppable. Having an injured foot is not slowing him down, Kyle. Hey.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, it sucks to hear that he hurt his foot. I mean, hopefully, I mean, it doesn't seem to have affected his driving whatsoever. I think if he can just keep doing what he's doing and just get a clean start, I think he's got all the chances to win. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen in the long final. There's going to be a lot of boys at the front. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but I hope he wins.
Absolutely. It will be very interesting to see if he does, but he's going to have a huge pack of talent behind him trying to take it away from him. Connie, we've got, obviously, House of RC is where you're from. That is your project. That is your mission in life, to create a place for House of RC, combining all of the data that comes in and helping us make sense of it. And I think we've got some interesting stats that we could look at here. Before we get into that, Kyle, what's going on with you? It's late. What time is it in Australia right now?
It is 11:30 p.m.
It's 11:30 p.m. And what are you doing tomorrow?
I'm just club racing tomorrow. So I got my Australian National Championship. We got that in about 2 weekends time. So yeah, just getting out to the track tomorrow. Just a club race, not a big race, but yeah, should be good.
Are you
Need some
seeing
sleep.
anything? You do, and we're going to let you go. Are you seeing anything here that's giving you confidence or giving you pause for thought for the Worlds as we approach? It's just 2 months away now over in Spain.
Yeah, look, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's always good to watch these guys, especially in Europe. I think, in my opinion, and Europeans are the kind of the fastest people right now in RC. They've stepped up the level and the pace, in my opinion, for sure. So, you know, the World's warm-up was a big experience, a big learning curve. Definitely glad I went to that because it was, yeah, I think it was vital to be there for that World Championship. So, yeah, it's going to be a very big one and probably one of the toughest ones, I reckon.
Absolutely, and you know, we can't wait to see you there. Carl, it's been great to have you with us. We're going to let you get to bed because obviously racing takes precedent. It's racing tomorrow, and that's what it's all about. We're going to say goodbye to Kyle, and we're going to take a quick ad break, and then we're going to get into the stats with Connie. So we'll be back right after this. Cheers, Kyle.
See ya.
See you, mate.
See you.
Okay, don't know what happened there.
No.
Slight issue with the ad break. But Connie, let's get you in and talk about some of the stats that this event is reaping. There's a whole industry off the back of racing like this, with brands, with manufacturers, from tires to engines to body shells to wings to
race tuning prep
to everything. And if we can get Connie in, and hey, Connie. So first of all, before we get into the stats, can you tell us a bit about how you compile these and what it's all about, what it is that you do?
Sure. So House of RC, as you already told, is kind of a user-driven platform for everything regarding RC. And I call it data-driven because it's really feeding on data. So all kind of data that, you know, what cars you're using, what are the different tracks around you, where you live, the different stores and shops, the results and events, and everything really that happens in the world of RC. So of course, with all that data, you can do a lot of statistics and see, you know, what are the different brands people are using. And I guess we're going to dig into that a little bit here. So this is kind of compiled and scraped from the internet and social media and the different sites for results like MyRCM, LiveRC, Everlapse, and all these. So it's kind of gathering all the data together in one pool, and then we can build a lot of cool stuff on top of it.
Okay, so let's take a look at some of the things that we can see with this data. I think I'm not sure the first slide we have, but we have a couple of statistics available to us. Here we go.
Yeah. So these stats are compiled by the top 50 from the qualifying round. So what we can see here is, of course, that Spain is a big country in the top 50. Portugal is kind of the home country here, so maybe they get a little bit more entries than they usually have done. But then it's also, so this is just top 50. Then it's interesting to see really getting back into, so in top 10, does it have the same kind of division between the different countries? And of course, the manufacturers. So we can see a big, as you see, show up from X-Ray. So really, I mean, a third of every driver in top 50 is driving an X-Ray. S-Works that we just talked about here with Kyle, they also have a great showing. And also we can see that it's really the pillowboard cars that are really working great on this track. And then we have Mayako, which they tell us that they can tune it and set it up to behave like a pillowboard car. And maybe that's what they've managed to do here. So these are kind of interesting things to look at.
Absolutely. We've got Keenan with us as well. Keenan taking a keen eye into these stats as well. Interesting story they tell, Keenan. It's great to see Mayako having a pretty decent showing in the top 50.
Yeah, it's pretty good, except for JQ. But he made the top 50, didn't he? But yeah, very interesting pillow ball style track, I would say. Canas's car looks really good. It's looked really good out there from the start. So the SRX guys are onto something. And like I said, mistakes. So during the last lap, Ongaro makes a mistake, runner fault goes through. He starts in third. And Burak, one thing we didn't factor in here too is we got to remember the new nitro rule. So maybe that's playing something to do with the flame outs we're seeing, because these guys are running the 16 or 12% or whatever it is.
16
so,
EU, yes.
Yeah. So now we're going to have an exciting LCQ. I mean, Burak is super fast. I think what we're seeing with Burak, his brother Barkan, and there's a lot of other young guys in there, and even Canas, I'll throw Canas in this, is that their driving style so aggressive and so punched on a track like this that it's such a benefit for them, because they can just, they're whipping away and doing all that stuff. But that's the problem, like mistakes. And if you just clip a pipe here, you're gonna just lose tenths of seconds or whatever. So it's gonna be interesting to see. And yeah, it's a shame about Burak, though. Very much of a shame about Burak. But one good thing was Pecco. Pecco made it, and that's really good to see, because I think Pecco's like 18, and he's the second AE car in the final, I believe, behind Ongaro.
Wow, that is impressive. I think it's interesting when we look at that slide again, that the story it tells, and what I like to do is look at the kind of what it means. What are X-Ray doing? Why are they so dominant? And I think it's clear that having Bruno, having it being in Portugal, having a good Portuguese showing, I think it where brands put their partnerships, where they put their efforts, is where they get their rewards. So the fact that X-Ray have so many cars in this event, I think has a lot to do with the drivers and the location. Do you think that's fair to say, Connie?
There is an interesting story to look at here as well. And just to be fair to the stats, there are equal number of Kyosho's as Mayako. So they are also kind of sharing the same place there, which is a C-Hub car as well. But if we look at just the top 10 drivers, they're actually representing 8 different brands. So what that tells us is that a good driver, you can pretty much, drive any car. It's more a matter that it suits your driving style, I guess. But so looking at X-Ray, so dominant in top 50, they only have one driver in top 10. So, you can look at the breadth, but you also need to look at the top, which is not always the same thing here.
Very interesting. That is very interesting. We've got a next slide I think we could look at as well, with some more info on it, and that is the engines and tyres.
Yeah, exactly. And here you can see, of course, that we have so many X-ray guys, and most X-ray guys are using the FX engine, which is part of the Huddy brand or conglomerate. So that is not too. And other than that, it's fairly evenly distributed in all the other brands. Corsatec, a new brand, is showing up here as well. It's fun to see. And then the tires, of course, which is, what some say is 80% of all the setup. Hot Race has been doing great here. We have Pro Circuit, which is run by the Killich brothers, have just released new tire, which seems to be working really great for them, as you can see. Six Mix 6 also a top brand here. So again, interesting story here.
Absolutely.
You mentioned Pro Circuit? Is that one of the? Is that the name of a tire pattern?
Yes.
That Hot Race has?
It's a tire brand. Pro Circuit.
Right. Okay. I had a question about the just for people like myself who aren't super knowledgeable about the 1/8 racing, buggy racing. You mentioned there's a lot of talk, and not just you guys, but also in the chat that we've got on the YouTube stream about C-hub versus pillow ball setups. So can either one of you just take that and just explain why this circuit maybe seems to be favoring the pillow ball cars, and what would why is that?
This is when you want JQ to be on the call, and he can nerd out all about this.
You might have some time now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So Keenan, do you want to go ahead and do the?
I just think it's
C-hub?
Yeah. They're just able to drive it a lot more aggressively. They seem to be able to. I mean, we saw this in Italy. The 1/8s, Canas, Boots, Valente, all those guys, they were able to just whip those cars around those 1/8s right off the pipe, and that's what you get with the pillow ball car, that ability to do that. And the C-hub cars, it's more of a controlled turn, and I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean, exactly like Connie says, JQ has to be on her to geek out on that, but on this type of track with just the high speed it's going to be at and whatnot, I just think that the pillow ball cars are pretty good here, and they'll be good at Redovan. We'll see. You'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah. And also to add to that, to just give some background, so the pillow ball and C-hub, it's all about how the front suspension is set up. Just so if you're completely new to this, so you understand that this is how the front end of the car is hooked up, and the kind of the hubs, if there are balls or if it's more a hub construction.
Absolutely. And we'll be hearing more from JQ, I believe, after the 40 plus final. Not saying that because he's taking part in it. He's not quite that old yet. But we'll be hearing more from JQ. He has been digging into a lot of the Invisible Speed course with Nick on the stream. And I think he is going to be analyzing some crashes and looking at some setups and what people have been learning during this course, as in during the course of this event, but also during the course of taking part in Invisible Speed. Invisiblespeed.net. Go to courses.invisiblespeed.net to find out more about that and take part. Keenan, are you taking part in the course? Are you taking part in Invisible Speed?
I mean, I'm in there. I've been to a few meetings. I've been to a few of the meetings. Mode? I don't race anymore. So, but I am in the meetings with the Discord, and I've been in a few of the meetings, and I actually started doing the module, like the course myself. I have to get back to it, but it's very good. I mean, if you really like the book, which you can see over here to my virtual left, then the online course is really good because it goes a little bit more in depth. And then, of course, the benefit of having the Discord chat, which has become one of the biggest tools that I found, even for the podcast. Once you get in there, and then people can discuss different setups, and there's usually people in there like Joseph, Max, and probably Ronna Falk and Battier will be in there eventually to answer people's questions and just help people get further. I think personally, like people want to understand setup and want to make their racing better, or even beginners who have just finding this for the first time. This is one of the greatest tools you can use, because how many times have we had? I mean, you still have to physically go to the track and do these things, but how many times have we seen newbies come in and they're just so lost? So I think if they can, if once people embrace the course and all of that, I think they'll understand that this is actually a great tool. I would love to see tracks are promoting this because it's great for beginners as well. And I think it's just the future of RC, things like this. I know it's new for people. So anything that's new in RC is always going to be criticized and talked about and whatnot. But one thing you can't doubt is JQ's knowledge and his that he's acquired over the years and whatnot, and how he goes into science mode. So if you like that type of stuff and you want to geek out on it, then go right into the online course. I've met so many people that say, "Oh man, that book was good," or "The online course has helped me out." So it works.
It does.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
works.
I have the book,
Yeah.
and it's great. And now when it's a 20% discount, I'm actually thinking of signing up for the online course as well. I run large scale cars, but it translates fairly well from 1.8. So looking forward to maybe get that little extra edge in my setups.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We still have so much more action today. We have the 40 plus final. We have the juniors final, which is going to be very exciting. And we have the absolutely thrilling last chance.
That's going to be a good race.
Yeah, that is going to be exciting to watch. I can tell you now, we're all going to be gunning for. I think we can say we're going to be gunning for Burek because we felt bad for him.
Yeah.
But you can watch along with us. Get your comments coming in. Who are you rooting for in the finals? Maybe who are you rooting for in the 40 plus? Let us know. We've got some comments coming in. No. Yes.
Not quite yet.
We have.
Well, we do have Tarha even in.
Yep. We do.
She's been cheering on her son, so made the final. So very good.
That is very good. Keep your comments coming in. Any questions you want to ask for the guys, fire them into the stream, and we will ask them. Now, a very important part of every European Championship is the opening ceremony, and they are much maligned. Some people are not that keen on an opening ceremony. I, for one, am on a one-man mission to make them more exciting and more just generally joyous, because what they're about is basically meeting everybody. Everyone coming out from behind their pit table and standing around and meeting each other and talking.
Holding signs,
walking in slow motion, awkwardly posing for photographs. But you also get to meet the people that are running the event. Obviously, that would not happen without the team running the event. So what we're going to do now is take a quick look at the opening ceremony in a condensed version of the opening ceremony, which I hope you will all enjoy. And we'll meet the section chairman, we'll meet the race director, and we'll meet the current reigning champion, Ricardo Berton. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the opening ceremony. Time to meet our nations, all the contenders representing their countries as they line up in front of the Buggy driver's stand. And of course, alphabetically, we start with Austria, all dressed in their national team red. Belgium, a lone driver there representing the Belgium, as is the Czech Republic. Single driver there. Slightly more showing for Denmark, but no team dress. Finland, good showing for Finland there with the green-haired JQ just off centre there. France, all in blue, holding their buggies aloft, out to represent their nation. Of great showing for the French. Germany, surprisingly small turnout after dominating the nations in the on-road classes in the last few weeks. But, of course, we have the killages there. Quality rather than quantity. Watch this space. Great Britain, fairly good showing, all wondering who's going to be leading their country when they get home. Greece, the lone Greek there with his fantastic headwear. Italy, comprising the current European champion Ricardo Berton and the current world champion in Davide Ongaro. The Netherlands, just 4 drivers there representing. And Slovakia, young Matas Benetton, what a great year he's having so far. And cram them all in. Yep, they're only next door. That's Spain.
Sweden there with our own EFRA ambassador Jessica Paulsen lining up alongside her fellow countrymen. Switzerland, 3 Swiss drivers there in their team wear, and here they are, of course, a fantastic home showing for Portugal as they are driving in their home country at the Buggy Arena. Well, that's all the contenders. Let's meet the man to beat. Nick Damon is with Ricardo Berton, the current reigning champion.
Ricardo Berton, you've been European champion for 3 years. Bit of a surprise, that.
Yeah, I didn't expect that when I won the Euros, but yeah, luckily we are still here, and yeah, I'm really happy to be back at the Euros, and we look forward to a great weekend of racing.
So how much racing have you done in the last 2 or 3 years? Obviously, we couldn't travel much, but have you carried on racing, or did you go and do your studies? What did you do?
Yeah, I had to, especially to work on another project, so the new car, a lot of things changed in my package since the last Euro. So yeah, but I think that the race that we have done in the last few months have been good. So I really look forward to, and I hope in a good result this weekend. And yeah, of course there are a lot of great drivers here, so it will be hard.
You've had a couple of runs on the track. What do you think of it?
Yeah, it's always definitely one of the best I ever raced on, and yeah, everything looks really good. I like the layout, I like everything. So yeah.
Well, no one's held the European Championship for more than 3 years. Renaud Savoy and Danny Rick won it 3 times in a row. So basically, if you win it this time, you'll have it 4 years and you'll be a new record holder.
Yeah, I don't think we work like that, but yeah.
Carlos Gomez, how pleased we are finally back at a European Championship.
Yeah, you can't say how. It is huge, more than huge. It's enormous. We need to be back. That was for sure. And we have suffered not being here 2 years. So now I am very pleased, really pleased.
And this is a fantastic facility, isn't it?
Yeah. This Portuguese people, the Portuguese Federation, the Club of Barcelos, the Motogallo, all the IBC people has put an excellent venue. The efforts is incredible. The image is perfect. And it is a perfect portrait of the sport. You know, we are RC motorsport in Europe. And this is what we are here about.
And how much more significant is the Euros this year? Because in 2 months' time, we've got a Worlds in Spain.
Yeah, how much more? It is normally seen as the precedent or the best training for that event. But it happens to be that this year we're racing here on 16% fuel, and we're going to race in Redoban on 25% fuel because it's EFMAR rules and EFMAR fuel and everything like that. So, and we don't race 1 hour here, we're going to race 45 minutes, while normally when it is the Year of the Wolves, we do the Euros in 1 hour. But we have decided not to do it this time because of the different fuel, different circumstances. So, but it's going to be a superb Euros.
So I'm going to ask you for a name. Yeah. Who's going to be European champion on Saturday?
Come on, it's impossible.
Come on, Carlos.
It's impossible. I can assure you something I have seen this year is Figueiredo. Is doing quite surprisingly well. He drove fantastic on the Electro. He drove fantastic on the warm-up. But Oscar Baldo as well drive fantastic on the warm-up of the Worlds. Gee, and then the usual, you know, it's the whole bunch. It's Ongaro, it's Badje, it's Berton, it's Ronefalk. Come on, you cannot ask me for one name. It's 7 names. I give you 7 at least.
With João Dres, the race director of the fantastic International Buggy Challenge track here in Barcelos. João, give us an idea of the work that goes into preparing for this championship.
Oh, yeah, a lot of work because we rebuilt all the track from the warm-up up to the Euros, and we made some changes on the layout, and we improved something around the track, all the installations. Yeah, of course, all the things have a lot of work and effort.
I mean, it's a huge. How many people have you got working for you here this weekend?
This weekend we have like 25. Yeah.
So once we had a couple of practice days, once the race gets going, what's your role once the race gets going?
Well, my role is watching that everything is going as planned and have to adapt whenever it happens something that we have to change it.
And do you get involved in the refereeing decisions, or are you just about making sure things run on time?
I don't used to interfere in the referee decisions. I trust on those two that are there doing very well their jobs.
So when we get to Saturday evening, what will have happened for you to think you've done a really good job? What will be a job well done for Howell on Saturday evening?
Well, if I see everybody with a smile going home, I will be happy.
Wow, Joao Juarez and his team. Do you see how many of them there are?
So many.
There are so many to put on an event like this, and the effort they've gone to is absolutely phenomenal. The Hall of Champions, it's gone kind of semi-viral in the RC world. The efforts that they've gone to, and the beautiful historic walkway with past European champions and past world champions. But we're all looking to who is going to be the current champion. Now, he is the race director. There's a very important part of RC racing that is the timekeeper, and they work very closely together. None of this happens without a race director putting all this effort and putting this on, but definitely nothing happens if there's no timing. And it's quite technical. But let's meet in the first of two clips. We're going to go and talk to Javier, who is the official timekeeper, about what it is that he does.
With Javier Llobregat, who is the official timekeeper for the EFRA 22 Euros here in Barcelona. Javier, question I have to ask really is, what does the official timekeeper actually do?
The official timekeeper, the main task is to take care of the time schedule. That means we have to start every heat on time, and we have to check that every transponder is working, and we have to check that any car or every car is giving us the right lap with the right results and the right hits and so on. So we are taking care about the whole event from the point of view of the timekeeping vision. So we are taking all the results, giving the qualification results, and also making the arrangements to be able to go step by step during the race, to be able to go to the finals or to the qualifications with the right hits, with the right people in the right hits. And also, we are taking care about the numbers in the car. For us, it's very important to see the right number on the car and to check that the transponder is working well. And it's the main task.
So you don't get involved effectively in the refereeing, you don't get involved in the technical inspection, but you are the people who communicate that and add that into the overall results of the event.
We are in a close contact with them because they are watching the whole race and we are only watching a part of the track. So we need their help sometimes to solve or figure out what is happening really.
Now, you've got a couple of colleagues with you and a large amount of equipment. How much, what sort of stuff do you have to bring? I mean, how much is already here from the track? I mean...
Okay, as I always say, I'm a timekeeper. Everybody can do the timekeeping. It's very easy. It's the easy part of the game. A European Championship is a whole week, and every day happens something different. And sometimes happens something that never happened before. So you need to be prepared to solve any issue that happens, and you know that it is going to happen. Because if you know it in advance, you can be prepared for that. But sometimes you are not. So I was timekeeping in Le Mans series, like you, doing your job, okay? In Le Mans series, maybe we go to Silverstone, and the week before, it was the Formula 1 playing the game. And we arrived at the track and we changed all the loops. And sometimes I was thinking, why? It was working perfectly last week. I saw it on the television. We changed the loops because the loops is the main part of the hardware system, okay? So it's critical for us to be sure that everything is working well, the noise. You see me always with headphones, not to talk, always to hear the beep, beep, beep. So if I'm taking care of these beeps, everybody knows that his car is taken with special care because we know every lap is counted.
On a technical level, really, really interesting and quite impressive. Javier actually doing timekeeping at Le Mans as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're going to meet Javier and get a bit more from him a bit later on in the event. We've got the 40+ final coming up not too long from now, but we've got a bit more time. We're going to speak to Nick in a bit. He's going to do a nice pit walk for us so we can meet some of the faces familiar and less familiar in the pits. Keenan, we are just looking ahead. Obviously, we've got the 40 plus and we've got the junior, important though they are, but obviously our eyes have been drawn into the last chance. And, you know, who have we got on the last chance, Frank?
Well, we have one of our junior racers, Daniel Pariente.
Yep.
Got Oscar Navarro, Juna Hotnen, Miguel Matias. 40, also in the 40 plus. Don't know if he's going to race both. I kind of doubt it, but you know, we'll see. Jorn Neumann, he's in the last chance.
I would say Miguel Matias is another serial retirer. He has retired several times, as has JQ, but we're told for the last time.
And a former champion as well.
But he's a Portuguese racer as well, and former champion.
He's gonna keep going, I think.
Yep.
Ricardo Monteiro, Hampus Berg. I'm surprised to see him in the last chance, but he'll be strong, I'm sure. Oscar Baldo, another junior racer, Pedro Gomez, Teo Lemaire, and Giuseppe Teschione. Don't know too much about them, but from France and Italy, respectively. And then, of course, we have Burak Kilic, who we think is going to be quite strong and make that race really, really exciting.
It's what you want. You want the fastest racers in the back, pushing forward to give us the drama that we look for. Keenan, you heard that list. It's going to be fun. I don't know if you've casted your eyes over the 40 plus and juniors as well, but we've got...
Yes, I have.
You have. We have a very exciting couple of hours still to go.
Yes, we do. Burak definitely has a big challenge ahead of him because, man, what Burak needs is like a first corner pile up. He needs to get through that because it's going to be hard. There's some fast guys in there. I mean, Parente is good. Yuna Hotnen. Matthias is, I wouldn't say a surprise, but man, he's so good. Like, he's one of the guys, I actually had him on the podcast once. He's like amazing. He's one of the guys who can still, hasn't been racing much, come out, put a card on and go race and still compete on somewhat of a competitive level. Yes, maybe he had some practice at this track, but hey, man, he's good. He's probably one of the guys that were good on as that should have won a Worlds that never did as well.
Absolutely. I'm just hearing from Nick that we are going to go for a quick pit walk. I'll be honest, this was filmed earlier, but I'm just hearing that we need to get it played now because we're running out of time. The schedule is running away with us, and we can't wait. But Nick went around the pits to meet a few people. A man from a tyre company who has very interesting things to say. So let's go over to pit. Nick for a pit walk. Nick in the pits.
Nick in the pits.
It's time for Nick in the pits.
Hot race tyres.
Okay, so Nick's frozen. We have passed Nick has frozen. Current Nick is here. We've actually got Joe Bornhorst as well, who is joining us. It'll take us a moment to get everybody in, but we've got Joe. He's going racing. He's obviously in the US. He's going racing this afternoon or this morning, time zones. We're going to try and get everyone we can in and say hello. Find out what's going on. Nick's been working really hard this week.
Yeah, he has.
He has really been running around a lot.
In the heat.
He has. Yeah. Let's see who we can hear from. Okay, so we've got Nick. We've got
Hello.
Nick in. Hello. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. I'm very well. I'm still sitting in the air conditioning. Do you want me to go outside?
You could go outside, yeah. What we're going to do is we're going to talk to you, and you're going to fill whilst we try and get Joe in as well. That's a nice shot.
Okay, cool. I love filling. Whoa! I can't open the
you
door.
looked a little bit like
and
the
hold
train
microphone
guy.
Oh, what?
With
Yes,
your 360 camera on your head.
Ewan Brenner.
No, Francis Bourgeois.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Look, I'm now walking about. You see.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. The young lady's got it wrapped around the thing. I'm trapped. Look, I'm trapped. I can't get out. You see. I'm trapped now.
Security.
Okay.
Access
only.
Okay.
So
This is a very close-up shot of you.
This is some elements of the pit. There we go. Look, there we are. So this is the pit area. You see. There we are. Lively pits. Do you want to talk to anybody?
Yeah, you could do.
Okay.
Give it a go.
Let's have a quick. I can give it a go. Hello. Quick word with Bruno. Hey, mate. You stand up there. This is very special and very live with new kit. Hello, Bruno. Well, I get to see myself more, so I'm happy with it. Bruno, second in that one, but quite a way behind Juan Carlos. Is that a concern?
Yeah, no, not really a concern. We know we are super close. Everybody is very, very close. I think the second semifinal was slower, not as a drivers, but as a truck. So we had a kind of a stop between the quarters and the semifinal, which made the track to dry up a lot, like the oil dry up a lot. So our semifinal was, I think, much faster than the second one because of that. So I think now in the finals, everybody will be super close from the first to the fifth. I'm sure it's going to be fun.
So 45-minute final, does that mean a different tyre, or is there so little wear it doesn't matter?
Honestly, we still on the thinking about which tires we are going to use on the final, not in kind of hardness, but if we are going with new tires or used tires, because there is no tire wear at all. So we will decide.
So you might actually use a set again?
Probably, yeah. I will tell you after the final.
Well, I've never heard of that before. Normally, it's always going to wear out. I'm going to be on slicks at the end, but now there's no wear. So it's so you actually want to. So why are you going for used tires? Do you actually want to lose the peakiness of the grip at the start?
Because we're still not sure if new tires has more traction or not compared to the new tires. We're still not sure about it. So that's why we are still not decided yet which tire we are going to use, if new or use it.
I wish you best of luck. I'm sure the whole of Portugal is cheering you on.
I think so, yes.
Thanks, man. What I'll do is, look, this is the work going on. He's got two mechanics here. I'm not sure you can see this. Mechanic A with the hat on backwards, and that's Martin Bayer there, former European champion himself, doing all the work. For some reason, I don't know if this is a secret, but they've got a battery connected to a thing. I know what that's about. I think it's a gyroscopic. You see that? The battery connected to the shock
I don't think it's a gyro, Nick.
Well, no, not a gyro. A gyroscopic, so it spins round. I don't know. What else would a battery
pump? Is it a
vacuum shock pump? Could be. Let's not talk about your vacuum pump, Frank? Anyway, so
all the mod
that's not my bag.
No. So that's one of our finalists. So I shall continue walking around. I don't really want to look at me. I'm trying to. So this is badly framed because I think everyone actually wants to see what's going on. Obviously, a lot of empty desks. Because obviously it's happened, as they say. A few cars still being prepared.
Nick, what I think we'll do is we've got Joe Bornhorst on the stream, so we're going to say hello to Joe. Hey,
there he is.
Joe, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? How's it going over there?
Good. It's really hot here. I don't know what it's like where you are, but the heat is playing havoc with our equipment. So things keep freezing and melting, and it's pretty tough here. How's things for you?
It's going good. Just kind of keeping busy. Here in the U.S., we obviously kind of already did a lot of our bigger races towards the beginning of the year. So during the summer here, we're just kind of going racing and doing what races we do have, and kind of just staying prepared for the Worlds. Later today I have just a little club race at my family's hobby shop, and then towards the end of the month I'm going down to Wicked Weekend, and then through August I'll just be preparing for Worlds and getting in the right mindset for that and getting everything going for that. So just kind of plugging along.
You mentioned the Worlds. Obviously, we're all looking forward to the Worlds. Just over a month, almost 2 months away. Not too far from where this track is. So you're eyeing up the competition. The Europeans are pretty strong at the moment, would you not say, Joe?
Yeah, I think like kind of what we saw at the warm-up too. It's going to be a difficult world championships for the U.S. guys. So the Euro guys are going good right now. They have quite a bit of experience on that track. I'm not sure how much they're going to get to change it. But yeah, I mean, we're just going with the best preparedness that we can, and do everything we can to get a good result.
Now, obviously, we've had Kyle McBride, your teammate in Australia, on, also looking forward to the Worlds, and Canas TQ's this, and we've got Elliot Boots. Talk to us about S-Works. The team is growing. It seems like a super strong team. You're obviously flying the flag over in the States, doing really well for the brand there. Are you going to get some information from the guys in Europe to help your campaign at the Worlds, do you think?
Yeah, of course. So we stay in really good contact between the U.S. team and the Euro team. Obviously, Canas has been killing it everywhere he goes. Boots is obviously right there. The semifinals, I looked at the results. It looked like Knaus won his, right, and then Boots was in third in his, I think. So there's a strong showing there. Then here in the U.S. we got myself and Spencer Heckert and Tanner Denny and Camden Lime, and then just a handful of the kind of more regional guys. But team's growing. The products are awesome. The quality is something I was really impressed with at the very beginning, and we've been working on the cars, really consistently and getting improvements throughout the whole year, and just keep on digging and make the best possible RC cars that we can.
Absolutely. Now we've got Joe with us. We've obviously got Keenan with us from the No Name RC podcast. Keenan, any thoughts or questions from you for Joe? Obviously, you've got a very global perspective on this. You take an interest in RC all over the world.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Joe? How are you? Thanks for coming on. I know it was. I know you got. It's busy for you today. As a racer, when you look at the Redovon track, I know you don't really see those type of tracks in America. Do you get excited to see something like it's really big, it's fast? Or what are some of your strategies you think you have to change in order to, obviously we don't know what the layout's going to be, but when you look at it now, if you was to have the Worlds right now, what would be your strategy? Because there's a lot of corner speed.
Honestly, I think for me, it's just going to be about going in with an open mind, not being too, I guess, hard-headed and being open to change, because it is a different world over there. We don't have tracks like that here, with the high speeds and the open corners and the different surfaces and stuff like that. So, I'm going to talk to the teammates over there and see kind of what their plans are to start with and stuff like that. And just be open to change and just let the race happen and not try to force it too much, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. But I know I'm a good RC car driver. I know I can drive fast with everyone in the world, and it's just going to be about getting on that kind of program for the European style tracks.
Joe,
Awesome.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Keen.
Go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask. In the past at really huge races like the Worlds, we've seen teams like Associated and Losi back in the day have arrived with a massive team, and there might be 3, maybe 4 guys that are pretty much guaranteed to make the A, and the rest of the team seems to, if they're not doing so well, they might test setups for the sort of the higher up team drivers. Is that anything that like the S-Works team is there any sort of plan like that, or is that something that you guys do, or is it just everybody out for themselves?
Every man for himself.
I think going into it, everyone has the same priority. Maybe when we get to a certain point and one guy or a couple guys are showing ahead of the group, maybe it would go into that sort of thing. But going into it, definitely not that sort of thing. Like, I can't ask someone else to ruin their race for me to try something that maybe I just want to try. So going into it, obviously everyone has the same priority, everyone has the same respect. Maybe if we get to a certain point that someone's event is over, that they might be able to try something for the rest of the team. But it's nothing too crazy like that. We're going into the race with a plan like that.
Yeah. No, I was just curious what sort of the mindset of the team might be.
We still have.
I think it's more so. I think it's more so like just working together as a team throughout the whole event. It's not so far putting testing on one certain person and letting results come from another. It's the results are going to come from working as a team and getting the whole product better as a whole.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the best way.
Nick, how are we doing on time? Obviously, you're looking ahead to the 40 plus final, and we're thinking about when we need to come back to you. And you have any questions for Joe? You've got a
I
lovely
always have a question.
suntan, Nick.
Thank you, love. Yes, I'm sitting here relaxing in my pit area. Luckily, it's where they've gone home. It'll be absolutely on the timetable. Everything so far has been completely on the timetable. So I can't remember when that is, but where they say it's going to start, that's where it's going to start. We've got the list of drivers up, I think, if you see in the top corner of the screen. So obviously Miguel Matias not taking part. Much I'm pretty sure that the junior final won't see Birkin Kilic either, even though he's qualified. So it's all gone. I do have a question for Joe, and it's an important question for Joe. How does he feel if we decide to put Super Pole into the Worlds?
The RCGP Super Pole into the Worlds.
As we know from the RCGP experience there, I don't really agree with that. So I'm gonna hope that that's not a thing at the World Championships.
Yeah, no, I think it won't be. So I think you're safe there, Joe.
Hey, Joe, I have a question. Have you been to Europe to race before?
I went to the Neo Buggy race in 2015. I was still pretty dang early in my career. Didn't really do too well there. And then the only other time I've been overseas would be for the Australian Worlds.
Okay.
Have you raced in this sort of heat before? At the moment, we're looking at about 93 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah, I mean, it still gets hot here. I mean, it's in Ohio. It's not too bad that there's certain days that we can get mid to high 90s, and the humidity's obviously high. There's a lot of races where it is very hot out. So I mean, it happens here.
And you guys are running 25-30% fuel?
I always run 30%.
Yeah,
but we'll do like pre-Worlds. We'll be doing some testing with the Worlds fuel.
Yeah. So it's obviously 16 EU here, and it will be the 25% at the Worlds, the IFMAR Worlds. So not too big a change for you, Joe. Joe, you got a race to get to. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been awesome having you along. Where are you racing next? What's next for you?
So today is just a club race. My wife's family owns a hobby shop. We're having just kind of a get-together club race on the off-road track, and then they also have an oval track. So it's just a day of racing there. And then towards the end of the month, we're doing the Wicked Weekend, which is down in close to Atlanta, Georgia. And then I don't think that we have really too much in August other than just being prepared for Worlds and stuff like that. So that's about it.
Excellent. Good stuff. Thank you, Joe. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're going to watch out of one corner of your eye whilst you're racing this afternoon to see who wins the European Championship, if it's your teammate Canas or one of the other drivers. Nick, we're going to come back to you in the pits in a minute, but we're going to go back to timing.
What is with people walking past our window? Jeez.
Just,
so annoying.
Blocking our view. We're going to go back and see timing with Javier. He's been doing this for a long time, and there's been very, very strange things happen at races before.
Oh, yes.
Believe me, you have to watch this, and you'll find out just what it is that has stopped you again. A race in its tracks.
I have been doing timekeeping now this year for 30 years. I'm 30 years doing this, and I was thinking in this during the race. For me, as a personal feeling, I have not changed it. I feel young. 30 years later, I feel very young because when I'm doing timekeeping, it's for me like the first day I did. This personal point of view, but from the point of view of the system, it has been improved very, very much. Why? Yeah, the first point maybe is the personal transponder or the spare transponders in the past. Now the systems are very powerful. We are working with master slave. We are working with, for you, for example, we are giving you data for the television. We talked about this many years ago. It was an idea that I brought from Le Mans because we are doing in Le Mans this. So we are improving every day just to be able to give more data in real time, because nowadays to have this on the mobile is what every driver needs or wants.
things have really moved on. So let me ask you, in the 30 years you've been doing this, what is the strangest thing that stops the timekeeping working?
The strangest thing that stops the timekeeping working. Okay, I can tell you that every year I discover something new. I was in La Palma, in Canary Islands, for a national race. You remember the volcano? This, not the smoke, the sand that the volcano gave us, it was on the track. It was like a black sand, and it was metal. It was not sand, it was metal. So this metal was giving us a very high noise, and we had to stop to clean it up, just to remove it, because the antenna with the metal is not working well. So
that's pretty rare. Iceland stopping the game. Javier, thanks for chatting to us. Great to see you.
You're watching the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships, brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net, and also S-Works, RCGP and T-Pro are our replay sponsor. Racing is about to be starting very soon. Nick, where Nick's on the ground for us, sweating away at the coalface. Yes. Well, this guy behind us.
Yes. Yeah, well, I suppose they're about to start another race. I'm going to grab a quick chat, though, because I think it's important to talk to this particular person. And it's, hey, look who it is! Look!
Hey,
it's Davide! Davide, how are you doing?
Good, yeah, thank you.
I have to ask you, first of all, in the semi-final, we missed the last couple of laps. What happened?
I made a mistake when I was first, so I started with number 4 in the final. But yeah, car was working super good. And yeah, we are confident, we hope.
It's an interesting event because you've not really starred. You didn't TQ any of the rounds, but you've always been just about there or thereabouts. Do you feel you're on the pace, or do you think perhaps Canas or Coelho is slightly quicker?
I mean, yeah, we are on the pace. Just our tire need to be used to be fast. So yeah, we'll see in the final. It's 45 minutes, so it's long.
It's hot, and obviously also one Carlos Canas has hurt his foot, so perhaps he'll start.
I mean, he was super fast in the semi-final, and maybe without the mistake, I was maybe first or second in the final. But yeah, he didn't make a mistake, and I made a mistake, so yeah, congrats to him.
How you find this track? I mean, it's a different circuit from anything we've seen before. It's just one surface. It's all the same. It's very low wear. It's very high grip. Is it a massive new challenge?
I mean, it's different from the warm-up because at the warm-up we run also the e-buggy class, so the oil can go down. And here, only nitro car, there is a lot of oil on the surface, and yeah, it's a bit slide on the corner. But yeah, it's not often we use drive on this type of surface. So yeah, it's super nice. No dust, nothing.
Great stuff. David. Good luck.
Thank you.
I thought we won that one before the senior final, wouldn't we? Have a quick chat with Davide.
Absolutely.
So, yes, I'm not sure how many minutes. Have I got any more minutes to do this sort of thing, or do I have to go back into the commentary on the other sort of thing?
In theory, 2 minutes until... But I don't see a lot happening.
Marshals are out there. I see mechanics
they've all gone out there,
in the pit area. They're on the rostrum.
What you could do...
Oh, go on. Yeah, go on.
I mean, you could walk on your way back to... We could see behind the scenes. I mean, you could talk to a few people on your way back to your position. And
all right.
Could see
okay, here we go. Look, hello, friend.
Hello.
Robert.
Robert, how you doing?
Yeah, fine. Here preparing the final. Making some changes for a final. On semi-final, my car was so-so. And the practice was good. And during the semi-final, I had a lot of traffic at the beginning. But even though it's just missing like 2-3 tenths, maybe 2 tenths. But we'll try to find them.
Are you one of these guys who's going to be going out on used tyres? Or are you going for the new tyres?
New tires. I will use new tires. Yesterday on Q5, I used the new tires and it was good, so I will do the same.
Now, what we always say when it comes to you, Robert, is never count you out. The longer the race, the better your chance.
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know. I'm starting on 6, and all the 5 guys I have in front, they have a lot of good pace. So I think we will not have traffic. I will try to not to have any crash. And then maybe we can do something.
Great stuff. Thanks, Robert. I've just heard the track is open, Singer, so I'm going to meander myself back to the actual commentary booth. Yes.
While you walk, can you give us your assessment of what you think happened with Burak Kilic? I mean, obviously it was a bit of a tragedy for him, and we're looking out for him in the LCQ.
Yeah, the way that car stopped for no reason seems to be, to me, fuel starvation. Not necessarily running out of fuel, because he done about 5.5 minutes. Don't forget that exactly the same thing happened to David Ronnefalk at RCGP when his pressure pipe came off. So if your pipe comes off, pressure pipe comes off, basically it's a version of your fuel pump. So the way it stopped was, yes, I've run out of fuel rather than I've flamed, but probably not necessarily they had no fuel.
Okay, if he doesn't have that problem in the LCQ, I think he will be a force to be reckoned with, even if he is coming from right at the back.
That's true.
Who's your pick? Who's your pick, Nick? Who's your pick
for the final?
Picks.
Yeah.
Never bet against the Ongaro.
And for LCQ?
I'd love to see Burak do it. He deserves it.
Absolutely.
And my outside is your Neumann.
Okay.
There we go.
Are you entering your timing? Sorry, not your timing. Oh, there's JQ.
I'm in my booth. Look, I found. Yeah, look, it's AQ. Say hello.
Cheers.
You've retired, I hear.
Retirement party in here. That's what I heard. That's the word.
He's already changed and everything.
It was so close. 2 seconds.
I rewatched the race and you didn't film me. The last lap was insane. Jessica ran out of fuel coming over the line with me right behind her.
What can I say? You weren't in a bump-up place. You weren't in. It's important in your life, but not in racing life.
Oh, it was. Trust me. The bleachers were cheering.
Thanks, JQ. Right, I need to do the other part of my job, so I'll see you in a minute, guys.
Okay, Nick. We'll come back to you in a minute. Wow, 40 plus.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at 40 plus. You are watching the European Championships. This is the 1/8 Nitro Buggy. This is EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. That's what it's all about. And we're brought to you by invisiblespeed.net. You just saw the man behind it with the very fetching green hair. We're also brought to you by S-Works, RCGP World Series, and T-Pro are our tyre sponsor. And we are very, very close to that 40 plus final where Igon will be leading the way with Jerome Sartell behind him. Hyonen and it's too small to see the rest of them, but there is plenty. There we go. We've got them on the screen.
Well, here we are, getting ready for the senior final, but there appears... Zach, can you just cut... Yeah, for some reason, not everyone's gone out to the start. Like, the front... Oh, they're coming out in 2 stages. Anyway, so it's Jerome Igon in 1, Jerome Sartell in 2. That's some talent there, right way. Ari Heinen and my guest commentator, Mr. JQ, is backing all the way. Zachariah Villabias in 4, Christian Villa in 5, Nuno Philippe Ferrer in 6, Tony Salen in 7. Oh, fit, hang on a second. Joel Suarez in 8. Fernando Almeida in 9, Costas Akrafotis in 10, Thomas Rezadic in 11, and Remy Barbilio in 12. I don't think Thiago Cajelo is starting. I think I saw him walk off with an issue at that point. So this is 20 minutes. It's got a combination of some very, very fast former champions and some club guys. Not everyone. It was basically the 40 plus. If anyone who 40 plus qualifies, theoretically it should be the top 13, but some of the people decide they've had enough for the weekend and they're not going to, even though they qualified faster, they're not going to enter. And some people, of course, are only 39 years old and aren't allowed in, even though they're retired. Is that right?
That's right. I haven't had time to consider my future, but for now I'm just enjoying myself, watching the racing.
What you want to do is you want to have a chat to several British Conservative ministers, because virtually all of them resigned at the same time last week, so there's plenty of those who are looking for a job. So out a long way in front is Jerome Igon.
Yes, but I'm not worried because our Finnish flash, Ari Heinonen, is in 2nd place. And he's like a diesel, you know, he warms up and takes his time, and then towards the end he's really fast. So.
And how old's Ari?
He is I think he's 42 or 43.
Oh, it's
42, I think.
early in the stage.
Yeah.
So whilst we're waiting for this one to settle down, is it a real retirement or like a Frank Sinatra retirement and you're back again? Because it was a very close. You only got knocked out by Jessica by 0.8 of a second in the end.
I think even less. I mean, I was a second a lap, or at least half a second a lap faster catching. I had some issues. This is a really painful way to go out. So I am, to be honest, I am considering what hobby I should pick now that I'm retired, because I have a lot of time on my hands. So, I mean, RC car racing might be a hobby I pick up one day, but for now, no. For now.
Just so you've tuned in, don't worry, this isn't the A final one, this is the seniors final. This is the seniors final. It says A final one in the top corner. There aren't legs of finals here.
So how long is this? 20 minutes?
20 minutes, yeah. Let's drop back to the next car along, because Jerome's making this a bit of a... Timo Salonen now in second place, keeping the flying the flag for Finland. It's hard to say fast, that, flying the flag for Finland.
Oh, they had a problem there, so... But it's okay. He'll catch up.
Yeah, they call it A final here. They're not calling it seniors. So it's just going to say A final one at the top, which is going to confuse people.
Oh yes, that's true.
Because they aren't saying over 40.
Well, we're watching Tommy on the back straight right now. He had a bit of a mishap arriving here. He arrived and he put his car in his luggage. Bad move. Always carry your car in hand luggage. So he lost his bag. He actually missed practice because the bag didn't arrive.
Blimey.
So he caught up then. I think he got the last 2 practice runs in. And yeah, now he has some extra practice in the 40
And he's learned an important lesson.
Yes.
Never put your car in baggage.
He's been racing over 30 years. I told him off. I said, hey, you've been racing over 30 years. How do you not know?
Yeah, but he has been racing in this current absolute chaotic situation as far as...
There's no excuse.
Things are concerned.
Radio and car. Every time you fly, put it in hand luggage so you can race no matter what.
And there speaks the man, the RC gypsy himself.
That's true.
So Sartell is in third. Sutherland's now right behind Igon.
How is that possible? Did he pit?
I don't know, because he's not.
I don't see him on the track. Where is he?
Well, we're following, I think, should go in second place. We've managed to lose. We had a conversation, lost the first. That must be a misread of some sort. I think that might be a misread from our reset of our
because Jerome is right over the loop now.
Yeah, it's a misread. Apologies. That's a reset misread from the timing screen. Made me excited for a moment, though.
Salonen
goes in the now. Yep, and then you've got Sartell, who'll be coming after him. It's not 0.9 of a second either. Well, never mind. Jerome Igon is actually ahead by 7 seconds, so...
Yeah, he's making this boring now for us.
Yeah,
actually, Miguel Matias is the top 40-plus driver. He made the semi-finals. Can you believe that?
I know, he's in the last chance. He's not out yet. He's in the last... He was 7th or 8th. In the last chance...
He was right there fighting for that last position.
Until those damn children knocked him out. All those youngsters.
Unbelievable. And he is retired, actually.
He told me he was retiring at Frexides. He said, that's in my last race. That's 3 years ago.
No, he retired before that. And then because the Euros were in Portugal, he came back to do just that race and made the main. I mean, this man is insane. He should have won the Worlds in, I think, 98.
Yeah, the breakdown.
Should have won.
Did it break or something? Or?
2000, he should have won. Broke a shock shaft. 2002, no, Degani won. 2004, he had a flame out. Still finished second or third or something. Like in a perfect world for Miguel Matias, he would be 3-time world champion, right? I mean, there are many drivers like that in the world, like Yannick Igon also. But it is a shame. Some of the true talents, they've had the speed, they've had everything going their way until it didn't.
That is the glory of a single chance championship, isn't it? If you've got something like F1 where you've got 23 rounds.
Yeah.
If it was just one round, and say the round that was chosen a couple of years ago was the Monza Grand Prix, then Pierre Gasly would be world champion because that's what happens.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You have the randomisation of a single shot, which is why you sometimes get huge shocks in the Olympics and everything else. But it's just one go.
Thankfully, Miguel did win a European Championship, 2003 in Slough. Great Britain, yes.
Yeah, good old Slough, home of the office.
He had another few that he should have won. I mean, literally 1 minute from the end, breaks a clutch bell while in the lead, that kind of stuff, you know?
Very exciting for the coverage, wasn't it, back then, was there?
No coverage back then, unfortunately, but I was there and it was exciting.
So you weren't in that main final then?
That was my first ever Euros, 2002. I was in the quarterfinal.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay, we've got a number of cars. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find a car that's actually competing.
Looks like second and third, maybe. No,
Sartell's got
one
past.
straight.
Drop back one more, which should be Sartell.
Yeah, the pink car.
The pink car. Oh, that's not Sartell. It is
Pink
Sartell.
Panther.
That's a Pink Panther. Is that Pink Panther?
He's retired also, by the way.
Yeah, he's now S-Works team manager, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's Jerome Sartell.
He actually won the first French national. Can you believe that?
Remember that?
Ahead of all the fast kids and Savoya and everyone. He just won it. Like, he decided to drive really well that day.
His cousin, Jean-Peric Sartell, he won an e-buggy championship about 3 years ago at his home track. Never heard of him before or since.
But that was when the seismic tires were discovered, right? Because that track was multi-surface and he was running seismic and he was just killing everyone and no one understood why. And then they figured out, oh, these seismic tires on multi-surface tracks, 1 second a lap faster than anything else. You know,
well, that's a chance for our
Replay.
replay with T-Pro Replay. It's Spinny McSpin features for Jerome Sartell. Comes around the corner.
Yeah,
And
yep.
then he landed. You can give some tactical advice, but even I can see he just took too much. He just came in too tight and then
he was
coined the barrier.
A bit too ambitious there. Needed to whip it more, I would say.
Whip it real good.
Go more sideways. Could
So
have cleared
Sartell
that.
comes into the pits. I'm not sure he was going to go into the pits until he saw the marshal in the way. Out they go. So those of you who are busy eyeing the schedule, this race has got a few more minutes to run. And then we're going to have a chat with JQ. And then, more exciting, to be honest, it's at 4:30. Yeah, we've got the last chance final at 4:10. And it's currently 20 to 4. So half an hour from the last chance. Lots of work going on in the pits. People scrubbing their cars down, cleaning it all up. Oh, another mistake. Don't want to just keep practicing. I enjoy the fact that I can do these replays, so that's just take too much. Oh, just getting too tight, isn't it? I think that might have cost them a couple of places, actually. So he's currently Igon. Silence in second.
Heinonen is, see, I told you, Heinonen, he turns on halfway through.
Yeah, you're a long way behind, though.
That must be a mistake. Let's find him on the track. I think he's going over the back jumps now. Yep, coming to the loop. There we go.
I love the way you're directing my cameraman. It's marvellous. Zach obviously can understand the
He's over the
viciousness.
triple now. Ari is.
Oh, you need to go one,
Into the chicane now, number 3.
one further up.
There we go. Over that hip jump, down the hill. One further. Even
One
still.
more further.
There we
one
go.
more.
Let's
He's
watch the
green.
diesel. So we're halfway through
Sorry,
now.
so
Now-
is he a bit polluting then? Is that the other reason he's called Diesel?
No, it's just I don't know, he's older than me and he takes some time to warm up.
It's like a lot of us, to be honest.
There we go.
Jerome Igon leading by, I'd say, a lot of laps.
Yeah, Sartell is, where's Sartell? Way ahead. Going to the back straight now. Okay, let's see if Ari can pull this off.
So it's 7 seconds ahead for Salonen. He's behind, sorry. Sartell then is a further distance behind, 6, and then it's 4 back to Heinahan.
Ten minutes, halfway through.
So halfway through.
Ari's been racing RC since the 80s.
The 80s. I've been racing RC since the 80s. I got a radio controlled car for my 15th birthday. It was absolute pants.
Yeah.
Took it back and then bought a real one. Bought a Rough Rider.
And back in the day, Ari was one of the very few Tamiya TRF team drivers.
Ah.
You know when they had the special TRF
Yes,
stuff?
all the
You had to
blue
be
stuff,
Super special.
yes.
He was one of those guys. It was amazing.
It's all right for some, innit? So it's still Igon from Salonen from Sartell.
Let's see the gap now. Sartell is over the line right now.
7 seconds back. It's 2.7 seconds apparently. Oh, he's upside down now, unfortunately. The Diesel is upside down. Oh, he's got hit again.
That's not good.
That wasn't very lucky. He was upside down. As he was rescued, he was clunked again. So I'm upside down. Okay, a bit of a disaster. I get myself back on again, and I've been hit by somebody else. I mean, it's not actually the person hitting his fault either, to be honest. It's just one of those things.
Tag teaming.
Yep. Can be fun. Other times, not so much.
What else is going on?
I think you find not a lot. It's a very widespread set of talents here.
Salonen 5.5 seconds behind.
Well, he's gained a couple. 8 minutes to go.
So
Going
Jerome
wide.
is crossing the line right now.
Is he?
Yeah. And Salonen is coming to the line now.
Yeah, take the red and white one going down the straight, Zach. That's Salonen.
Yep. He's trying to catch.
He's not 1.4 seconds
Jerome.
behind either. The timing's, some of the times aren't quite right here. I'm not quite sure why. He's not 1.5 seconds behind.
No. Jerome is on the back jumps now already, so more like 6 seconds or so behind.
By the way, it's not the A final one, by the way. This is the senior final, the seniors final, if you join us now.
Yeah, this track is
Important to know that.
this track is mentally very draining, I would say, because everyone is pretty much doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone can do consistent laps at their pace, very few mistakes. So if you want to catch someone, you can catch them like a few tenths a lap. So if you're 5 seconds behind, you get frustrated at some point because 10 laps in, you've only caught 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So you've halved the gap. So you just need to stay calm and keep going because you'll catch the guy at the end. But
Unless, of course, you
mentally-
don't have to retire.
Yeah. So, but mentally, it's hard to do, you know? I'm actually proud of myself for that because that second stint was really good. All
Actually, on a
34s,
serious point, though,
all 34s.
haven't
catching.
you got an entry to the Worlds?
Yeah, I do.
Well, what are you going to do? Give it up or still go?
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I need a hobby, so I might do it in my free time.
Okay, we're back to the arguing comment again. I'm not racing. I'm just spending some time.
I might. I haven't decided yet. I know for sure that the Swedish nationals, I was going to go, but I'll still go. I'll just help the Mayako team in Sweden. And RCGP, we're looking for a driver, actually. Hopefully, Pekko, he made the main. I'm going to try and rent Pekko from Hobby Factory, the model shop in Finland.
Isn't Pekko
No, he's a Schumacher factory driver.
Ah, right, yes.
So he doesn't have an 8-scale deal. So I might have to hire Pekko for the weekend.
Well, you do realise that Pekko is RC Racing TV's favourite racing driver.
Yes, because you got some socks or something.
No, because his mum's lovely. And more importantly, we've been following Pekko for 7 years.
Yeah, he is actually lovely too.
Actually, no, the first time we met Pekko was 2015, I think, at the large scale. And he came up and, hello, how are you? Really quiet. And he did really well with his dad. And then he TQ'd a couple of the large scale off-roads. And then he kind of moved into more normal scales. I'm not sure if he's still doing large scale off-road. I hope he is. Coming up to fairing.
Not very much.
But it's great to see him do really well.
Pekko is the kind of guy that he's always, which this is unusual for a Finnish person, but he's always smiling, always happy. Like he could literally like not make the main here, and he would be smiling in the pits, and you'd like, oh, you made it, and no, I didn't. You know, like he's just a happy guy. So it's yeah.
He hasn't got that Finnish melancholy about him. Then.
No. So it's really nice to see he had a good run and made the main direct from the semis.
Well, I mean, on a serious point, I know we should be talking about the senior final, but it's just a procession. On a serious point, though, you hear about, take David. David comes from a cold country, so he goes to warm countries and turns laps after laps after laps after laps. Pekka says it's his second nitro race.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was at the 10 scale Euros last week.
Yeah.
He finished 5th in forward, right?
It's just
really
like
good.
his second, but he's still able to get there. I mean, I realise that there's a gap between the top few and the bulk, but even so, he's bridging that gap at 18 years old, and without getting the run time.
This is the thing that people often don't understand. Like at the Finnish Nationals, he got third. He has 2 third places. I got a first, second. I won the Finnish National Championship, right? Then we come here, and I have no chance. He's just way faster. And that's because this is a big race. You prepare differently. Your mental approach is different. This is what matters, right? That's when the really good drivers, skilled drivers, they elevate their game. Like at a Finnish National, you know, he shows up. He's not really prepared. And he does what he does. Here, everything's on point, and there you see the results. He's in the main. So, yeah.
Well, what I'm taking from that, Ari's pulled out, by the way.
Yeah,
his diesel stalled.
Something happened. Technical
so
issues. Salonen going strong.
Igon's not leading by 6. I don't know what's wrong with our timing on this one. Oh, that's Salonen. He's still on the screen. He was marshalling somebody. He's actually not. He's 13 seconds behind, not 6 seconds behind. So
I think that was Salonen.
It was. We're looking at him.
So where is Sartell?
We should. Well, that timing's all wrong. He's not 3 seconds behind. I think they maybe know.
Yep, that's a race. We got a race for
got
second.
a race. Way. Okay, the Pink Panther.
Yep, coming down the straight, Salonen with the Pink Panther behind.
Over the single, which someone. We've only seen. I've only seen Alex Anchetin go for that one.
Which one? The jump?
That first jump, yeah, so far. Doubled it and overtook someone doing it.
Nice.
Alex has had an absolute nightmare event, hasn't he, with breakages and a disqualification.
Yeah,
when he was about to bump up, he flamed out.
Alex had 18, 19, and 121, and that's why he qualified in the 64th final or something.
And then it didn't work because he flamed out in the bump-up position.
In the final, he was doing 33.2, 33.5, 33.4, like very fast. Yeah, flames out. So.
It's just the bad luck in it some days.
At least we have a good race for second place now.
Mm.
My money's on Salonen.
But it has to be, doesn't it? Otherwise he won't be allowed back home again.
Yeah. He's a smooth driver. He knows what to do. Sartell is French. He's passionate.
He might be distracted because his wife's he's going to have a baby quite soon, isn't she? So
yeah, I guess that's why she's not here.
Yeah.
She was at the electric 8-scale Euros, very pregnant.
Well, if she was very pregnant 2 months ago, she may well have had it, and I just haven't noticed that part of it.
Maybe, yeah. I don't have Facebook anymore. I was banned.
You banned yourself?
Yeah. Well, other people also, but I quit.
Yes.
Too much too much negativity, and there we go. Replay.
Oh, it's too late.
Now this is going to be tough. Sartell is S-Works and Salonen is Mugen driver. So we have the regional and S-Works. Oh, there we go.
Oh, right on top of each other there.
Now we have a good last 2 laps.
Okay. So are you going for pink or are you going for red and white? Which oddly, if you mix them are pink. Oh, he's blown it. Just when we thought we were going to get an exciting battle over the course of these 27 corners, we don't. Igon has absolutely
That's a shame.
bossed this one.
Still a podium, though.
So it's not the A final, everybody. This is the seniors final, which Jerome Igon has won from Jerome Sartell. Which, if you said that from the seeing the runners rise at the start, that's what you would have expected.
You know, if this was like 2004,
yeah,
that
exactly.
could be first and second.
Exactly, yeah. But it's not.
Yeah.
I wish it was 2004. I'd be way younger as well.
Yeah.
Not as much streaming in 2004 in Fame and Fairness.
I wish I was like 28 or something.
Nah, never wish your life away and never wish yourself younger.
Why not?
Because you can't. It's pointless.
Right.
Do you know what the 2 most damaging words in the English language are?
I wish.
No, if only.
If only.
Yeah. Not only do you get race commentary, you get a little bit of, philosophy as well.
Bowling for Soup, they have a good song called If Only.
Bowling for Soup.
That's the band's name.
No, I'm sure it is. I'm not quite up with
So
you.
there we go.
Okay, it's Jerome Igon from Jerome Sartell, from Tommy Salonen, from Nuno Felipe Vieira. Thomas Reddenzic was 5th Fernando Almeida was 6th. Joel Sá was 7th. Costas Akrafotis was 8th. Remy Barbillon was 9th. Zachariah Villabia was 10th. Thiago Coelho was 11th. Ari Heinen and Christian Villar didn't make the trip. Anyway, we've got a couple of minutes still with Mr. JQ before we send him back for more beer, because he's run out of beer and has no beer with him. I need to make sure that James is looking at me. Because we're going to... Well, this is your invisiblespeed.net bit, you see. Once this graphics come out, we're going to talk about that video you gave us earlier.
Can you play an ad first so I can prepare?
Yes, we can play an ad but not for you, because that'd be overkill. We're playing an ad for something else.
Oh, okay.
Let's play an ad for RCGP.
Yeah.
Because everyone needs to go there in the first week of August.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
And we're back, mainly because oddly, my fingers got stuck and I couldn't pick the mixers up. Marvellous. Okay, so we've got a few minutes before the last chance qualifier goes off. In fact, we've got 14 minutes, some of which you're going to spend with me and JQ, as we talk a little bit about what JQ is doing with invisiblespeed.net. So,
so one of the goals has been to educate our racers and mechanics.
So for that end, let's see a little videoette that you put together. You explain what this is telling us.
Yeah, so especially on this track, this is helpful to understand. So here you see I took the shocks off the car, and the car is resting on a coin. And now I'm going to twist the hubs. And this is simulating what's happening when the car goes around the corner. So the car is turning left, and now you can see that the coin drops, but the car stays up. Then if I reduce the tension in the hubs, the car will drop. And this is what's happening when the tires are gripping the track and the chassis of the car wants to roll to the right. Now, if I twist the hubs with the chassis on the ground, you can actually see that it's going to lift the chassis up. This is called jacking. And it's very obvious on a high grip track like this. And what causes this is that the hub is rotating into positive camber, so it's pulling on the link. And when you pull on the link, it wants to straighten, so it lifts the chassis up. At the same time, the chassis is pushing on the lower arm. And if that arm is horizontal and I push here in this example, nothing happens. So the force is just traveling through the arm. If the arm is elevated, so the inside is higher than the outside, the chassis moves up. If the arm is lower than the outside and I push on it, the chassis drops down. So that the geometry of the car is really important in determining the behavior in corners, especially a track like this that's high grip and smooth. So here we can see a car going around the corner, and you can see that the rear end of the car is very high up. And that's because the roll center is high, which causes this jacking effect, lifting the car up. Here's another example, same corner. The only change I did was I raised the link on the tower and lowered the lower arm. And now you see that the rear end of the car is level. If you went even lower on the roll center, it would be even lower. So this is a comparison. The only difference is the rear link on the tower is up high in the lower image, and the lower arm is low. So a low roll center, the car stays low. In the top image, high roll center, the rear is up in the air. And that's because of this jacking force. That's what I was showing when I was twisting the hubs, how the chassis lifts up. We don't want that on high grip tracks like this. We want a low roll center so that the car stays in the track. Another benefit of that is here. You see how the car almost flips over but doesn't, and same here. With a low roll center, if you stay on throttle, as you're crashing, you stay on throttle, it will right the car. And you can save in almost impossible crashes, right? It looks like this is impossible to save, yet you save it. And that's purely because you have a low roll center and the jacking force is sucking the car down into the track.
Brilliant. Thank you, JQ. That has succinctly told me things I didn't need to know. No, seriously, and that's obviously the sort of thing you get from the invisiblespeed.net course.
Yes.
20% off this week.
Yes, it is. And also another benefit is that all the people who buy the course this week, we will have a special 1 week live session with a number of live videos where we catch up to everything that all the other students have done in the last few months.
Brilliant. Thank you, JQ. Well, I'm my third chance to say what I'd love to say, which is, well, I say for the first, I'm not quite sure whether they're going to go a bit early. Everyone's ready, but we will keep you informed.
Last chance is next.
Yes, but it's supposed to be at 10 past, but they're sort of sitting there ready now, but they haven't started the engine yet. But anyway, until we find out, it's back to the studio.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Welcome back after a thrilling 40-plus final here at the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships, brought to you by invisiblespeed.net, S-Works, RCGP and T-Pro. Up next, we have the last chance qualifier, where Daniel Pariente, young Spanish young gun, will be leading them out, with Oscar Navarro, Una Hatanen and Miguel Matias opting not to run the 40-plus because obviously it's all about the LCQ and getting into that final.
A little bit bigger race for him there.
Bit of a bigger race. And also Daniel Pariente not running the junior final because same deal.
Yeah.
Same deal. Both ends of the spectrum there. The new guard coming in, as the old guard is still fighting to stay in.
Young guns and the old guard.
The old guard ain't going anywhere. They are not going anywhere. But obviously right down the bottom of that will be Burak Kilic, who we will be eagerly awaiting to see what he can do from the back of the field. They are not going out just yet. We have a little bit of time. So what we're going to do, a lot of comments have been asking questions about the track specifically itself. It's sometimes not that easy to look at the stream and see, what is this track all about? What's it made of? What's the texture like? Is it dusty? Is it hard, compact? What is it like? What's that red stuff? What's it like? Well, we asked that question to Nick, and he has no brakes. Absolutely no brakes. In this hot sun out there in Barcelos, he's going to run around the track for us, get awfully out of breath and sweaty, but we're going to find out a bit more about the track.
Hello and welcome to the fantastic IBC Buggy Arena. Let's go for a bit of a track walk. Now, first thing I need to talk to you about is just how high and how low the track is. So I'm going to show you this by actually running, going across the two timing loops and coming down towards the camera. Look at this. Oh, it's too steep. I'm going to... It's very steep. Anyway, so now we're on the pit straight. We want to pit straight. 18 stops here. Go this way. So, see? This is the pit lane. Quite a bit of height on the rostrum as well. But the cars... And then what you can't actually see is there is actually a little bit of a jump, a little bit of lump. So you can't sprint down here because every single time you come around, so it's a slow pit lane, which is bear in mind on those longer finals. Do you have, less stops in an attempt to save a bit of fuel, less stops, save it. Then we come to one of the interesting parts of the track. It's his first jump. Wow, it's absolutely massive. It's enormous. Surely the cars are going to go, whoa, and fly. No, they're not doing it. They're all going, and breaking down because they can't actually make that fly to his third point, which would be the obvious landing point. So they stop there, do a hop double, and then there's another massive, massive, massive climb up to the tabletop in the corner of the track. Now, what you'll see here is we've got some of the track repairers are actually kind of putting this glue on the circuits. This is the whole point about it is it's held in a very solid surface, but it's bonded together. And when it begins to break up, they put some more glue on it. The inner red, which looks lovely, that's just basically heavy paint. And if I kick that hard enough, it'll look like white again. Now, this bit, the inner circuit, this is a kind of a skippity-dippity bit. It's not particularly exciting, but as you can see, every one of these white lines, which come out incredibly well on this bonded surface, every single one of those is another jump, another peak, another trough, and there are so many on the track. So we go around here. Again, it's a selection of short jumps. This is a slightly bigger double. Whoop, whoop, and whoop again. Oh, we're whooping. We keep whooping. And then you come to the switchbacks, which is interesting again, because not only is it a very sharp selection of right, left, right, it's also very heavily on the side of the hill, effectively. So you come up, you've got the right, you're plunging back down again, scrabbling the grip, back to the left again, and then you got the short hop before you come. This is kind of neutral inside part of the track. But interestingly, this almost 180 is a very, very high. Look at how bang, bang, bang. Suddenly you're up 4 or 5 feet, and then you come plunging down again. And you can tell this is tricky for a couple of reasons. One, because of the amount of wear on the track. Two, because of the amount of scrapage as well. These cars are landing here and trying to land and turn. So they come down, they land, they go again over another double. And it looks like, again, a massive takeoff ramp here. But not much use to you because you've got to land the thing here. So we don't see a massive jump, we saw a short jump, and they carry on going, and then they're up and around to the back part of the circuit, and they go over the big top rollers right in the top corner, which is far too far for me to run to in this weather. And they come down again, and there's a simple S-turn there, which we've already seen some action at before they slip back up to commentary corner again with another jump, another jump, another jump, and there's our commentary booth, and start another lap. The real kind of the marketplace, the trademark of this track is it is never flat apart from the main straight. You're always doing something, you're always jumping, you're always hopping over small, medium or large. It's an incredibly, probably the most three-dimensional track we've ever been to for RC Racing TV, EFRA and the RCGP series. Unbelievable. To master this track and become European champion, you're going to be something truly special, basically to avoid accidents for 45 minutes in the final. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I have some... Can I just say, I know I sounded really out of breath. I do actually go running a couple or 3 times a week, but it's weird. You don't breathe properly when you're also talking like that. So I end up holding my breath whilst doing running. This is obviously, I'm not super fit. I'm not,
but I think my cardio isn't quite as bad as it sounded during that item, to be honest. But we're now waiting for the last chance race to begin its warm-up. But I think hopefully that little video track guy gave you an impression of just how much rise and fall there is, something you can't really see with the track. It is up something like, I reckon, what do you reckon, James? I reckon it's about 10 metres top to bottom, as much as 10 metres? Perhaps 8 metres top to bottom. 25 feet. It's very
about that.
Yeah, and it is, and then because it's rising to the front and the back, so the lowest point is the main straight, and then it rises top, front to back, and from left to right. So
it's slightly lower than the straight, and about the height of the head of the drivers on the rostrum.
Yeah, so
to give you an
probably
idea.
7, 6, yeah, probably 8 metres, not 10. I think. Yeah, I think you're right. So these are your last chances. They've got their 3-minute warm-up. And it's Daniel Parente who will lead them off. Oscar Navarro in second. Una Hatton in third. So that's Spain, and Finland. The Portuguese legend, Miguel Matias, on 4. Jorn Neumann on 5. Ricardo Montero on 6. Hampersberg on 7. Oscar Baldo on 8. Pedro Gomez on 9. Theo Lamarie on 10. 11 is Giuseppe Toscani, and 12, and oddly, potentially the favourite if things go his way, is Burak Kit, the man who was the second overall qualifier. Burak is there because he had he flamed out, ran out of fuel, we don't know, in his semi-final, lost a lot of time. He did keep going again, and he was, but unfortunately, he'd lost too many laps, and that was it. So, here they go. Crowd building in the grandstand. The Durigo requirement for a parasol because it's too blinking hot out there. That's what you find. Next up, after the last chance qualifier, we move into the junior final. Well, and then after that, we have the big A main final. The A main final is due to go off at 5 o'clock. I'll tell you right now, the Volderol might start at 5 o'clock, but there's no chance it's starting at 5 o'clock. There may very well be lots of drivers on the stand at 5 o'clock waiting to get going, but they've got to get announced. They've got to just do all the pictures. My guess is the race will actually start about 5:15, 20 past 5. And all the better for it. But you will, if you tune in at 5, you won't miss it. The wind's picked up. You see how below it is now? The wind is dry. Has actually changed direction. It's now flowing in the direction of the main straight. It's been flowing in the noses of the cars going down the main straight. Now it's actually further behind the tail. It is a left to right wind, and it is, I'll say it's reasonably consistent. It's still a consistent direction. So the drivers obviously have to think about the wind when they're in the air and they're jumping the cars. We are now just about to get ready to call these cars out. All eyes probably on 12th place, I would think. So that last tyre might be where all the action is. So Burak Kilic, who in days gone by would have been feeling very unlucky because his entire day was over, much like Ongaro in 2018, gets a second chance. Or a last chance in many ways. Car goes down. Let's now creep towards the front again, please, Zach. Here we go. For many, this is their last run of the European final, but for one, he's got another go, and they're off. And I'm watching them as they roll. Kilic just made one place, I can see that. And there's always a big squeeze up on the top tabletop. All the cars okay at the moment. And they will come round, and I think it's probably still Parente who's taken the lead. He's actually had a bit of an advantage there because there's been so much arguing behind him. He's got a nice little lead, hasn't he? So, about to complete the first lap, and I'll tell you if it is Parente. Yes, it is the one of Daniel Parente. Then it's the 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7, 8, 12. So Kilic already is up to 9th. It's higher than that to me, but never mind. It's up to 9th. there's a lot of cars in a pack in the middle. Let's drop back a couple. This big pack here of cars, because they are slowing each other up, and this is music to Daniel Parente. 15-minute races, so it's not 20 like the others, just 15 minutes. Simple one-stopper. One car rolled over, and that's kind of that. Who was it? Oh, it's Jorn Neumann who rolled over, and that's his chance disappearing. But Parente, look at that. Up 2.5 seconds on Una Hatnan from Navarro, from Matias, from Montero. And that's, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 car snake that is the problem. Because look, there's the leader over already so far ahead, and the rest of the cars are just snaking along, costing each other time. Watching the leaders go around. So another place has been gained by Kilic. Let's focus on the number 12 of Kilic. He'll be with him now. He's looking to get up to 4th. He's chasing down Miguel Matias, so it's the most experienced man probably in the field against the man who's got the most to gain from getting through. So Birkin Kilic right behind Matias. And this is the problem. Matias is probably one of the least likely people to make a mistake. But that's what Kilic needs, so he can get through cleanly. Outside, inside. Matias, of course, does not and should not let Kilic through. The net effect is, of course, that he's a lap behind Matias. He's not doing the sort of speeds that Parente's doing. Parente is 33.8, Matias 34.2. Oh, and that could be it. Nope, he got away with it. So, pushing. We have seen this before. We saw Ongaro come from last. We saw him get to first in Flexidas, well, 2 events ago, but of course it's now 4 years ago. And the problem that Kilic has is this is a really hard track to over. Oh, well, that's helped. What a way to... And now this is quite clever. Or is it? He's gone in very early. Surely he can't run 12. That's weird. Why would you go in that early? I think he stopped. So Kilic oddly going into the pits after 3 minutes, because there's no way, you don't need to stop twice in a 15-minute race. So weird things happening with Burak Kilic. Because you thought, oh, he's trying to get himself out of the traffic. But instead he stopped rather strangely. I don't know, it wasn't a stop go, was it? Was it a drive-through he got? I don't know. Can't think what for. Very strange. Another story for these Euros. Parente out front, leads by 3 seconds now from Navarro, from Hatner. Matias moves up to 3rd, Navarro's in 4th. The car rolls off and into the boondocks. That would have been Oscar Baldo. Theo Lamari in 5th. And Terra in 6th. Still not quite sure why Kilic came down the pit lane. Everyone can help me with that one. I don't think he got a penalty. I can't think why he would have got a penalty if he could have done. Two stops is just makes no sense. Anyway. Trying to see whether Kilic has got that sort of ground speed, and even that seems to deserted him. It's a very difficult mental job when you're pretty confident you're going to get into the A final. You were leading Hill semi-final, and then you just lose all the power. Okay, Parente and Hatnan are now right together. Not sure where they are right together. They actually just start the lap. So it's a 1 to 3 we probably need to find now. Zach. So if you have any idea where the 1 and the 3 are, that'd be great. They're on the back of the track now. One of these two cars together. Yeah, go for those two out in the top left-hand corner. I think that's Parente and Hatnan. Oh! That's not popular. Let's see that one again. I think we're just getting the focus in we got there. Hattinen comes up the inside. Ooh, I'm not sure that one's going to get allowed. So Hattinen clips Parente out there. Carries on going. Not sure what the referee's going to do about that one. It's a little bit of an aggressive overtake. He did take him through, but it's kind of, I don't know what Parente is. Not sure. Now, into the pits now. Follow Hattinen through. Is he doing a pit stop or is this a drive-through? No, it's a pit stop. It's not a drive-through. So, has he got a drive-through is the question. So Hattinen has made his stop. He was leading. Now, will he have to come down again for a penalty, or has that one just been assessed as... Yep, so he's got a drive-through as well. So he needed the fuel first time, so he took the fuel first time, and this is a drive-through for that problem. And there he goes, pick up and go. So when you do a drive-through, you come in, you're picked up, you get put down, and then you go again. But I think one of them, he needs to get fuel, so he did the first one with fuel and the second one without fuel. And he is now obviously a lot further back. I'm trying to work out who he's with at the moment. So Hattinen called for that issue with Parente, was already behind him, and now is further behind. But Parente hasn't stopped for fuel yet. Kilic up to third, but has to stop again. And she's got more mileage than anyone's ever had ever. Hattinen down in fifth. But theoretically, he should be in second. You see when the others start to go for fuel, if they start to go for fuel. Kilic takes over the lead, which is interesting because I think he's got another stop. Let's see if we can find car 12, Kilic. She needs to go forward from where we are in the track. He's going to stop again. So where is the 12 car? That's the 9. In a second now, Burak's going to turn up. He's in the lead, not by very much. There he goes. He's leading, and now he's taking his fuel. So this weird two-stop situation he's decided to give himself. I've no idea why he's done that. He's got 6 minutes now. Out he goes to make up a vast amount of time. Very puzzling. Perhaps there was a problem with the car we didn't know. Perhaps he got called for something which we didn't see. This is a possibility he actually got called for something. There's drive-throughs and stop-goes. And stop-go, you do get picked up and put down again. So there's a possibility, actually, that he had been called for something. I didn't see he did anything wrong, so yeah, that's down to the referee. So my guess is he hasn't made a two. So my guess is that first trip to the pits after 3 minutes was actually a stop-and-go for a penalty. He's now back out again in fourth. And needs to start driving through. Right, so that's that tactical worked out. That story worked out. We need to go back to the front of the field now. So if you wait at the waiting spot, please, Zach. I'm waiting for cars 1 and 3, which is Parente and Hattinen. Here they come now down the straight. Parente in yellow, Hattinen in green. Going for this final position on the grid. Looks like at the end of the day, Kilic is going to be undone by a referee call. I'm not saying it's wrong, not saying it's right, just don't know what it's for. As you saw, he was up at the front of the track. And then he had to make his second stop. And he right, a couple of three. Oh, and Hattinen again. Oh, dear. So, is Hattinen get called for that one? Because he kind of pushed. He comes up the inside of Parente. No, Parente was out of control there, in fairness. So that really, actually, shouldn't get called. I'm not saying it will be, but it shouldn't be. There is Hattinen once again ahead of Parente. So Una, who I think I remember right, was the first person who didn't qualify directly in the semi-finals. He got there again, and he's now looking at the finals. I think he was 17th qualifier. Oh, Parente makes a mistake. Kilic got the same problem he had all that time ago. He's stuck behind Matthias. Hatton, that wasn't anywhere close to the correct line, but he's pulled away nicely now. Some quite robust driving, but it's got him in the lead. Parente now 2.2 seconds behind. It's going to be a point, even with 3 minutes out now, it's pretty obvious that Kilic can't make this unless there's a mistake made by Hatton. So sometimes a bad day goes to worse, and sometimes you get called. Oh, now Hatton's, oh, he has got called for that one, so he's got a second drive through. So in second stop go for Hatton. For that, now that was, he shouldn't have got it for that second one. It's easy for us because we got slow motion, but I don't think. Can we play that one again? Just hit that one. It should go, shouldn't it? So this is the second one. No, it's not that one. That's the first one. That's the first one he deserved. But the second one afterwards he didn't deserve, I don't think, because already Parente was already in the air and out of control when they came together. So he goes up here. Look, Parente's up in 2 wheels, and he comes up the inside, and that's an impact. And then I understand why the referee's given it 100%, and he hasn't got slow motion. I think if he had slow motion, he probably wouldn't have given it, but he hasn't got. It's like you know, VAR in football. It's easy to be super accurate when you've got 2,000 camera angles. So Navarro now is in second somehow. Hatton is in third. Kilic is now in fourth and ahead of Matthias. How has Navarro got there? That makes no sense. Okay, so Oscar Navarro's got past everybody. Oh, and Hatton's gone right off the side. Pick up the cars, these 2 cars. This is going to be Kilic now. Attempting to get up into third with 2 minutes to go. I'm really not quite sure where Navarro's come from. Well done, though, into second. So it's Parente from Navarro. Hatton, there's been a lot of penalties called in this race, as we know. Hatton stays ahead of Kilic. Navarro is 4 seconds off Parente. So Parente, if he can keep it wheel side down for a minute and a half, is going to bump into the final. Has the last chance qualifier. Burak Kilic. He's going to, unfortunately, I think, see his Euros end. Not quite able to repeat the feat of Davide Ongaro a couple of years ago. So Navarro now in second. He's only just ahead of Hatton. So Hatton now looking at second place, but the damage is done because Parente is miles ahead. Well, he's 4 seconds ahead. Off the track goes Hatton, so he's kind of just pushed it too far. Move forward a couple. And that is second place man Navarro. Now we need to go forward and find our leader, who is Daniel Parente in the 1. That's almost certainly him. Let's have a look if it is him. No, it's not. Where is the 1 gone? So there he is. Thanks. So that's our leader on his last lap. He had 3.5 seconds. He dropped a little bit from Navarro on that last lap, so just keep it sunny side down. And Daniel Parente will move up into the EFRA 1/8 Off-Road Euros Championship final. Not sure the controversy of that race, but a win for Danny Parente. Oscar Navarro comes second, which means nothing. Burak Kilic comes third, which also means nothing. Oh no, Burak came second in the end. They got past Navarro, so Burak got second. So he got quite close to bumping up. Hatton was third. Miguel Matthias was fourth. I think what happened to Navarro that last lap. He was trying just to go. I think he was just pushing it, not having a fuel stop. I wonder what they decided to do. Go really long and hope for the best. I don't know. Couldn't do 15 minutes anyway. But anyway, Thilo Marie, Jean Neumann, Oscar Navarro broke down. But the answer is that Daniel Parente is your bump up man from Burak Kilic, who in the end ended up 4 seconds away from victory, from bumping up.
Well, so close there. So close, but so far. But a fantastic victory for Daniel Perriente, led from, he started in the lead and ended in the lead.
There was a lot that happened in between, though. A bit of controversy, as comments in the stream have been noting. 2 drive-through penalties for Hotonen on passing Perriente. So the first one a bit marginal. The second one, it shouldn't have been called.
Really?
Yeah.
In your view, in your opinion, and it's easy for us to say because we're not on that driver's stand, stood alongside the drivers refereeing. So obviously the referee's decision is final, but let's see what Keenan has to say. We've got Keenan joining us. We have just a few minutes before the junior final, which will be kicking off in maybe 3.5 minutes. Keenan, how are you doing?
Good.
Did you enjoy the
tired.
last chance qualifier?
It was good. Unfortunate for Borak. Parente, very good for him, but I kind of feel Hotman got kind of the I don't even think the first one should have been a drive-through. And let alone the second one. But anyway, maybe the first one a little bit 50-50, but the second one, Parente got up on 2 wheels and then he got in there. And I want to know what happened to Killick. Yeah, he got a drive-through as well. So
yeah, I think we missed that one for sure. I think we all thought it was a fuel stop. And my initial thought was that because of the potential fuel issues in his semifinal, then I was thinking, oh, well, they must be stopping for fuel or, to make sure he doesn't run out or whatever. And but it seems like it may have been a drive-through penalty, so we don't know.
Yeah, unfortunate. Parente, though, we kind of had him as making this main as well, I believe. And so congratulations to him. I don't know how old he is. He's fairly young, I believe. So
he's very young.
Yeah, he's a junior, so he's 16 or younger.
I can tell you, Nick was instructed to talk to Danielle at the beginning of the event on the recommendation of section chairman Carlos Gomez. So there was eyes on him already as a rising star. Nick didn't talk to him, unfortunately, but
there's
maybe,
a lot of people to talk to.
maybe now he can make the podium in the Euros, and Nick will have to talk to him.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's been avoiding him. He's not been avoiding him. Nick's been very busy running around the facility for us, getting us fantastic content.
He must have finished that lap, though. He didn't finish the lap in the heat.
He did. He gave up. He kind of gave up, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did. Just
we need to get him back out there.
just look at that corner. It's a long way away.
Yeah,
Keenan Junior final up next.
Yeah, well, it's all about the youth. Why am I so pixelated? I look so pixelated here. Janky third world internet.
It's okay.
What time is it where you are now?
It is 11:30 a.m.
11:30 in the morning where you are. Oh, you've got the whole day ahead of you.
I will be sleeping.
You'll be sleeping soon. I'm sure our thanks go to Carl McBride, who joined us towards the beginning of the stream, no doubt tucked up in bed now. Maybe he'll set his alarm to watch the final, just to see if his teammates, how they get on in Elliot and Juan Carlos Canas. And also thanks to Joe Bornhorst, who will now be at his family club race. It's great to see when top racers go to club races. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah,
the grassroots racing.
I'm sure he's got his phone on his pit table.
Yeah,
to watch the final.
He'll be watching. He stopped short of saying Europe is kind of dominating right now. But I think you said it before, Keenan, and I'm happy to say it. I'm sure EFRA's happy to say it. The European drivers are pretty strong at the moment, right?
Pretty strong, yeah.
I would agree. It's going to be very interesting to see at the Worlds. Mayfield, Fenn, Tasman, you can never throw those guys out of any race. They're all fast. Then you have guys like Mason Fuller who are up and coming fast. And then people like Thibaut and Cavallari who have had a ton of experience at races like this. So
yeah,
hopefully
I was going to mention someone in the stream. Someone in the stream mentioned that Thibaut is he's going to win the Worlds and retire.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But he did flirt with retirement at one point, and but he came back. So it's going to be interesting to see. But we have these young guys, and what's going in now to this final is that Burak was one of the biggest threats for this, I would say. So he's
really.
Out. So,
he was, and he's out.
Yeah, big shame.
But it's got to still be said, never count out Ongaro. Ongaro is going to be right there. Ronnefelk is obviously going to be ahead of him. Canas, I worry that he'll run away with it. We don't want that. Obviously, he wants that, but what we want is a damn entertaining, thrilling 45 minutes.
Yeah. And, casting our mind back a few weeks back to RCGP in Italy, that was absolutely one of the tightest 60-minute races I've ever seen. So, and that was Canas and Ungaro.
Maybe we'll get a replay. Maybe we'll get a replay of RCGP.
And they have a little rivalry between each other, so
absolutely.
Yeah, well, not from Canas's side, maybe.
Well, Canas is kind of like
it's 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely.
Canas has just improved immensely.
He really has.
Yeah,
he really has.
He's challenging now. So he was fast when I saw him at RCGP back in 2019. I was like, wow, this kid's fast. But now he's kind of able to. I think he has learned a little bit of patience to get these longer mains, and it's going to be interesting to see. And Ungaro doesn't have a European Championship either, so he would want one. And of course, we can never count out Ronnefauk. He's good at these longer mains. He needs a good start. He's been suffering with that he's been suffering with bad starts lately. So hopefully, go ahead.
I'm just going to say the cars are on the track now, so we are just about ready to go over to the junior final. We'll be back with you after the junior final for the build-up to that main event, the all-important A final. But we're about ready to go over to the junior final to see who of the young guns is going to take the junior crown. Over to you guys at the track.
Hello everyone again, we are back, and more importantly, I am joined once again by the green-haired wonder. Hello JQ.
Hello sir.
Who has bought some beer, so the libations are flowing, the commentary will get even more loose. Anyway, so it's Alejandro Perez in 1, Andre Bento in 2, though he hasn't actually clicked the timing, Gabriel Astorino in 3, Adrian Parente, his brother of Daniel who was qualified up, David Todd, Ivan Navarro, Aleix Montero, Alessandro Scaramazino, Matu Benetin, Hugo Ibanez, Freddie Thompson, Joaquim Moreno, Iker Tellez, Clement Boda are your 14th runners. There's also a mystery transponder, which I think probably is Andre Benito's. So they've added an extra cart tire to get a 14th junior in.
Yeah. My pick is going to be number 4, Pariente. His brother made the main. Now he's in the junior main.
I'd like Alessandro Scaramazino to do it, just 'cause I love his name.
Right. He's the Ungaro junior.
Excellent. And they're off and away, and 14 cars flow round the circuit. And actually, these youngsters have put together a pretty good start there, haven't they?
20-minute race, this one.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes for junior, 20 minutes. You get 15 minutes as your last chance, though. A lot of conversation out that last chance. I'm not sure whether we should discuss them during the junior final, but honestly, there's some interesting decisions, both tactical and refereeing.
So this is the Savoia lookalike, the Savoia body in first place.
So that is
Perez.
Alejandro Perez.
Okay,
so
there we go.
We do have a mystery transponder, which we know is Andre Benito. So he's obviously changed his transponder, completely upset the timing team. And they've now worked out what it is, and like magic, Javier sorted it out. There you go. That's why he gets the big bucks. So 1, 2, and 3. The final hors d'oeuvre before the main event.
Yeah, my pick, Pariente, needs to step it up a bit.
Does he know he's in trouble? He's in
5th place.
My man just fell over. Alessandro Scaramone came last. So just settling down, but it's a good start from Alejandro Perez. He's got. Oh no, was that Perez fell off then? Or was that the 3rd place man? Look to get a listing. That's Perez is gone, isn't he?
Yeah, that was Perez, the leader.
Yeah, you look back to see the next name and suddenly it's gone. So it's actually now Andre Bento, the junior from Portugal, who leads. He's got Gabriel Astorino behind him.
It's funny how these kids move up, because this Bento, I've never heard of him. Never. Has he ever done a Euros? Probably not.
No, I doubt it. He's probably about 12, and it was 3 years ago the last one, wasn't it? So
yeah.
And he's Portuguese, so obviously he's taking advantage of a more local event. I mean, I do keep saying local events, but you can live in the south of Portugal, it's still a hell of a long way.
Your pick seems to have some issues. He's in 14th place.
Yeah, I perhaps shouldn't have said that, should I really?
Scaramozzino. Very good name.
Scaramozzino.
Good name. How many letters is
Well,
that?
that's it. You see, that's it. I like something you can play with verbally. So this top two, not far apart. I wouldn't be surprised if Alejandro Perez can get back to them. He looked pretty confident out front.
Clement Boda in 5th place right now. He's a really good 10-scale driver. I think he's actually podiumed some Euros. Do you remember his name from 10-scale off-road Euros?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he came on the scene like, who's this guy? And he was some 12-year-old kid. Just like now, Euros just in England
Magnus,
with all the young guys.
Obviously, we all know his dad. Who is and it's the first. That was amazing. That's the first ever second-generation European champion.
Wow.
He obviously had it in motorsport for years, but RC. But Jonas Kerlap won. I think it was touring car.
I
in
think
about
twice.
2000, yeah.
Twice?
May well done. And his son has won it, so it's our first ever.
Oh, no, that's Pariente off the track.
Oh, dear.
By the loop.
First ever second-generation winner was Marcus Kerlap, and he did a fantastic job. He was second in two-wheel drive and won four-wheel drive. But that was on his AstroTurf. Very Astro. Very interesting circuit up at Robin Hood. Like this, really. You know, single surface.
This is like my worst kind of surface, to be honest.
Is this another excuse why you're not going to retire? You want to have a go?
No, I'm definitely retired. I'm enjoying my retired life.
Yeah, for over an hour and a half now.
I'm very happy.
So looking good now. Bento, he's just playing with him. Astorino's dropped down a second, and Alejandro Perez has got in there, but hasn't actually gained as such. Gapping down to David Todd, then Clement Boda. Boda quite close to Todd.
Pariente walking off the track.
Oh, we have been absolute nightmares for our guys, haven't we?
Yeah.
Honestly, don't ever get backed by us, I would say.
I met the Pariente family in Madrid. They're from Madrid, and their home track is actually high grip. So that's why I guess it suits them, this high grip surface. They're used to it. The Madrid track is high grip. Most other tracks in Spain are actually loose. So it's interesting how different countries have different styles of track.
Yeah. Well, it is. Yeah, you deal with what you've got, and obviously the main part about a track design is you have to deal with the local weather, don't you? And what does that throw at you? British tracks is all about the drainage, trying to get the rain off it, or getting a surface that can stand up to rain.
Yeah, they don't have that issue here.
Oh, slight mistake there from Bento. Well, it must rain here because it's so green and verdant over there, and that can't all just be by watering. There must be a decent amount of rain around here.
It does rain here, but just not this time of year.
I did notice on my weather app, and it was telling me it was even hotter today than yesterday. It said no rain expected for at least 10 days. If we can get no rain for 10 minutes in the UK, we're happy.
Yeah, same in Finland.
Isn't it like dry in the summer though?
No. It can rain any day. It can rain 1 week straight. There's no dry season in Finland.
So that little mistake has meant that both Perez and just drop back one because Perez and Astorino are having a row for second at the moment.
Yep, car number 1 and 3.
They're absolutely row. They're right together. So, but they are at the same time trying to catch up Bento.
Yep, on the straight now over the loop. And there was a crash on the straight too.
Oh,
was that the leader?
That was the leader having a little bit of a kind of a wobble. So there's 1, 2, and 3 are right together. Bento, Astorino, and Perez. Astorino.
Yeah. Someone actually crashed onto the straight in front of the leader.
We've all done that. We've all crashed on the straight, don't you?
Now we have 1, 2, 3 together, I believe.
You're right. So it's the blue tail of Andre Bento that second place actually makes a big mistake, comes off though. Didn't see that once, that kind of going off down the side of the back section.
The new leader comes in the pits.
You have to wait for me to stop.
Sorry.
So it's how it works.
I got excited.
Yeah, you have to wait for me to stop.
I saw the leader come in the pits.
And then I'll stop, and then you can say your thing, okay?
Okay.
So what I was saying was I didn't see anybody coming off the side of the track at the back of the circuit during qualifying. I've seen about 7 or 8 people coming through since then. Anyway, JQ.
Our leader was in the pits. So Bento, this guy who we've never heard of.
Yeah. See, now, you have to remember is what most sports people do when they retire is become broadcasters.
Ah.
So what
okay.
I'm doing is I'm giving you useful lessons now about how
So
to be a
I can
broadcaster.
start practicing.
Yeah, you could come on and be a colour man for us.
Yeah, why not?
And obviously, with the green colour you have, you'd be a very good colour man. So there we go. So that, I believe, is that Bento?
Perez.
The Perez has gone through. Okay. So Perez in and out.
Oh my! There was a disaster in the pit lane for someone. I think it was
Through the
Astorino.
switchback. So the lead was up to 2 seconds. See, he's not. That's not 2 seconds. Is it? That's about a second and a half. There's your leader with the flash of blue. The rest of them, obviously. Oh, I think the tracks break up in one place there. You see that puff of dust? First time I've seen that again the entire time we've been here.
Bento loop now.
I know.
Perez now. There we go.
So it's 2.3 seconds. Bento slightly pulled out on Perez. Third place, Astorino. No, not, you're right. Astorino had a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I was exiting pit lane. There was a car sideways. I think it was Boda.
That's where the luck in this game comes into. Sometimes you just can't legislate for errors by other people. So Perez in second. He was 2.3 down last time. Waiting to see. 7 crashes. 2 comes up the inside. A very young Marshall.
Very young. Isn't there a rule for Marshall age? at the Euros?
Perhaps not with the junior final.
Oh, junior
Because
Marshalls
he was,
also.
I reckon he's 9 if he's a day.
Right.
But he was very, very lithe, like they can be. He was quite sprinty, really keen. But obviously, these things are quite dangerous, actually, when they're upside down. They're spinning, all sorts of things are spinning that can hurt you. So I'm sure they've signed a disclaimer somewhere.
We had a Finnish national red flagged. Marshall got hit in the head and knocked out on the triple jump.
That's happened too many times. That was always the thing at the Neo. The cars were flying 9 feet in the air. You thought, there were a couple of places we thought, basically, Marshall, A, you need a helmet, and B, you need danger money. But it was spectacular.
Yep.
It made great telly. Anyway, so going through is Perez. Now, how far is he? At 1.9. I think that's actually just ahead of him. He's less than 2 seconds now behind Benetto. Not quite half price. Half price? Not at half distance yet.
Yeah. The first car right there is the leader.
Yeah.
So Perez is Savoia lookalike is right there.
No, until, oh, well, God, well, that was impressive.
Yeah, just
Roll
low
the
roll
whole
centers,
thing.
dude. Keep it pinned.
Keep it pinned, low roll, so that's free. You have to pay 20% off for the rest. How can you pay 20% off? It's 20% off for the rest. The rest of the advice is 20% off. That was free. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, you just go on the website. The price is already reduced.
Wow.
One thing we've actually spoken about in Invisible Speed is the difference between skill and talent. How would you define that?
Me?
The difference between skill and talent.
Blimey, that's really good, actually. I think English is my first language. I don't know. How would you define the difference?
I would say you can actually tell from these junior drivers racing right now. So skill is something you build up through repetition. So you practice, you repeat, and you build up your skills. But talent is something you can't really affect.
Ah, right, natural talent.
Yes, the talent comes in when you have to adapt. So, for example, you take a driver who hasn't raced on high grip like this, and he does really well, even though he's never really raced on it.
I think this is bad news for Perez. That could be the end of his chances. He was getting quite close to Benito.
Yeah, it was just a bit too ambitious there.
Clapped it quite badly. And
the reason they stay on throttle there and turn the wheels is because sometimes when you crash, you can actually right the car by doing that.
I've seen that a few times. It's quite interesting. They absolutely go crazy and then flip it up and goes right back up again. So go back to the talent and skill thing.
Yeah, so the talent comes in when you have to adapt. So you have repeatedly practiced something and you're good at that, you're skilled at that, and then something changes. So the traction level is very high and you have to change the way you drive, and talented drivers can do that. So they pick up on what's going wrong, on what they need to adjust, and they do it on the fly. Just a couple of laps and they're dialed again. And that's what talent is. A very skilled driver, it takes longer for them to adapt. So I think a good word to use there is adaptability, like how quickly you can adapt to something new.
So let's throw this out. Who do you think of our current crop is skillful, and who do you think is talented? Or are they all talented and skillful at different levels?
You mean top drivers or this race?
Just top drivers.
Top drivers. I think that someone like Ronnefalk is very talented. One of the reasons is that he lives in Sweden. A lot of the year he can't drive 8 scale, he drives 10 scale, off-road, on-road. Then he can show up to a race not having driven 8 scale for 6 months. 2 days of practice, he shows up, he's competitive, right? You can't do that on skill. You have to rely on talent. You have to adapt. You have been driving something else, now you're adapting. So he's a very talented driver. And then someone with a lot of skill, who could I say? Let me think about this.
Okay.
Someone who puts in the work, like Savoia.
Right.
I think Savoia is someone he's a 3-time European champion, right?
Yeah.
And he won them back to back to back. That was because everything was perfect for him in that moment. He had practiced a lot, tested, he was in tune with his equipment. Now that things are not quite in tune with how he likes to drive, he's struggling. He was in the quarterfinal. That's because he doesn't have that skill to adapt. He works hard, he puts in the hours, he goes to the track, he tests. That's how he can be fast. So he has a high skill, lower talent. And that's how he's a European champion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone like Ronefalk, he shows up, car isn't quite right, he adapts.
Right.
When his car is right, he's unbeatable. That's what the difference between skill and talent. Skill can get it done, but you have to have everything right. Talent can get it done even when things aren't right.
Just so you know, the 3 very similar cars are actually racing for second position. It's Alejandro Perez from Clement Boda from Gabriel Astorino, all of which have been painted from the blue and green book of blue and green. Oh, no.
Issue in pit lane, and I think Boda kept going, so that's a good
result for Boda.
him.
They come in, and it's Astorino who I think has made the mistake, or is it Perez? Oh, no, look at that.
That should be a stop and go. Let's see what happens.
Stupidity, that's for sure. Stupidity and go. I'm not sure whether it's quite as intensely nasty. Not nasty, wrong word. Intensely severe. That's the word I was looking for.
It wasn't intentional. The other guy just entered the pits a bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things where you've got your speed and you're taken aback by the sudden braking or the different speed attack of the other car.
Yeah, the same thing happened to Ronefalk in the semi-final when Oscar Baldo was going to let him by, but instead of just keeping going and going wide in the corner, he slowed down. And when he slowed down, Ronefalk hit him because he didn't expect it. So,
yeah, it's often it's a skill to be overtaken. As much as a skill to overtake someone, it's a massive skill to be overtaken. It's something we talk about a lot in the full-size racing I do because it's multi-class. So you've got cars that are 25 seconds a lap faster coming past you. But it's how you how you get overtaken, causing the minimum amount of danger and the minimum time loss is incredibly important. And it's a skill. And you see people who know how to be overtaken. It's really important.
maybe the advice there is not to do anything surprising.
Stay on the line.
Yeah,
Stay on your line.
Don't change anything in what you're doing.
The first rule is if you can, stay on your line. And sometimes just breathing out the throttle, costing you half a tenth, will avoid a situation where you end up not being where you want to be in the track.
Yeah.
And losing half a second or 3 tenths, or worse than that, having some form of accident with somebody else.
Yeah, letting a faster driver by is even more critical in something like Supercross because you get landed on if you do something surprising. So
yeah, that is true. That would be slightly a bit
that's a sport where you definitely learn to keep your line. Don't do anything out of the ordinary. Keep your line, and the driver behind will find his way past. Leave the inside open. He dives to the inside, but just don't swerve.
Yes, obviously it's quite a painful lesson that you learn when you get that one wrong.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure if we're with that. Are we with Astorino?
I think Perez in third. Maybe we could
let's
look at the
try
leader.
and find the leader, number 2. He should be coming across the line any second now. In fact, now he's come across.
Down the straight.
Down the straight now. That's your boy. That is Andre Bento, from Portugal. He's got Astorino behind by 1.2 seconds, so it's so he actually lost a second to Gabriel on the last lap. There they are. There's first and second. 3 minutes 40 to go. So we've finished all the pit stops. I'm watching you for a little bit as they go through the S-bend. They kind of go past through commentary corner, overtiming and scoring. And over the big single, which no one does much with, and then a little hoppity hop, and they go up to the very high tabletop at the rear end. And the tippy-tappy section here, and then back in front of the rostrum before they get to the switchback, which is downhill all on the right-hand side. That's a smaller tail. We're going to come to almost 180, which is a big climb. And then there's this big sharp jump where you've got to land the downside, brake hard and turn before you get to the rollers at the back. And then you have the high left tabletop before you come to the S-bend. Then you get to Coventry Corner, and that's a lap of the race, which Andre Bento did in 34.429 seconds, which for a junior driver is pretty good. The sort of the race pace you'll be seeing for the final, probably 36.5s, 36.6s, and you will see
33?
occasional, 33.5, 33.6s. You will see, thank you for that. We will see occasional faster ones, but there'll be a constant speed will be around that. They're saying there's no tyre wear, so there's no tyre drop-off.
Yeah, that's what we spoke about earlier when I was in here, how the track surface gets greasy because of the exhaust. So it started off and we were running medium tyres and hard tyres, and now some of the drivers are actually electing to go to a soft compound because the track is so much looser, just because of all the oil and rubber on the track.
It's that big black line. That tells you where the track is. That line wasn't there 2 days ago, but it's there now. So if anybody comes to this track tomorrow, they'll know exactly where the racing line is because it's marked out for them.
And funnily enough, this is the opposite to most tracks, because if you go offline, it's actually higher grip. Which is, I mean, that never happens. Come on.
It'd be amazing. Obviously, we'd never run, but if it rains now, it'd be great. They'd all have to learn to take the karting line, which is where you avoid the stuff that's normally used because it gets greasy as heck, and you do it for the virgin tarmac, or in this case, the virgin sealed clay.
Drivers would be doing donuts.
So Bento, it's not that comfortable for him. 1:15 to go. Astorino right behind him in the light green machine. And getting closer, in fact. So I want Bento, with the thought of a junior European win. This doesn't, of course, make him the junior European champion, of course. That will still go, I expect, to either go to Birkin Kilic or Daniel Parenti, both juniors in the main final. So if you only win the junior race, you don't become the European junior champion. It's the highest finisher, and we have a couple of juniors in the main final.
How old are they? 16?
Birkin's 16, yeah. I don't know about Daniel. I think he's about, you know better than me.
Might be younger.
Yeah, but they're officially entered as juniors.
Nice.
So, oof.
That's something to watch in the A-main also.
Absolutely pushing. He's got 1 lap to go. So this is the last lap scrap for the junior final here at the European Championships 1/8 Off-Road 2022. He's flying him. Oh,
that was brilliant.
He went for it. He knew that was going to get past him. He's going to fly it. Did it work? Did it heck? But he just thought, I'm going for it, says Gabriel Astorino. He gets my award for just pure chutzpah.
So
and
close.
Then just didn't make it.
Well, he's still on the track. Let's see.
That's our leader, but he is going to come round. And that is going to be a win for Andre Bento, but a moral victory, in my opinion, for Gabriel Astorino for taking the one chance to get out.
Good effort.
Good lad, Gabriel. Well done. In second place. Boda's third. In at second. It's going to be Alejandro Perez, who's dropped away a little bit during the course of the event. He's now at the course of the race. He's in fourth eventually. Matthew Benettini is in fifth. They are still both about finishing. And it's Ivan Navarro, David Todd, Hugo Inevez, Freddie Thompson, Alex Montero, Alessandro Scaramazino, Iker Tellez, and Joaquim Moreno. Adrian Parente, as we saw, didn't get the run, mainly because you backed him. And that was that.
Maybe. I'm not going to pick anyone for the main. No.
I already picked Ongaro.
Yeah, so...
Only because you shouldn't, not for any other reason. Not for I actually even think particularly he's going to win. Just think you should never bet against him.
Right.
World's warm-up, it was nowhere, still won it.
How do we see the starting list of the main?
I don't know at the moment. So it's Andre Bento from Gabriel Astorino, then Clement Boda, Alejandro Perez, and then it is Mathieu Benetton, Ivan Navarro, David Todd is 7th, Hugo Ibanez, and that was the rest. They're taking it all away. I can't think anymore, but they're taking it from me, which means we can now go back to the studio.
Well, congratulations to Andre Bento on being top junior. Well earned title there. Well, it's almost upon us.
Ooh.
It's literally
I can't
almost
wait.
upon
I
us.
can't
You're
wait. It's
watching
gonna be
the
so good.
The EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy Euros, brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net, S-Works, RCGP, and T-Pro. And you know what? Before history is made here on this track in Barcelos, let's take a moment to look at some of the history that's been happening in the past on previous events. Let's take a look.
A bit of acceleration, perhaps quarter of a second, as we need to see Savoia get out of the way here. He's running fourth and not very important. That's heads up drive from Renault there. That leaves these two to fight. And then, he's tagged again. And but Bloomfield gets away, and the person who lost at that tag was actually the Swede himself. So Rodefat now, he's going to kind of gain back again. The chances are it's going to be very, very close either way. As Rodefat, I think Rodefat had to stop and go then. He just stopped. Probably that previous thing, so that's interesting. So it gives Bloomfield a great bit of the lead. But he's going to get it over the line, and he's going to take the victory as he runs. And Bloomfield is the European champion, and that is Darren taking the first British driver to win the European Championship in over 30 years of try. And commiserations to Dave Rodefat, a great run, but just didn't have enough in the last couple of minutes.
I was thinking, come on, just keep going, it's not over, keep going.
Was it the tyres? Did you tighten up? What happened?
Maybe I get a bit nervous, but I think in the end I ran super soft, so I think I overheated the tire, and the car was a bit hard to drive, and I lost a lot of the time on the concrete as well because Darren had more traction than me.
Already on the infield S and over the log. Oh, he's upside down! He's upside down! But no, not enough! Oh, that was so good. Savoia can now see him. One of those two mistakes, he built up enough for the lead, but he fell upside down. But no, the marshal was fast enough, but half the lead's gone, and that's woken the crowd up. He's slow round there. There is just time for one, perhaps two more laps. And Rodefat, he's got a bit wobbly, and Savoia is eating into his lead again. This happened last year. It was Bloomfield last year, but is there going to be one more lap? We are down to 20 seconds. What is happening? What is happening? There's going to be one more lap. The fight for the European Championship. Rodefat, the double. He needs to calm it. He can see Savoia coming for him. The shark is hunting his prey. It is so close. They are within touching distance under 45 minutes. Savoia, Rodefat, he's just calming it down. He's just got to do mini camera. Can he do mini camera? Yes, he can. He now needs to go over Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Rodefat. What a fantastic performance. You cannot write that. Almost at the end, he lost.
Boots leads, Rodefat second, Zanchetin is third, Ongara's fourth, Neumann is in fifth, and Burton is sixth. Boots has just got to complete this lap, and he will win, even though he won't get a checkered flag for another lap. Ongaro still in fourth. Boots, though, from Britain, takes the 2015 European Championship. No! Boots is European champion, and it couldn't happen. What a fantastic result for Elliot. Hugged by Rodefat. Elliot Boots, wow, congratulations. Finally.
Yeah, you had no idea.
Be a back-to-back European champion. Rodefat hasn't finished. Vassal hasn't finished. The man who is going to finish, if he can do the next few corners, is Elliot Boots, and Elliot Boots will become the European champion. Him and he can't go 2 corners to go. Boots goes in. Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots.
But it is Robert Bataille reclaiming the spirit of 2011 when he last won the European Championship over in Sand in Germany. Who, if he completes this lap, he will be the European champion because no one else will be on the last lap. So this is going to be a lap of honour when he crosses this line. That is your European champion. He's on a lap of honour. He knows he is. He's done it. Robert Bataille wins his 3rd European Championship. Those of you watching on Extreme don't realise the magnitude of what's happening here. This is a man who made his name running electric cars on carpet and asphalt. Then did a bit of running of IC cars on asphalt. then started running off-road on dirt with electric cars, and when he's won European Champions in all of those, or major champions in all of those, ran up in the World Championship, won 10th touring cars, and now he's spreading his wings and looks like he's going to become European champion in his hometown, or his home country. 2 laps to go. Can Ricardo Burton hold back World and European champion David Ronefalk? Will Ricardo Burton keep the champion? Well, bring the championship back to Italy for the first time in many a year? Or can the Super Swede find the luck, the speed, the endurance to get through? So, a lap and a half to go, 1.5 seconds behind. Now Ronefalk, Marshall's distracting them, but he's getting closer again. And they're now both, I'm sure, in the same frame as we come to the end of 45 minutes, and we're about to start the last lap with the 2 cars right together. Will the magnanimity of what's about to achieve affect Burt on this last lap? There's some annoying traffic as well, and they're coming together to come round for the last time in front of the grandstand. The grandstand giving a real cheer for Ricardo Burton, but there's plenty of people cheering on Ronefalk at the home as he got another gain. You can see the visual difference between the 2 cars. A car brakes very well, stops entirely and doesn't get involved. They're over the last time for the flag corner 2, up and down the useless bumps. Burton now just needs to keep it on the island, but it's more easily said than done when the pressure of the world and the chance of a European Championship is on your shoulders. Ronefalk coming up behind him. Can he do it? Can Ronefalk just throw it? Caution to the wind. He's getting so close. They are right behind each other. Ronefalk's got 2 corners to do it. Can he do it? The step up, step down. It's going to be difficult. Burton turns around. Burton's going to get it. Burton comes around. Burton is good. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. You will never see a better race than that in mixed conditions. A fantastic race right to the end. Ricardo Burton, a well-earned champion. A brilliant drive from David Ronefalk. No luck for Ongaro. That's what RC racing is about. That's why we love it.
Well, there you have it. A lot of history, a lot of familiar names that are also in this final.
Yeah, loads.
So you welling up a little bit in that. There was the memories, memories.
My camera work is amazing.
Robert Battier, Elliott Boots, David Ronefalk, Bruno Cahello, Ricardo Burton, all will be in this final. All previous winners of this, some of them multiple. They will all be in this. We're going to be joined. We're waiting now. The Volderol, one of Nick's favourite words, is unfolding. We've got Keenan with us. We've got Nick with us. But first, let's ask Nick, what's happening at the track? It looks a bit quiet, worryingly so. No. He hasn't got the mic. Do a mime.
Sign language.
Keenan, you've got a mic, haven't you?
Yeah, I always have a mic.
Yeah, see, you're professional.
Thank you guys for bringing in that coverage. I got into Euro racing because of you guys. You know what I mean?
Really?
And yeah, when I just was watching, I was like, I started watching Neo, and then obviously I started just learning more and more. And one of the goals has been for me when I started the podcast was to shed more highlights and more light on the European scene, because a lot of and it seems to be now a lot more Americans are starting to follow it as well. So that's great to see, because there's more to RC than just one spot. I mean, we do it all over the world. So, but yeah, excellent races, and you can see like the different type of surfaces and tracks that they were. It's unique.
Absolutely, and another new unique track for today as well. Not really like any of the others that we had in that clip over the previous years. I think Nick's
did Ronefalk has 2 championships or 1? I can't remember.
2. Yeah, and the WC.
Okay.
And 2 for Boots.
I should know that, shouldn't I?
You should. Yes, you should.
3 for Bataille as well.
Yep, that is true. So what's happening on the track right now, Nick?
Well, it was really unfortunate. This jackdaw came in from just over there, stretched down and stole my microphone. It was a nightmare.
Are you sure it wasn't a rook or a crow?
It was some sort of singular black bird, anyway. So, luckily, I managed to run to its nest and rescue it, so that's all right. Unsurprisingly, the race hasn't started at 5 o'clock, but then again, none of us ever thought it would. There's a number of drivers waiting for the announcements. They're all hiding at the background at the moment. So I think they're all going to be announced out by the race director. As you can see, it's quite good. Look behind me. There's a very good crowd. Can you see the crowd behind me? So you've got crowd behind me there.
Fantastic,
You've got crowd behind me here on the back. But also, the crowd I think is really good. The ones who are up there by the tree. He's the ones up behind me on the tree.
In the shade.
Yeah.
In the shade of a tree. Those are the intelligent fans, because the rest of it's absolutely in the sun and a tiny bit warm.
Nick, how's the track holding up?
Well, interestingly, it's still, look, completely solid. I'm going to look at one of the corners. I did see a bit of puff of smoke, actually, at one part of a corner.
It looks like one of the corners in the middle is starting to get worn away just before the base of the jump, but I'm not sure if that's just an optical illusion or not.
There's a sort of a situation where you got a lot of black on the track. You see, like there, for example. But that is just, you look at what you're talking about, the goo and the. Can you see the goo? Is that a good goo shot?
Yeah.
So you got
nice
the goo.
knee.
It is greasy. Apparently, my socks are very popular as well. When I'm not being out of breath, everyone loves my socks. I thought I saw a hole in the track. There we are. Can you see the hole? Is it in? Oh, I can't see where the picture is. That is the hole.
And
I
that's
saw that
not
hole.
been filled in at all.
Well, it hasn't got a chance to, but you can see now that the top surface. This is very Tony Gregg putting his key in the surface. Hang on. That is, as you can see, that's the kind of the.
Point the camera at your finger, Nick.
There we are.
There you go.
I can't see the blink. Right. So
there you go.
That's the underlying clay. This is the surface on top. Has obviously been hit down by tyres and everything else. It's just got worn away by landing points. So that reason I thought that was happened is I did see on the junior final when someone landed a puff of smoke, and that was it. So that is the one place where the track's beginning to give way. Don't think it's going to cause many problems. Reasonably spectacular. And so obviously now just waiting for this to get underway.
Nick, we've just watched a fantastic clip of the last several years of
me being overexcited
European
on several different countries.
Yes, you shouting. Which can you pick one out as your favourite?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
Because I think, if we're honest, like towards the beginning, so if you look at that montage, it's chronological, and so you've got you've got Bloomfield taking the first one for the Brits, obviously, and then you've got Ronnefalk just about having been upside down taking his, and they're really exciting. And then there's somewhere they just kind of ran away with it in the middle, and then it comes back again towards the end with Berton.
Yep, I think the Ricardo Berton one was great because the weird thing is though I kind of quite like it when we're fighting against adversity. So,
which is all the time. That's every event.
The last time in Portugal when we were so hot and we were trying to do clever things with extreme and everything else. I remember that being you did some really clever shots with the getting the driver's fingers and everything else. That was I was quite pleased with that one. That was good. The race itself, I mean, fingers on the. Oh, it's right, Frank. You try doing this in this boiling heat, carrying a 4-kilogram camera. Honestly, cars now. Look, cars. That's the number 4 of. Can you see it? I can't really see it. Honestly, it's so bright out here. I can't see the screen. I can't see the screen.
There it is. There it is.
That's the Ongaro car.
The current world champion.
Who's that? Tell me who's that is.
Robert Battier.
Oh, you can see his name. Damn.
Johan
Figueiredo car.
Yeah.
Figueiredo.
No boots yet.
It's the 9 now. That's Birkin.
9 of Bergen, yeah.
Kilic.
Yep.
Kilic. Who's that then? Whose car's that? Quickly. Don't read the name. Boots. That's right. Elliot Boots' car. Yep. And then you've got the 11 of Pekko Ivanen. So that's just for Taro and the free socks, as it's known. They brought some of the other people further forward as well. So
no sign yet. No sign yet of the LCQ winner.
Oh, there we are.
Is that in frame?
Yeah, that's great. That's Bruno.
There's your pole position man. That is Juan Carlos Canas.
Lovely colour scheme.
I'm not really here. There. I think to answer your question, I think the one probably my favourite race actually is the 2013 Reims event. I think because we're just getting into our stride, our second year of streaming, we suddenly got a really good race. So that's what I would say. Probably the Reims event.
Savoia was threatening David Ronnefalk throughout that race. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, it's Alex.
Sorry, my hand hurts. No, Alex. Yes.
No, that's fair enough. Savoia was threatening, and also Darren Bloomfield, who was in the first one in our clip. Both Savoia, Darren's back. He's had a lot of time off, so we don't expect him to be that high up. You know, I think he said when you spoke to him, you know, you have to be realistic. Savoia didn't make it. I guess he'll be a bit gutted.
Oh, I think so. I think Savoia's been out of shape. Has not been at the races as such as he knows a race the entire time. He'll have to go away and think about things. But you know, it's been 3 years away. Just got a little bit of a. Which cars haven't we seen so far? This is David's car. Have you seen David's car so far?
No, we haven't seen David.
You have to tell me. You have to tell me it's in frame or not. I can't see a thing.
It is.
It's very good. Yeah. You had Carlos in frame for a second there.
Yeah, I've got Carlos.
Can we get a word from Carlos?
Hello.
Hello, Carlos. How's it going?
Very fine, more or less. Yeah, we are.
What's Carlos doing there?
He's very busy.
He's handing everyone's fuel bottles out. I'm not sure why.
Well, they put the bottles next to their own cars already.
He's busy section chairmaning. It's a big job that he has to do.
Why are you handing everyone's bottles back?
Because under the sun, it is not needed to be under the sun for the fuel. It's not good. So what about handing the fuel out? The cars are in parfumé. The fuel is not on parfumé.
Now, you remember 2 days ago, I asked you who would win, and you gave me 9 names, okay? Several of those aren't in it anymore.
Oh, really?
So who do you think is going to win, Carlos?
Jesus Christ, it's impossible to say. Who's gonna
Here
win?
we are.
The one who passed the checkered flag at 45 minutes and lose any second.
By the way, Carlos is standing for Prime Minister of Spain quite soon.
Taking over from Boris.
I mean, in fairness, there is a vacancy in our country, but there we go. So,
Indeed.
Yeah, political answer. So that's. So we're waiting for the driver. I'm not sure. I think the drivers might get called up the top because obviously we've got all the mechanics who are here. You see.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a comment from someone. I'm going to get a comment from our friend. I'm going to
Who's
have a
our
quick
friend?
word. Chris.
Have we got any?
Chris Circus. Chris Circus. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Hello.
Chris, you've been to lots of these championships. How does this rank for you?
Rank? Oh, maybe Canas could be the winner this time. But Ungaro, it's very, very good.
Another man who won't bet against Ongaro. And have you enjoyed the event itself, the Portuguese hosting and everything?
Yeah, was great. Yeah, the facilities, the crew, all the people are great. The track, all it's very, very nice. And you, dear.
Very nice. One thing I'd like to say, this is a man who knows how to handle a camera, but then again, he can probably see the screen. I can't see a thing. It's too dark. Alex, take a picture of me. Alex, it's my best side. Hey, there we are.
Is it worth going up on the driver's stand and talking to a driver or two? Do you think we could get
sure
away
they
with
want
that?
to talk to me.
No, they won't. But you know,
I don't know. Who knows?
I'm sure the viewers would love to hear from them.
That's the challenge.
If my 3G will last, 4G. Sorry, I've got an advanced phone. Here comes the RC Special man from Greece. Hello, RC Special from Greece. How are you? Again, by the way, I know I'm really bad at cameras anyway, but I have absolutely no idea for most of the time what's in this frame.
Well, it's mainly just your forehead.
Well,
I don't
that's a
know.
lovely forehead. It's quite
I
large.
think I like Nick with the beard from the older videos.
Yes,
Nick with beard.
yes. Nick with the
Not allowed
fetching
to-
beard
no, no.
we had, yeah.
Oh, hang on. Now this is look. I've come up. They're all now walking downstairs again. Now I don't think. I'm sure it's not my BO.
Are they
all
picking
going
their spots
downstairs.
then?
Up, down. Honestly, look, Elliot, up, down, up, down. There we are. So that was a comment of up, down by a driver. We're going past the world of look. It's the Wall of Champions.
Yeah.
There we are.
Amazing.
That's
Oh,
beautiful.
I can see the trophies as well. Do you want to see the trophies?
Yes, please.
The man leaving, which is an odd thing to do. Here we are. Here are the trophies. Are they in frame? Aren't they?
They're not really in
Here
frame yet.
are the trophies. There you are.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I love the chicken.
Wooden.
The rooster,
chicken,
yeah.
That's your.
That's great.
That is your. If you win, that's what you get. That is your winner's trophy.
That's awesome.
You kind of
And
hope that
a-
one survives
and a
the.
car.
And you got sub trophies for chickens for winning various heats and junior and senior final, but that's it. I've got a radio controlled chicken. Can't argue that.
That's
can you?
that's
up with the
reason enough
chicken?
to
Is that
win
their
the
signal?
European Championship right there.
You
Would
see,
you
just
like a
another thing
radio-controlled
that's
chicken?
unique about this event.
Yes, me showing you chicken pictures. Well, I'm at the back now with drivers. Hi, David.
Hello.
So how are you feeling with them? Well, actually, the race should have been underway 10 minutes ago. So how are you feeling 10 minutes into the race?
I wasn't surprised. This is always the procedure here at the Euros or Worlds or whatever it is with the drive presentation. Takes forever, but I guess we'll be up there in 10 minutes or so. So stay there.
You won the semi after a mistake by Davide. How do you feel the pace is, though?
We tried some stuff in the semi that it was. I mean, it was good. You know, I had a good drive and everything. I stayed close to Davide, so that when he made a mistake, I was able to get by. But changing a couple of things here for the main that we know that work better in the qualifiers to get some more speed and then hope for the best.
Great stuff, thanks, Dave. And you're starting third.
Third, yeah.
I'm not sure if Juan Carlos Canas has come down. He has come down with his bad foot. Let's see if I can try and grab a quick word with JCC. Juan Carlos, we're going to do this. Is he in frame? Tell me he's in frame.
He's in frame.
How's your foot?
Yesterday I have a problem in the swimming pool, but it's okay.
Do you think will standing up for 45 minutes be difficult?
I hope yes, but it will be difficult for sure. In semi-final was difficult, here in the final more.
But your car was super quick car.
Yeah, it looks safe, but in the final can change all.
Nice one. So in the semi-final there, they're going to start the presentation. I've got pins and needles in my hand from holding this thing. I'm going to nip past a couple of people I spoke to in my previous grid walks. I've spoken to them just so recently. See if we can find our next victim, and that's our current European champion, Ricardo Burton. Ricardo, getting faster all along?
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know what to say now. The car looks good in the semi, so will be really hard to pass here on this track. But let's see what will happen.
Do you feel that the longer race will suit you in the car more?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We didn't test a lot these long runs here, so I think will be a surprise for everyone. It's really hot, so let's see.
Thanks. Now I'm going to talk to the man in Portuguese, Alessandro. Alessandro, you are the pit man. Ciao.
Ciao.
So it's basically down to you. It's all on your back whether he wins.
I believe that the big percentage will go to Ricky, and I hope you don't make a mistake. The only problem is that one, just to save his race.
Good stuff. Thank you, Alessandro.
Thank you.
Local favourite, how figured how I get the feeling you've been a bit unlucky all week so far. Is that how you feel as well?
Well, the first heat I was unlucky, yeah, for sure. But then I think I just had small mistakes of my own. I think the speed is there, so I got some bad luck also on semi with some engine problem, but we sorted it out, so we'll see now.
Is it 45 minutes? Is that an extra difficulty?
Might be, as Ricky said, I think we didn't test a lot like in the long run, so we'll see with this seed. We never know.
Great stuff. That's how we go. We're going to move across to Mr. Boots. Elliot, we've now decided it's downstairs, not upstairs, not downstairs. Where are you feeling overall?
We have to see. I mean, I'm starting middle of the pack. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a bit of a train effect for a little while. So hopefully we just don't get into too much trouble and get past a few and then set pace and get into a rhythm for the long run.
I mean, realistically, do you have to hope for others to meet problems, or do you think you've got the pace to do it on your own?
I mean, in this racing, you obviously need a bit of luck as well. We've got pace. We just see if we can show it.
Great stuff. Thank you indeed to Elliot. We're going to just just a quick word with Burak. Obviously not the final, desperate bad luck. I mean, but that's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's racing, and yeah, we will see next year what happens. But I don't know what to say. I'm just gutted for the race, and yes.
Can I ask you what happened in the last chance qualifier? Because you came in after 2 or 3 minutes. Why was that?
Yeah, I tried to overtake, so an undercut. It worked, but the first car made just one stop, so we didn't catch up. So yeah, that is what it is.
Great stuff. Bad luck, and good luck for next year.
Thank you.
That's Burak Kilik, not Birkin. They're actually calling out the people now, so I now have to go to attack people in the... who qualified 12th and 13th, by the way? No one's talking to me.
Periente 13th and Ivanen 11th. Or sorry, Trevisan 12th and Periente.
It's is it David? What's Periente?
David,
Give me first names, Frank.
Daniel Periente.
Danny Parrington. See if we can go a bit.
He'll be top junior.
Daniel Parriente.
And
Daniel, you must be very pleased just to be in this final.
Yes, it's so good for me. That it's a fantastic place for me.
Very hard fought in the last chance race. How do you? It must be really nervous all through that.
Yeah. In the last minutes with Jonah Heinen and Oscar Navarro, I'm so nervous. Yeah, that.
Great start, but I suppose really now anything is a bonus, isn't it? Any way you can move up, it just improves your day. So if you start at the back, everything is better now.
Yes, it's better. Top 10, it's good. But that.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry, I've forgotten I'm having the
Andrea
12th card. Give me the name. Andrea
Trevisan
okay.
starts 12th.
Andrea, you made the final. Obviously that was your aim, but you were surprised to make the main final?
Yeah, I'm surprised. My car was very good. Yesterday it was 20, and now we passed the quarter, and now we are here. Yeah.
Is it just the car and you enjoy longer races?
Yeah. It's the new car, and I think it's a good car, and now we do the best.
Great stuff, thank you. And now on to RCTV's favourite racer. It's Pekko.
I don't think we're allowed a favourite racer.
We are allowed a favourite racer. I have a favourite racer, but only because of his mum. Pekko, fantastic. You must be absolutely delighted to make the main.
Yeah, for sure. This is unbelievable.
It
has been very good 2 weeks for me.
Well, this is, of course, the third different class of RC racing you've made the A main of the Euros in.
Yeah, it is.
What's your realistic aim? Starting 11th, what's a good result for you?
I don't know. I just want to finish the race without any flameouts and stuff like broken parts or something. So hoping for the best. And I think if I can finish the whole race, I can be in top 10 for sure, maybe.
Great stuff. And can you just say hello to your mum in Finnish?
Heippa, toivottavasti menee hyvin.
Great stuff. Thank you, Pekko. Now, on to Marco Barufalo. You've got your own name called Marco Barufalo. Marco, the solo techno in the final. How difficult has it been being like a sort of one-man team really here?
So after the warm-up was so difficult for me, and we go back. We work a lot on the car with the new parts, and now we made the final, so we are really happy and full focus on the final, and let's see what happens.
Are you going to go super aggressive or just...
No, I will try to be smooth like in the semi-final, but who knows? Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe I need to be aggressive sometimes, maybe not.
Let's go with the aggressive. Yeah. That's a good one. And finally, it's Birkenkids. Well, you have managed to beat your brother.
Yeah, but I'm super unhappy. He was leading the semi-final, and yeah. I was also some cries were down, and yeah.
So what's your hopes? You're starting right in the middle of the field. I mean, realistically, can you make the podium? You made the podium last time.
I try. You never know. Final is long. Everything is possible. So yeah, that's it.
That's great stuff. Thank you very much. That's everybody, by the way. We've now spoken to all 13 of the drivers. So not really sure what else I can give you. I'm not sure what else I can give you. I've given you my all.
Can you finish running the track, Nick?
No.
Can you give us the final of our lives?
Yes,
I mean, I know you can't really make that happen. It's down to luck and racing generally.
And yeah, the racing gods will give you that. Also,
Should we let you get into position and we'll talk to Keenan in a bit?
That'd be lovely. Thank you very much. See you guys.
Nick looks like he's got half a bottle of sun cream in his eyes. Anyway,
I bet you his hand is numb from holding the camera. I guarantee you. I know that. Here's a guy we haven't talked about much this weekend, Bruno Coelho. Three different disciplines of RC. He won the European Championship in Buggy. Then he makes it's exciting racing with him in England last weekend. And here I'm not surprised to see Coelho faster. If this was a blown out track, really rough, maybe not his type, but with this smooth surface and high grip, yeah, I think Coelho can win this too. It's not I just think right now, I think there's nobody like Coelho in RC. He's running onward, he's running 10 scale, he's running. These are all different.
Third different class that he wins.
Yeah, but if you think about it, with Coelho, he can't have had anything like the amount of track time in terms of nitro buggy. as his
Yeah.
competitors.
Yeah.
It's physically not possible because he's been running so many other cars. But also,
Canas and Ongaro, that's all they run is nitro buggy, isn't it?
I'm relatively
That's what
sure he
makes him
came
so
to the class
impressive.
a lot
Makes him
later.
so impressive.
Yeah, so impressive with so little track time compared to all the others around him, either side of him. Juan Carlos Canas. Not forgetting Juan Carlos Canas did win the European Championship in this class, but at the electric version at the Hoodie Arena for
Yes.
S-Works. So he's having a great year as well.
It's amazing how fast he's gotten.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ron Felk, he's kind of digging in a little bit. I feel like he's battling against a lot of things. What do you think he can do during this race? What do you think can be his main focus? Obviously, he needs to try and get past two drivers and not get taken out or take himself out, which does occasionally happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's starting third. Hopefully, let's say that Coelho and Canas pull out, because it's probably going to happen. He needs to make sure he doesn't let those two cars out of his reach. And he just needs to put his head down and get that start, because I watched him at DNC, I watched him at the RCGP and other races. He's in, and then even recently at the Italian RCGP, when you're starting way back like you are, it's so hard because that mid-pack battle is so difficult. You know, there's lots of fast guys. You got to get through them, and that just allows the leaders to pull out. So hopefully he can get the start that he needs, get behind Coelho or get in front of them or whatever, and he just has to. You can't. None of these guys can let Coelho or Canas get out to a lead. If that's it, then I think they're just going to run away with it, barring any mistakes.
I guess they'll be hoping that maybe Coelho and Canas kind of take each other out.
Well, the in the comments on the stream, the opinion seems to be split almost evenly between Ongaro and Canas, and a couple people saying Ronafalk. So it'll be very interesting. I hope Ronafalk can keep it interesting, and
me too.
I'm hoping we see the same sort of race that we saw at RCGP a few weeks back, but that
Yes.
Ronafalk is also in there.
I'm contractually obligated not to pick him, so but let's see. You know, he's on a new chassis, and a lot of people just
JQ said Ronafalk for the win, I think. So
yeah, of
I
course.
think
I would like to
drivers-
see him win.
Two drivers I think we can't discount. Obviously, Robert Battier has won this countless times. He is known for his abilities in the long finals. He just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, and he'll just play it safe, and he might rise to the top. You never know. But also, how Figueiredo, home track, he knows this very well. As he said to Nick earlier, he seems to have had a bit of bad luck, silly mistakes. Maybe it's the nerves, having, you know, the whole of European RC racing descend on your home track, and you obviously the pressure is on for you to perform. But he has got Mick Craddock pitting for him, and has been working with him this weekend. So I think, you know, don't discount him either.
No, of course not. He's a very punch driver as well. He's probably got a billion laps on this track. And I mean, could you imagine like Kyosho back to back, 2019, 2022? The Kyosho fan, the Red Army would be very happy. But we can't. We're skipping over somebody here, and that's Ongaro. Everybody has him as the favorite, and rightfully so. But I will tell you this: like, Canas outright beat him in Italy. Like, outright beat him. It wasn't no mistakes or anything like that. So we have to hold Canas on that level of Ongaro at this moment, I would say. And his cars looked really good from what I've seen, and he's got confidence. Maybe his foot might hurt him, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You can never count any of these guys out. And I really want a good race. If we have a great race, that's all I care about.
Yeah, that's our main goal, is to see an amazing race for 45 minutes. These guys nose to tail, and no takeouts, no flame outs, nothing like that.
I think you're right. What you said. The pressure is on David and David, Davide and David, to not let those two guys get away. And if they don't let them get away, this is going to be an epic 45 minutes of racing. It truly is.
Go ahead. I wanted to touch on something that Coelho said in the Euros, at the 10 scale Euros, how much pressure he was under to win. And we was having a discussion about this in the Discord. I feel he's under no pressure to win this, because if he doesn't win it, they'll be like, okay, this is not his premier class. So, you know, he has that going for him. But I think that without having that pressure of like I mean, he wants to win, obviously, but without having that pressure, like we expect you to win, maybe it's allowed him to relax and just be better.
Yeah, I mean, in Slovakia, I mean, Matt and I were there in the oppressive heat. But it did seem like there was loads and loads of pressure on Bruno because it was his home track. There was mostly X-ray drivers at that track, and then we saw him the next week, I think it was in Nottingham
in Robin Hood Raceway,
and he seemed a little bit
pressure
looser.
had lifted off.
Yeah.
But then here he seems even more relaxed. He seems super relaxed to me.
I mean, on top of it not being his premier class, he's like literally in his home country.
Yeah, former champion, but I don't think he's got anything to prove.
Yeah.
No,
and there he is qualifying, top 3.
If he does win, though, I think we have to rank him as probably the best driver right now, period.
He's the new horror.
Yeah. I always rated horror really, really highly, and now, I mean, I still do, but Coelho is, I mean, if he does take this one, he's definitely, taking that crown off horror, I think.
But for me, it doesn't mean that for going into the Worlds, he'll be a contender as well. It's going to be very interesting to see. I'm really I want to talk about the Americans a little bit too, because I consider Dakota Fenn to be probably the best off-road racer right now because he's winning in 10 scale and 8 scale. I think he would do really well at a track like this. This would suit him really good. He'd be flying her. So I know we're talking about the Euros, but I'm thinking of the Worlds coming up in 2 months and the amount of racing that we're going to see. And I think what people don't understand how important the Worlds are to RC, and we haven't seen this race in 4 years now. So, and obviously the winner of this is gonna, even though this track is nothing like Redovon, but the winner of this carries some confidence going in a couple months, and it's gonna be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the questions that we have in our ticker is how does this race potentially impact the Worlds, coming up in a couple of months, which is it's going to be probably at least the same heat, a very different track.
Very different.
I asked Nick the other day, how much bigger Redovon is, and he said it's a lot bigger than this. It's about a 50-second lap, and it's huge. I mean, we saw the clip earlier, and I was actually on camera at a couple of those events at Redovon, and I'd forgotten how absolutely massive it is. So it will be very interesting, and it's a lot different surface than this as well.
I'm loving. Go on, Keenan.
Sorry, Matt. Also, they'll be able to run 25%. I think. I think this fuel rules is. Some have figured out, some haven't. It's still got a lot. I think the engine tech has to get there to make the combustion a little bit better and whatnot, which will happen over time.
I think this is the
it's
first
going to be good to
time
see.
16% has been used, hasn't it?
16 EU, yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of smack talk, and I love it between the EU and the USA guys. It's good. Joe's been in the comments.
Yeah,
I didn't misquote him. He kind of hinted, kind of said that the European guys are on fire, but he's like, no, no, they're not on fire. We put them to rights at DNC. What he's saying is the Europeans are hard to beat in Europe, which is obvious, right? But I will say this, whilst I want a European guy to win. I think that would be one for. Obviously, Frank, your
my
European
loyalties are split, but
loyalties are split with an American in the UK. Keenan, you spent a lot of time in the UK as well, so I don't know where your loyalties lie. But I will say this: if an American wins at Redovon in Europe, they are the best in the world.
That's a proper.
They
show.
have really done it. I mean,
I would agree.
They really have.
But I kind of hinted to that when we were talking to Joe, because I do remember, the size of the associated team that would go out to a race, and they have a couple of star guys, and everybody else is out there. Maybe not, they're trying different tires. This is back in the days when it was open tires, nothing spec, and the bigger a team, the more input, the more mental power you have behind you, you know, to try out all sorts of things.
Guys, I mean, you may be wondering why we're still talking to you and you're not watching the action. There has been a 10-minute delay called. We're going to find out who's called that delay, what it means. I can see engines starting now. We're going to go to a super quick ad break. You're not going to miss anything. We're going to come back and hopefully the finals will be underway. So we'll be with you right back in a few minutes.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Right. You are watching the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championship brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net, S-Works, RCGP, and T-Pro.
Yes.
And this is it. This is the big one. We're about to go to the main final. We're going to be handing over to Nick, who is going to be talking us through 45 minutes of what we hope to be a thrilling race at Barcelos. Keenan, will you join us after the final?
Sure.
Good. Great. Over to Nick.
We are underway with warm-up. The countdown doesn't actually be fired up on my there we go. It's a 5-minute warm apparently. The countdown for 5 minutes for this one for the final. There's been a 10-minute timeout which was called by Daniel Parente. So he's got to start in last. Oh, hang on, he's already starting in last place. Just for this early part of this intro, I'm joined by JQ because JQ wants to tell me his predictions.
Yes. So I analyzed the semi-finals and. I think that the top 4 are actually the guys to watch because any one of those.
That doesn't really take a degree in car theory, does it, to work out the top 4 qualifiers might be the one to watch for a race?
Well, it's not always this way, but this time it just happened to be that way. If Carrasco, El Jorón, and Falco Ongaro win, they can win with everyone having a perfect race, and
right.
It won't be a surprise. I think everyone after that, they can win also, but it's going to require a really bad crash or a flame out or something to go wrong for those other guys.
Okay, just to remind you that if you actually look on the screen now from left to right, it's Juan Carlos Canas in the red top with the S-Works. It's the X-Ray of Bruno Coelho in the second slot. Then the big tall man in the white T-shirt, that's the Mallorca de Ronafalk. And then the 2 level hair man of the Associated of reigning world champion David Ongaro. Next to him is the man you should never count out. It's Robert Bataille with the Mugen. And then it's the Infinity of Ricardo Berton in Actually, Berton and Battle are around the wrong way, actually. Battle is where Berton should be and vice versa. Then Figueiredo with the Kyosho is actually in plot 7. In plot 8, it is box 8, it is Elliott Boots with S-Works. Then it's the Mugen of Burak Kilic. In 9, it's the Techno of Marco Bruffalo on 10. Pekko Ivonen, he's running Associated, but he's not actually sponsored by them. He's actually a Schumacher Works driver. And it's Andre Trevisan who's got a WRC. And it's Daniel Parente, whose chassis, I can't remember what it is.
Pariente is S-Works.
S-Works, so there we go. So that's your complete chassis. But the last two actually aren't in the shot. On the far left is Mark, the referee, in the white top, and the race announcer, well, the race information announcer in the blue top, and they've all walked off one way or the other. They're not calling another 10 minutes time. Can you?
No. I would say that the dark horse for this main is Ricardo Berton, because in the semi-final he was in 6th place, actually 7th place early on, and he actually drove past the other guys to finish 3rd, I think, in his semi-final. So he really caught fire second half of the semi-final. So I would watch him in this main. If he has a decent start and he's up there with the guys, second half of the race is when Berton can really catch fire. So let's watch him.
One other little battle that will happen as well. It's between Berkan Kilic and Daniel Parente, and that is to become the junior champion. Whoever finishes higher up will be the EFRA junior champion. The second place finisher will be the EFRA junior vice champion, apparently. And then Jake will write a big article how there's no such thing as a vice champion.
Exactly, vice champion, that's my vice. Yeah, well, let's see. Canas, he has an invisible speed book. Coelho, not sure. Don't think so. Ronefalk, yes. Ongaro, yes. Berton, I don't know. Have to go ask him. Robert, definitely. Figueiredo, yes. Boots, not sure. Kilic, not sure. Baruffalo, not sure. Ivonen, come on, he has to support.
He's finished, he has to. He's got no choice. He's not.
Trevisan, don't think so.
He's not allowed out of the country without it. Well,
we're like 50% here.
That's not bad. Jakey, thank you very much. I shall see you, I'm sure, after the race. Have a good one. Enjoy. And don't shout too loud if your man doesn't win.
He will win. I have a good feeling.
Okay.
That's my retirement present.
Excellent. Okay, so that's JQ, who's going to go and be very loud with a bottle of beer and a Red Bull outside as we now wait for the finish of the warm-up. 30 seconds to go. Just a reminder again of who's in this event. It is Juan Carlos Canas in 1, Bruno Coelho in 2, David Ronefalk in 3, 4 is Davide Ongaro, 5 is Ricardo Berton, 6 is Robert Bataille, 7th is Hal Figueiredo, 8th Elliott Boots, 9th Berkan Kilic, 10th is Marco Baruffo, 11th Pekko Ivonen, Andrea Trevisan is 12, Daniel Parente is 13. Let's go and look at the front of the grid as the final nerves settle down. Not the drivers just not holding it with both hands at the start, just kind of loosely held as the car's about to go down. The nerves in the mechanics is probably greater than the nerves in the drivers. The last bit of top up, which they do with these little bottles rather than the speed guns. Let's get to the front, please. And we're away. It's clean for the first. Everyone, actually. A little bit of a kerfuffle at the top corner, but it's away goes Canas, followed by Coelho. Then it's Ronefalk, and then Ongaro. So the top four already. Canas gapping the field almost instantaneously there. He's got himself a nice few yards. Coelho working himself in. This is pretty much what he did in the semi. He just dropped off Canas initially, then worked himself in. Canas, of course, dealing with an injury, which may or may not affect him later on. He cut the base of his foot on a uneven swimming pool last night, and it's hard to put weight on it, so he's got to stand up on 1.5 feet for 45 minutes. I'm pretty sure the chance of the European Championship will take most of the pain away, the adrenaline will, but then after the race it's going to hurt like heck. So they go away. He got away pretty much in order. Parente's made a couple of places. No one else has really made much more. Battle and Berton have changed places, 5th and 6th, 1, 2, 3 and 4 have got off together. So Coelho making sure that Canas does not get away. And the first top two immediately putting a bit of a gap between Ronefalk and Ongaro. Early days, of course, and the interesting thing is, and woof, already trying to bounce past him there was Coelho over the jumping section on the right-hand side. Now they go up over the short, low tabletop into the big drop, and then they've got the Big lunge, you might see some dust. That's where the one hole in the track is. Looks like Coelho's decided he's not going to let Canas get away with this one. And he even jumps up the inside of him there to try and do it. Down the hill they go. So the first two nailed together the first couple of minutes. Up to the high tabletop. Ronafat was a little bit quicker than them. They're doing already healthily into the 33s, everybody. Boots, Jan in 9th, which is not where he wants to be. Berton's dropped to 7th. Battle still in 6th. Figueiredo moving forward. No big changes. Ronafat getting a little bit closer this lap. So Canas, who belted out like a scalded cat, now has settled into a rhythm that's perhaps not quite so fast. Coelho behind him with the orange and white machine. Dropped off a little, 0.4 of a second, but it's only a second between the top three. Ongaro now is 1.7 off Ronafat, so he's not got the early pace, but it's a long race and many things can happen. And the first thing that happened is Coelho is putting a lot more pressure on Canas than I expected after the semi-final. And this might be a case of he's going to pressurise Canas, and Canas, obviously, who is lightly injured, will he suffer under that? There's the lap for Canas. I think he's just pulled a tiny bit further up. Well, I'll say that was 5,000th in Coelho's favour. Ronafat a couple of tenths back off. Ongaro not on the pace at the moment. So that's the first surprise, but there's a long way to go. Battle also close. So no one being completely dropped. There's a relatively narrow spread after 4 minutes or 3 and a bit minutes, and a slight error there, a slight jump error there by Coelho. He dropped maybe the amount he made up in the brakes there was pretty impressive. So looking like Coelho's got a good brake system under him. Remember, he's taking used tyres. He told us that in one of our earlier grid walks. 1, 2 and 3 quite close together on this track, which is kind of what we expected to see but didn't see in the semi-finals. So Canas probably not really particularly feeling pressure at the moment. My guess is it's just, I'm doing laps, I'm turning around. We've not even got the first pit stop yet. There's going to be probably 5, possibly 6 stops of this longer pit lane with the bumpy entry. And the lead remains at 4/10. And the problem is, as Coelho will find, getting past people is significantly harder than just following in their wheel tracks, which is what he's doing at the moment. Ronafat also staying that similar distance. Ongaro being dropped slowly. And Ongaro actually is in a battle with Battle. Hey, and Figueiredo. So the one car that's not got quite the speed these other cars have got is Ongaro. Just watching drops. Nope, he gained it. Ronafat made a minor mistake there and dropped about 7/10, put himself a little bit more into the clutches of Ongaro. But Ongaro's got Battle on his back, but obviously we can't really move away from this first. Oh, look at that. The way he speeds up. Coelho really very, very good at kind of speeding up behind Canas. He comes at every braking zone. Look at, he's going to gain a bit more, Canas. I know distance times foreshortens under a braking, so it obviously looks less, but he does seem to be coming up behind him. So it's kind of a different style in that it's kind of a smooth braking into the corner for Coelho, whereas Canas is doing it in a much more typically aggressive nitro fashion. Perhaps we're seeing Coelho braking in a touring car fashion. That's a tiny bit there. Everyone's going pretty well at the moment. The field spread is about 18 seconds between all 13 cars, with the biggest gap actually between 10th and 11th is Berifolo and Trevisan, which isn't a massive surprise. So lead goes out by a couple of tenths in that one, and now it's 7/10 that Canas leads Coelho. Puts Ronafat a couple of seconds, and Ongaro now backing off 2.5. So Ongaro's going to need to find something, because at the moment he's not quick enough. But this is a 45-minute final, and pace and relative pace can change. The track will change. The track will be different from the fact it's 45 minutes later than it should have been, and the fact that the temperature wasn't really going down particularly, but the sun is moving where it is. It's warming different parts of the track as Coelho makes a tenth of that back. Okay, we're coming up now to, we've had 6 minutes and 15 seconds. It's going to be interesting to see when people start doing fuel stops.
So, Zach, if these two cars are really close, when they come in for fuel, just go with the one who stays out, unless they both come in. Because that will be interesting to see whether that undercut over, get an idea of how many extra laps they're doing. Okay, stay with Bruno. So Juan Carlos Canas comes in before 7 minutes. So he's come in at before 7 minutes. Neither Coelho nor Ronefalk have come in yet. First and second. Ongaro a couple back. But now out on his own. But I don't think he was really being limited, Coelho, by the speed of Canas. Is he going to do one more lap? Is he going to do 2 more laps? Canas seemed to come in early, but may well have been tactical or anything else. And no, another lap, so down he goes. So is Canas already committing to an extra stop? If he is, that's 8 seconds he's got to find on the track. So Coelho, 2 laps free. Canas has come out actually just behind Ongaro, so he had a very quick stop in fairness to him. About 6-7 seconds, so he certainly hasn't lost any momentum due to his stop. We are now at 7.5, so perhaps just an early first stop. We're at 7.5 now. Yep. In goes on. Let's take Bruno all the way through this one. He's out. And there he goes. He's right behind Canas again. So they are nailed back together again. Ronefalk's taken fuel as well. So in all 3 of those things, they are, the net effect actually, in fairness, he's about a couple of tenths nearer. Now also, he's lasted 2 laps longer. Now whether that's just the first stop, or whether Canas is going to consistently be a lap or 2 short, which is eventually going to mean he's going to need an extra stop. That's kind of one of the mysteries, of course, of the joy of nitro racing. Canas a bit better that time around, gained a little bit. Round they go. Oh. And up the inside looking for it. Not quite. There's a 1, 2 and 3 right together now. First, second and third kind of sort of tied themselves together. Coelho getting the cheers from the local crowd. Canas now under pressure, but Ronefalk not being left off. I'm just trying to look at what's happened to Ongaro. Ongaro is way down. He's had a big problem. As there goes Bruno into the lead, so he's just jumped it. And Bruno's in the lead, just getting past there on the back straight. So Bruno leads. Second is Canas. Third is Ronefalk. And the big news is that something's happened to Ongaro and he's dropped way down to 11th place. Must be an issue in the pit stop. So now Bruno beginning to slightly gap Canas. Now he's got ahead, a couple of tenths of a second. So it looks like Canas's early pace has slightly disappeared. Ronefalk also not quite as quick. So Bruno Coelho now for Portugal leading in the X-Ray. Orange and white car. Canas not letting him go now. So obviously Canas now can relax, well, say relax, can now look at what it is to be second. Ronefalk still there. Battle 8 seconds back. It is all about these 3. And then something that happened to Ongaro. He's coming back through the field again, but he lost something in the region. I don't know. Where is he now? I'll wait for him to come across the line, actually, before I can tell you what the loss was. Bruno edging out by a 10th here and a 10th there. So just to give you an idea of how far back Ongaro is, as he crosses the line now, he's 22 seconds back. So I think he must have flamed during his pit stop. Bruno beginning to get a little bit further ahead now. Lead up to a second. Ronefalk just drop back to the Canas Ronefalk, because Ronefalk, I think, needs to get past Canas, whose pace has, for temporary, has dropped right off. Just remind you, Rock Battle is in 4th, but he's 8 seconds back. These three all running at a pace. Bruno's getting away, and David would pretty much like to be able to get past Canas. So it's the S-Works of Canas, the Mayako chassis of Ronefalk. Ngara back up to, up to 2 wheels there. It's good. Oh, it was a chance, wasn't it, really? Chance for Ronefalk, because there was a mistake on 2 wheels there by Canas going into turn 1. Put him slightly offline. There wasn't enough space. This is the problem. It's so hard to get past on this track that, you know, you need more than a slight error. And all the time, Bruno's moving on. The only plus point that there is for Ronefalk is he knows he's got a 2 or 3 lap advantage on fuel. So there will be a point where Canas will not be in front of him, and he'll still be running, and he can try and do a bit of an overcut by staying out. Good lap that time for Canas against Coelho. So we look like Coelho's getting away. Coelho makes a minor mistake, and the gap now is down to 4/10. The top 3 covered by a second. And that's what we want to see. 13 minutes into the European Championship Final 2022, brought to you by RCTV. Supported by invisiblespeed.net, our friends at S-Works and RCGP. My name's Nick Damon. On my side, it's James Parry, and on the camera, it's Zach Fenning. And in the studio, we have Matt McCallum and Frank McKinney. And, of course, Paul Bateman. Doing other stuff, but not talking. So Coelho still leads. I mean, you can see it for yourself, really. It's just a little of an ebb and flow. He lost some time there, but he was literally hogging the racing line. Canas couldn't do anything about it. Canas is a little bit further ahead of Ronefalk than he was the last lap, but that'll ease back on a kind of a weird elastic band, these 3 cars. I can't remember a 3-car battle like this before. So we've been treated. Into the pits has come early, Canas. Right, so we're staying with Coelho. We'll go back to Ronefalk, who's got to try and make the pace. Let's make, because he's got to try and, he's going to get close, but he's got to try and get past Canas without having to pass him on the track. So Ronefalk was 1 second, effectively, behind Bruno. Now, remember, we've seen Canas go, and there's some back marker, which I think is Trevisan, it is. So he'll be told he'll be moved out the way by the referee and be getting the verbal blue flags. Now, where are they now? Ronefalk crosses the line, and he's 0.5. So he gained about 4/10. So the top 2. Still going. That's 2 laps, and that's now 3 laps that they've got on Canas. This is bad news for Canas, because this kind of means to me that he is running a much shorter strategy. It's going to involve him needing to make an extra stop, and that's 7 or 8 seconds. Lots of traffic coming out. This is now 4, so theoretically they both should go in at the end of this lap. Can't guarantee it, but my calculation, they should go in this lap. Oh, Bruno's rolled. And that's the big change coming down there. I think kind of your eye line's taken by the other drivers. In, and he's rolled. He's just, oh no, and through. So Ronefalk now leads. He could actually lead, actually, but they're all in for fuel. So both of them going for fuel together. And they're out again. And Canas is right with them. So there we are, 4 laps in, and all of that work, and Ronefalk is still behind Canas. But I think that means Coelho is behind both of them after the roll. So it's now Canas from Ronefalk. Yeah, Bruno's had a bit of a bad lap and is quite a long way behind. So Canas ran 4 more laps, had all that instant, and actually ended out exactly the same distance ahead of Ronefalk than he was in 4 laps before. But there is a worry here for the Canas camp. He's going to have to stop once more. Fuel looks like it's about 12 laps. I'm not sure if he will have to stop once more. It's been very close. So Ronefalk, Coelho did drop back. Lost 3 seconds in that process of the roll and the process of the fuel stop. So it's the first problem for Coelho. Canas leads again. Ronefalk in second. So Canas, who has ebbed and flowed a bit in this race, and has obviously got the issue with his foot. But now he's got the issue with Ronefat behind him. Behind them, Battle is 9 seconds off. Coelho's having a bit of a problem for having a bit of a down period here, and leaving these two to get away slightly. And it's Ricardo Berton in 5th, Birkenklic in 5th, and Pekko Irvin in 7th. Ongaro in 8th at the moment after the problem he had at his first stop. So it looks like it's a European Championship where we're just not going to see an awful lot of Davide Ongaro. Good lap for Canas, pulled out quite a bit, 4/10 he pulled out that time. So his second set of fuel was a little bit of a downside. This third set looking pretty good. Probably doing about 12, 13 laps for tank full. I just can't work out in my head whether that means he's going to stop once more or not. Possibly not. The kind of point where you think, is David going to need to do a splash right at the end on the last lap? The point about it is, you're such a small saving of not putting a lot of fuel in compared to actually running down the pit lane. So Ronefat now a second back as Canas just begins to ease it out a bit. It's 4 more seconds back to Bruno Coelho and 6.5 seconds back to Robert Battle. And then Ricky Burton's now 7 back. So really, this is where the action is at the front. Better couple of corners for the Swede now. He's a little bit closer to Canas with the S-Works. Actually, looking at those last couple of corners, Canas looks very quick around those last couple of corners, and the lead went out. So Canas absolutely nailed the final third of the track and pulled out another 2/10 from Ronefat. Ronefat's going to avoid panicking at this point because he can see his prey creeping away. However, there may be a fuel advantage where it means he's actually in the lead on Stagger. If it was a Le Mans race, you say he's definitely ahead because of the amount of time it takes to fuel the cars. Of course, with the nitro cars, it's not the case. The fueling is the ultra-fast part. It's the trolling down the pit lane that's the issue. My car lapped there for Canas. Quite short laps, mean quite a lot of lapping. Good drive, my header that was. It might be evening. Good driving. Oh, slightly overshot the corner there. Did Ronefat. So Juan Carlos fighting through the foot-based pain barrier. But the lead now is 1.5 seconds for Canas. Now, coming up to 15 minutes gone. Sorry, coming to 20 minutes gone. Which would make you think that this time or next time, based on his current fuel strategy, is when he's going to come in. Let's see. Not this time. Pulls out another 3 or 4/10. This middle section, particularly good for Canas. He came out at the beginning of this section and he was nose to tail with Ronefat. Now got 2 seconds on the Swede. And the cars will be behaving differently as more rubber and more goo goes onto the track and it changes its grip levels. There we go. So next up, and is it this time? Yep, so he stops on 20 minutes. Comes right down to the end, left-hand corner. Fuel in, down the way. And falls into track. Oh, he's lucky there. He's got boots. Sometimes you just need to be good, you need to be lucky. He's got boots on the inside of him, who's not giving his teammate much space there. Not sure he's aware. Is that boots or is that... Oh, is that boots or is that... Oh, no, that's not boots. Sorry, that is not surprisingly not giving any space because that's Bruno Coelho. So Coelho comes out in second place with now third place. So it just shows you how far he's fallen back. It's like an entire fuel stop behind Canas. Canas doing very fast stops. Coelho 5.7 seconds behind Ronefat. So he had a problem the previous lap, which actually put him now into this situation where he's actually going to be blocking Canas. It's the battle for second and third. Make no mistake, Canas is actually in the lead of this race when they finally stop for fuel again. But is it when they finally stop for fuel again? And it's going to be some time. It may be, this is 3 or 4 minutes. We aren't halfway. It's really close now. Whether the Canas is going to need to do an extra, will do an extra stop than the others. Like Coelho. Coelho there. Going for fuel? I don't know. It's weird. I was looking elsewhere and the time in. Coelho's disappeared. Is he just a long way ahead? Yes, he's got too far ahead. That's why. Which is interesting. So is Canas now a bit slower? I mean, obviously when Canas meets up with the other drivers, they've obviously got more fuel on board, but that's only about 100 grams of extra weight. But certainly, Coelho's been able to pull a little bit of a gap from Canas. So Canas certainly, if Ronefalk's stop goes well when it happens, will not have the same problem. Oh, Marshall runs out in front of him. So he's dropped 1.1 seconds off Coelho. Coelho is in the pits. Not sure if Ronefalk's in the pits. I don't think he is. I'm not sure if Ronefalk's pitted. Can't watch two cars at once. Ronefalk had pitted. There we are. Ronefalk's taken the lead, I think. Or was that another green car? There's a number of cars that look very similar. I'd be surprised if that far ahead. Here's Ronefalk. Yep, Ronefalk's now in the lead. So, usually not stretching the pits out as much as I thought they would. Stopping just over halfway. So they've got 3 more stops. So I think we are now on the same strategy. But somehow, Ronefalk has got into the lead. Some very fast pit stoppery that time around. Or was it? That's so fast. I think actually Ronefalk may have made a mistake. That was too quick for a pit stop. Let's go to Ronefalk ahead. Ronefalk did 39. That sounds a little bit swift for a pit stop. So we know he's extending his run. He's extended his run more than Coelho has. And I'm not sure whether he needs to stop. It's one of those times where what you need is a little ticker on the side saying how many stops they've made. He pulled about 4/10 on Canas that time, so perhaps he's just got the pace. I don't know. 2/10 it was, actually. There's a lot of traffic in front of Ronefalk and with the Marco. There's a kind of a wonder of where they are fuel-wise. Ronefalk running very, very long if he's going to come in at all. No, I think he must be ahead. So he just did an incredibly quick fuel stop. Oh, that's very convenient when a back marker rolls out the way. Now at this point, suddenly the ebb has flowed and the flow has ebbed, and it's Ronefalk who's a couple of tenths a lap faster. Coelho's 7 seconds behind Canas, so he's just picked up a bit of a speed delay at the moment. And Ronefalk leads. And he's been going for a long, long time further. Yeah, so Ronefalk definitely did make that stop. It was a super fast one. There's traffic ahead of him, and we're 20 minutes to go. And lost a little bit of time there getting past the back marker. But Ronefalk leads. Canas 2.2 back. So Canas is dropping back a little bit now. So I wonder why that is. Is Canas suffering a little bit with grip as well? Because only a few minutes ago, it was Ronefalk who was losing 2/10 a lap. Every lap, 2 or 3 tenths. So is Ronefalk and the Marco on his way to his 3rd European Championship? Over the past few years, ever since he won the World, he's had monumental bad luck. So, you wouldn't necessarily put any money on it at this point. Gains again. This time he gained 7 tenths. So Canas now 3 seconds back from Ronefalk. Coelho in 3rd. Battle actually now is getting quite close to Coelho. Burton is the big gap, 15 seconds almost behind Battle. Ongaro up to 6th, but that 20-second problem at the first pit stop, that's taken him out of contention for the entire event. So David Ronefalk, the Swede, double European champion, but he's not won it since 2014. So he won in 2013, 2014. He's been second a couple of times since then, but he's not won it. And Canas, Ronefalk just did 32.8 in the last lap, so this car's absolutely flying now. It's nothing to do with Canas's speed. suddenly in the middle of the race, whatever's happened to the track surface, the oil that's gone down, the rubber that's gone down, or whatever's gone on in Ronnefout's brain. Oh, no, Canas has responded with a 32.9, gained 3 cents back. So the track's speeding up, and they're battling, but it is a fact that Ronnefout is 3 seconds ahead of Canas and has a fuel offset advantage. I'm not sure it's enough to make a stop. I'm pretty sure it's not enough to make a stop, but it's still something to have in your pocket for flexibility. 18 to go. There's probably a point here, and Canas comes in for fuel. So Canas comes in for fuel with exactly 18 minutes to go. So he will stop twice more. The question is, if Ronnefout can get there with 15 minutes to go, they'll stop once more. So Ronnefout, is he just a bit in the lead, or is he really in the lead? That's the fantastic conundrum you get in nitro races. It's not just about who's fastest at any one point in the track, it's who's doing better on strategy. The massive fuel runs we've seen in the past seem to be a thing of the past, the 10-minute runs. I'm not sure that's about the reduction in nitro or just the way the cars are run now, much more pushing all the time. But 17 to go, not in the fuel. So at this point, yeah, he needs to do 2 runs of 8 minutes. He could be on for his last stop, in which case he's not only ahead, he's ahead of stop. So Canas 10.2 seconds behind, but he has made the stop. Coelho right behind Canas, but hasn't made the stop, so that's an interesting one. Ronnefout. Oh! That's not what you're going to do. It's not the end of the world. Let's watch that one again. It's not the end of the world, but it's the first mistake he's made. We've been watching. We've been watching him pretty solid for the last 10 minutes. And the problem with that is it's a little bit of a roll. It just means that he may end up back in front of Canas. And that lap, that was a 2-second, yeah, he lost 2 seconds of that roll. It's not the end of the world, but the problem is he might end up back in front of Canas again when he comes out. I think he's got 8 seconds, yeah, so that's going to put him literally right in front of Canas when he comes out from his pit stop. But he's now down to below 16 minutes, and you're kind of thinking at this point, he can definitely do it in 1. I think he's got a pit stop as well. I think he's got a pit stop in hand over Canas, and he's leading. So everything falling for Ronnefout. He's going to end up doing another lap, but he can definitely do it, because he's going to come across on 15 minutes. So he's run eventually over 3 minutes longer after this set of runs with the Corsa Tech engine than the S-Works machine and the engine of Canas, the Red's engine. And looks like he's going to get a pace and a victory through, well, potential victory through strategy. Many things can go wrong in the last quarter of an hour. We are 2/3 of the way down. At the moment, everything looks particularly good for Ronnefout because he comes with 15 minutes, 14 seconds to go. Now he gets picked up there just under the S-Works banner. The fuel goes in. The car doesn't stall. He's out again. And he joins the traffic, I think, still ahead of Canas. So Ronnefout. Oh, little half-second error there. And there is Canas behind him there. But Canas, I think, has to stop twice. And Ronnefout, I think, has to stop once. So Ronnefout in that pit stop as well goes over in a 40.7. Yeah, he made a mistake as well, so it explains that 39 was a really good pit stop. And he leads Canas by 2 seconds. So let's just drop back to Canas, who's got a bit of a problem. It's not a ground speed problem. His ground speed's fine. His problem now is he's not actually leading, though he is closer than he was before the last set of pit stops. He's not actually leading, but he's got to make an extra stop, and, well, I think he's got to make an extra stop, and he's 2 seconds behind. Coelho 7 seconds back from there. Battle 5 from that. 17 back from Berton. Ongara now to 6th and challenging Ricardo Berton for a 5th. So the next question is when does Canas go in for his next stop? Has he been sandbagging? Has he had a long run? And will he get to within the point, like with 8 minutes to go, where he can actually also do just one more stop? He is, in fact, though, dropping away from Ronefalk. He's about half a second slower than Ronefalk on that last lap. Very hard to tell. Down they go again. I think Buffalo has had a problem. Is now several laps off the end. And another 7/10 lost by Canas, not because he went slowly, but because Ronefalk is absolutely flying with a 33 flat. If it was anyone than Ronefalk, I'd say, yep, this is going to be his. But Ronefalk has had such monumental poor luck and mistakes and damage and breakdown over the past few years that nothing is guaranteed for the Swede. And Canas knows that. He was another 10th slower last time, so he's actually 3.2 seconds behind on the track. There's Ronefalk just going around that second corner. He's 3.2 seconds slower than Canas on the screen now with the white wheels. There's a weird bit of marshalling goes on. So 12 minutes to go now. Canas has been coming in at sort of sixes. Kind of really waiting to see what happens and whether he comes in. Ongara's got another problem, I think. I don't think he's just pitting. I think he's got another problem. I think Ongara's race is pretty much run, I'm afraid. So Ongara's obviously picked up some engine issues during the course now. See, he's gone round again. I would expect him, if he's on his standard run time, he should come in this lap. If he's been clever, he's got a bit closer that time around. He was a bit faster than Ronefalk. I made him say a couple laps back. If he's been clever, and he's just now putting everyone off, if he gets, he needs to get really down to minute 8, and I think it's very unlikely, 8.5 perhaps at the outside. If he stops now, we know he's stopping again. And he stops now, he's stopping again. So down he comes, Canas. He's got one more stop to make, and I think that Ronefalk's only got one more stop to make. So this may be the actual thing. Oof. Joins again, just in front of Bruno. So Bruno now gets a chance. The second and third are right back together again. Coelho is running at a pit stop behind, but I think Bruno might have a pit stop in hand as well. He was going a little bit earlier than Ronefalk, but this could be the genuine battle for second and third. In fairness, Coelho's early pace sort of disappeared a little bit. They flash in front of us from the top right of the corner. And down they come, and immediately Canas is able to put a little bit of a gap on Coelho. So this lead now of 9.967 seconds, I think this is the lead. Because I think that Ronefalk only has to pit once more, as does Canas. Ongaro is back out, but he's down in 11th after a second slight problem. I think maybe Evenens also had a problem there. So Evenens had a flame issue. Bad news for Pecco. As the sun gets down, the colour gets washed out of the back end of the circuit. Second, third, right back together again now. Now the interesting question is, when does Bruno go in? Because if Bruno goes in within a single pit stop, then he is also, this is a real battle. This is not a battle, this is a battle of where they really are. So second and third very close at the moment, but it's all down to fuel strategy. Ronefalk's still out there. 9 minutes, 27 seconds. Keeping an eye, Bruno does another lap. So he's definitely going to have at most 8:40. And what was that? So an error there. I think it's a... and it's Canas and Bruno come together. I don't think anyone's... We just see whether anyone gets called for that one, because that was kind of a bit of bad luck on both sides there. I'm not sure who ended up in the lead of that one. I think Coelho actually got the gain out of it. But will anything get called by the referee? Doesn't look like it. So Canas loses out. Can we move forward to Coelho, the orange and white? Because I'm interested to see whether he actually needs to come in for a stop and go. It was a pretty much 6, 1.5 dozen the other. Well caught there by James. I missed that one, so thanks for that, James. It may be that they didn't actually touch, but it's obviously very hard for the referees. The referee actually got a referee in fairness, got a better view of that than we have. So Coelho goes on for another lap, which means he doesn't have, he can do this on one stop. So that again is a real gap. Both Coelho and Canas. Canas now 3 seconds behind. He's got to work his way through. Just trying to see where Ronefalk is with 7:58 to go. So I'm watching Ronefalk just visually. Ronefalk just turned around for another lap. We're with Coelho in second. My guess is that Coelho will go in this time. 7:40 is pretty doable. Yep, there he goes. And so Canas, in a way, has been a little bit stymied by his fuel strategy. In they go. Martin Bayer puts the fuel out. He goes again. Oh, that's a mistake. And that's a second and a half you don't want to waste, because that was the second and a half lead he had. We'll watch that one again. So just, there he goes, thrown in. What happened? Just too ambitious. Oh, he'd gone already. He turned already. So he just got basically a grip roll in the pit lane. Quite embarrassing, but got going again. That's going to cost him a couple of seconds. He can't. So my feeling is that when he actually comes back out again from the next stop, he's going to be almost certainly, once Canas makes his final stop, they're going to be almost together. So Bruno has fuel to the end. My feeling, he's, oh no, because he's crediting at 1.1 second behind Canas. Canas stopped, had a problem, or stopped again. I think Canas may have made his final stop tactically. Ronefalk is 19 ahead. He must need to get fuel at some point. There he goes. So I'm not overly sure. I'm not sure what Canas is doing at this point. So let's. We've got Bruno. Can we move a little bit further to Canas? That's car ahead. A little bit unsure whether Canas had a big accident on that last lap. He did 42, so that's either an accident or it's a fuel stop. And it's kind of around the time where it might be a slow fuel stop to match Bruno's slow fuel. So he got himself ahead. Ronefalk has stopped the last lap. So he did make his final stop. You've got Canas just ahead of Bruno. Ronefalk leading, as you can see now, by 11 seconds having made that stop. So yeah, I think not quite. I don't know whether a lot of this is because Canas has made another mistake, which we didn't see. He will be around for fuel, so it could just be. This could be actually a battle to the end for second and third. Or Canas could be stopping next lap. Well, it's difficult, but you haven't got eyes on every single car and every single corner and every single fuel stop. It's sometimes hard. Now, Bruno did have a 2.5 second lead over Canas coming in that last stop. He made a mistake. But he's very close again. So this is the battle for second and third. One car's Canas who looked quick. Oh, no, he's got to make fuel. So it was a mistake by Canas that lost the time off camera. This means that with 5 minutes to go, it is a genuine 12-second lead for David Ronefalk. And Ronefalk, who, let's remind ourselves, did not TQ a single round. Won the semi-final only because of a mistake by Davide Ongaro. But it doesn't really matter because it's all about what happens in the end. So Coelho crosses the line in second. Canas is third. Battle, who's done the Robert Battle thing and just quietly got on with it. And in fact, Battle and Canas, they drop back to the Canas and Battle. There should be one, they should be next. Drop back one. And so when Canas comes, you show Battle right behind him. There we are. So this is the battle for third and fourth with Robert Battle. So Canas, so it's an all Spanish meeting there. Canas got a little bit more than the half second now. He's managed to shake that round. But Robert, you know, with 15 minutes more, if it's been an hour-long final where he wouldn't have bet against anything against it. Ongaro not showing in this one due to a couple of problems, technical. Ricardo Burton currently in fifth. That's our reigning European champion. He's about 4 minutes from not being European champion anymore. And Battle's actually coming for fuel. So it's that whole endeavour has disappeared with 3 minutes to go. As Ronefalk clocks up his 73rd lap. And Canas, I don't really know whether Canas will know what went wrong. I mean, the fuel strategy wasn't great, but he was out and he was pulling away. And a couple of times he looked good, but it's really odd that he would have one, fuel session, one section, one stint where the car looked great, and the next stint where it didn't look great. And it's a really strange situation. But by that, I mean, there's like a 0.2 or a 0.3 difference in what he was doing. No one's really close. So let's go and see our leader. He's down the main straight now, Zach, in the orange, number 3. That's it, green, and that's it. Because realistically now, it's only Ronefalk to lose. There he is, number 3, going through the switchbacks. I think you want to go back one, I think. It's the brighter colour green and white car behind them, so there we are. Ronefalk. He wasn't in frame the whole time, so it's fine. So 2 minutes, 33 seconds from a 3rd European Championship. Ronefalk making it all look easy. Throughout his career, things haven't always been easy. First met Ronefalk in 2010 here in Portugal in the European Championship, where I think he was a junior champion. 2011 in Sand. 2012 he was very close to winning the European Championship in a battle in Fairing with Darren Bloomfield, who's here this weekend. Bloomfield and he battled it all out, and in many ways the young Ronefalk just tightened up too much at the end, and Bloomfield got through. The following year in Reims, another monumental battle between Ronefalk and Renault Savoia. Again, it got down to the last couple of laps. It was so close. The Shark hunting him down, looking for his 4th European Championship. Ronefalk just held on. And then we got 2014. And 2014 in Sand, he absolutely dominated. It wasn't even a competition. No one else was involved in it. One of the best outright performances I've seen. 2015, I'll be honest with you, I can't remember what happened in Sand 2015. I know Rod Battle won. 2016, he was leading in Spain at Redovan, and he had a servo or a receiver go. But that was made up for, of course, because in 2016, he became the world champion in Las Vegas. And he's got 2 laps to go to become the 3-time European champion. 2017, we had the Euros in his hometown. It just didn't work for him. And again, in 2018, when Bruno Coelho won here, he was there, but thereabouts. And then in 2019 for the European Championship over in Chile, he battled with Ricardo Berton all the way through the race and ended up losing by about a second. In between that, there's been heartache at World Championships. There's been heartache at RCGP, where he just couldn't find a way of... He battled Ongaro again and again and again. Finally got the better of him in the final round in 2019 and was leading by a lap. He had just lapped Davide Ongaro in an hour-long final at Thunder Alley, and his receiver pack went. And he walked off, and it was a cruel sport. We've had a couple of quiet years, of course, with COVID, and we've come back. We've come back with a new chassis. He's come back with a new engine. He's come back with a new package. He's come back as a new David Ronefalk. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner, David Ronefalk, takes the Euros in fantastic style. Bruno Coelho should be coming on in 2nd. Canas in the end, his fuel strategy's cost him. He's in 3rd. Rod Battle, well, it's always Rod Battle, is in 4th. In 5th, it's going to be Ricardo Berton. Birkin Kilic is in 6th and wins the junior battle by 1 place from Daniel Parente, who's in 7th. Elliot Boots, quite anonymous in this one, in 8th. Davide Ongaro came through in 9th for Italy, but unfortunately all sorts of problems during the race. He ended up 3 laps off. Pekko Ivonen had a flame out and is in 10th. Hal Figueiredo must be disappointed with 11th in his home race, well, home country race. And Andrea Trevisan on 12th. And it was Marco Barufalo, the only guy who didn't make the trip, 4 laps behind. So what a performance by David Ronefalk. Takes the European Championship for Mallorca after a long wait. Bruno Coelho 2nd for X-Ray. Juan Carlos Canas third for S-Works, Robert Battle fourth for Mugen, fifth it's Ricardo Berton for Infinity. So 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. Then it's Kilic, who of course is Mugen, Parente for S-Works, and then Boots, Ongaro, Even and Figueiredo, Tristan Buffalo. And it has to be said that a great race, a great environment. We'll get some comments from everyone of the finalists that we can. But what a result for David Ronefalk. No one's pick apart from JQ's really. Came from nowhere. Started slow, started third. It looked like it was going to be a Bruno show, or a Canache show. There, it looked like it was going to be a Bruno show, but it was neither. It ended up being a show of the Swede, and a great result for Ronefalk as he takes the victory. And we get ready for a presentation ceremony at some point as the kind of the crowd drifts away. The huge crowd that came to watch this final. High quality racing. Most of the actual high competition was concentrated in the first 25 minutes, and then after that became a real guess about what was going with fuel strategy. But through it all, Ronefalk got quicker and quicker and quicker. He actually did have the fastest lap time. That was actually in the end went to Bruno Coelho by 200th a second from Robert Battle, but obviously his average time was way quicker, and he won the race by 9 seconds. Well, fantastic race. What can I say? I'll be going around to talk to people in a minute. But until then, back to the studio.
Wow.
That was great.
What-
That was a
you
really
see,
good race.
Nobody saw it coming, and that's
Nope.
that's kind of all we asked for, really.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
asked for a result. It was thrilling. It was close, and because it's Ronefalk, and I gave him a bit of jip earlier, and obviously he's proved me so wrong. He did take himself out once, but he got back on his feet again.
Yeah.
He got back on his feet again. I know 2 of our guests. Connie is now not with us. I think he's gone off, but he'll be very happy.
Yeah,
But his Swedish countryman.
sure.
Where's Lefty? Lefty, are you with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Are you?
How was
they,
that?
are they partying in the Dominican Republic tonight? I know they are in Sweden.
I'm gonna party. Well, congratulations. I know he wanted to get that 30-time championship. Congratulations to Mayako Joseph as well. Good to see. Exactly
It's
like
the
what I
green
said
hair.
would happen. Yeah. He didn't let those guys get away. He hung on to the tail end of them. He had a better pitch strategy, obviously, as well. But the most important part is, yes, he did Canas and Coelho did pull away for a brief moment, but he was able to just get behind them and wait for them to make mistakes. He made one mistake that I saw, and that was when he flipped over, and that was it. So, well done to David, Adrian. I know they're really happy about this.
Pierre,
Like monkey off their back.
Oh yeah, they will be buzzing, and I know we'll be hearing from David very soon. I'm sure Nick will be setting up to get us the prize ceremony and everything that's going to happen within that. So we want to hear from David. I'd love to hear from Adrian as well. 2 new brands. Pretty happy. Corsa-Tech. I mean, the runtime was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, especially in that heat.
Yeah, Adrian's been working on that engine a lot. They went on to France just before this, so they were
Right.
testing out. This whole 16% is throwing. Now these European guys are gonna have to modify their engines to run with not modify, but make the engines perform better with the 16%. So whatever they done, they got that fuel mileage, and Coelho had the same type of fuel mileage as well, but he made that one mistake and Ronefalk got through, and he was just mixing it up with Canas.
Yeah, it just seemed to drop back.
You just lose time.
Absolutely. But he made a point about saying, "Oh, I might go out on used tires." I'll tell you afterwards. He had a bit of bravado about him when he was talking about his tires. Do you think he went out on used tires, old Bruno?
Maybe
Hard to say,
because
isn't it?
this track has we had a similar track to this here in the Dominican Republic, glue track, and it's exactly what's happened here. Once it gets to this point, it's when it's probably its best because you have some slide and JQ made a great point. Like this track, once you get to the outside line, you actually have so much traction. So with the oil and the rubber and all that, I was shocked that people were going on soft. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that was the issue. I think he just made that mistake and got caught up in traffic, and that was it.
Yeah, because if you get stuck in traffic, if there's only one line, you got to wait for everybody to either pull off or make a mistake.
I must admit, my heart rate was very high for that. So I'm just happy for him because I know how much this means to him and for the brand as well, and for all the Mayako guys that are, even for a long time, like myself, long time JQ guys and whatnot. So it's really good to see. And
Absolutely.
I mean,
He's
I
our,
wanted
he's
him
our
to win.
third three-time European champion.
Third,
Excellent. And he's
as
still
we've got
young.
Savoya.
Yeah, and Batye.
Right.
Yeah.
Or Battle.
Yeah.
Do not go
So-
anywhere. We are going to be hearing from David very soon. They are setting up right now for the prize ceremony. I don't know if Nick can hear us. If we've got Nick, who's going to get involved on the call, if he can go and get some instant reactions, that would be fantastic. Oh, I can hear him. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yep, you're there.
Yeah. Yes, I'm waiting for the. We're setting up for the proper things. So there
For
we
the
are.
proper things.
The proper. Yeah, you know.
There he is.
setting
There
up
he
for the
is.
proper- the
he's
proper-
he's doing the
we're setting-
bourgeois
Yeah, Francois.
camera
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, because the main presentation is setting up and we're doing all the radio mics and everything else. I don't know whether you want to have a interview on this sort of camera or on the main camera. I don't know. What do you want?
I want it on both. I think people want to hear from Adrienne.
right.
They want to hear from Pierre. They want to hear from. I don't think we need to hear from JQ. I'm worried. Keenan, I think
He's been on the beers all
I'm
race.
worried. No, we don't want to hear from JQ. I think this
No
has
one
made a
wants to hear
monster. This could make.
What, a
He's just
prediction
here and get
monster.
JQ.
Yeah, I'm saying don't get JQ. We've had a great time with JQ. Please go to invisiblespeed.net. Courses.invisiblespeed.net.
I'm going to-
Hello.
I'm going to walk through all the misting. There's lots of misting going on. I have to walk through it. They've got water misting. I'm getting wet, everybody. This is what. Yeah, they've got
Yeah,
the
it's
misting
cool.
stuff. Yeah.
We have
Well, you
loads
know
of
me, I'm pretty
congratulations
cool.
to Rana Falk and Mayako coming
I am
in
here
from
now.
stream
I'm here with them.
comments.
I'm here. Okay. All right. I'm in the right place now with the team. I shall move across.
Here we go.
Hat
I
on.
hear a
Hat
voice.
on.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave Ronifalk, three-time champion.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Well, we always thought you knew how to win. It's just, as I was saying 20 minutes out, you know how to win. It's just your luck always goes.
Yeah, felt like everything was under control from the start of this race, and good preparation last week in France, and obviously the whole year leading up to this. Kind of got very comfortable with the car and everything. You know, new car for this year with the Mayako, and on this track it was amazing already from the start. So knew I had it there. Couple of mistakes in qualifying. Just had to fully focus on this one in the main here, and yeah, super proud of the drive there. I think it's probably my best drive. Probably beats the one from Vegas, to be honest, due to the conditions and everything. And Canas and Bruno was driving really well as well. So just tried to hang in there. I drove a final without mistake. I had one roll, but was able to land it on the wheels. And yeah, I'm super happy. You know, 2013-14 was the last time I won the Euros, and to be able to get it now again here in 22 after a couple of close calls in 2016, Radovan. 2019 last time around was second again in Sachile behind Ricky there on the last couple of minutes, and feels awesome to get the win. Yeah, just
Brilliant,
amazing.
brilliant stuff. So was it just that you finally put together a perfect 45-minute drive? Because you just seem to have more pace. And that pace, did it just come from you, or did it come from the car and setup?
Like I said to you before the race, we tried some stuff in the semifinal, which, you know, it worked good. It felt stable and everything, but I didn't feel like the car was fast, like I felt it in the practice and in qualifying. So just changed back to the stuff we knew worked from qualifying that I had the speed with, and I just had to put the drive in, and you know, I did.
Great stuff, Dave. Fantastic. Yeah, honestly, couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
So everyone hope 3-time champion. Let's see if we can find
Is
other happy
Adrian
people.
around?
Let's.
Is
No,
Adrian
listen,
hanging around?
I'm talking to the most important person, the man who created him. How's it feel? How's it feel to have a three-time champion son?
Yeah, it's really amazing. We're waiting for this. So now it's time for the bad luck to go away. So now we have the Euros and soon we have the Worlds.
Well, let's see. You've got to carry us on for a couple more months into Redovan. Different track.
Yeah. But we will be prepared.
Now the other man of the team, the third member of the team, Adrien Berton. Adrien, a first win, of course, also for the Corsica engine.
Yes, absolutely. We already won at the RCGP, but this year the brand is still official. It's going to be official soon. But starting with a European title, we can't ask for more. But especially happy because we have been able to, after the last race, to work better, take a different approach with David, and the work that's paid, and he just made an incredible, made no mistake at all, and it was under control. So yeah, really pleased.
Well, obviously, the other good thing for the engine manufacturer is you also had a mileage advantage over Canas. Well, you were doing 2 laps more a stop.
The thing is, he didn't want it to race for 9 minutes, but we could have done 9 minutes as well. But yes, since the beginning and his new project, yes, I've been cautious of working on this aspect too. And yes, mileage all the year has been a good advantage for us, and we hope to keep that advantage in the future.
Big difference for the Worlds as we go back to 25% nitro. A lot of extra work for you?
No, not really. Actually, the engine is already okay with 25. I have also some couples or new things I will test in August to try to maximize everything. It's what his racing is about, is trying to get the best all the time and keep pushing.
Great stuff. Thank you, Adrien Berton. That's Team Ronefalk there, who have taken the European Championship, surprising everyone except Jake. You're not allowed to say anything apart from I told you so.
You know what?
You told us so.
Oh, no.
I told you so like 20 years ago, maybe.
Thank you very much. That's all we're allowed to say. You're not allowed to say
That's
any more
it.
than that.
Yeah, that'll do.
I think Jakey will
We don't need
definitely
any more
have
of
some
that,
drinks
do we?
tonight.
We do. Oh, dear.
I'm just,
Right,
I'm just worrying about my own job here.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to grab a quick word with Davide to see what went wrong.
Yes, let's do that. He's a great
Davide,
sportsman.
Obviously, very disappointing. You know, what was the problem? Did you have a couple of flame outs, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I had a flame out on the first pit stop, and then I take something on the jump and then flame out again. But yeah, well, maybe not my day.
Do you feel that without the flame outs you had the pace, or you were just a little bit off?
Yeah, I think I did the best lap on the final. So yeah, I think without the flame out, I was with them for sure. And then was another race, but yeah, I flame out, and congrats to David for his win. Yeah.
It's a general question. What is it? Flame out just one of those things, or can you now go back with your team and work out why it happened?
Yeah, for sure. We go in my home track, we test, and we see what was the problem, and then we work hard for the award in Spain, and then we see.
Well, we're going to see you in 3 weeks' time in RCGP, and that should be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Great stuff. Thanks, David. Well done. And as always, incredibly sporting. Wishing his main rival in Europe. It has been, as I said before, it's been the David and Davide show for so long now. And we had 2 interlopers, well, more than interlopers, 2 top drivers who came round to try and get in the way. Now, they're both based around here somewhere. I'm not sure whether they are available for bar mitzvahs, but in interviews. So it's Bruno Coelho, who, of course, was our runner-up in the end, and Juan Carlos Canas. Now, I can see Bruno. He can see me. He's running away. No, he's not. He's coming towards me.
Chase him.
I've got Bruno. There he is, Bruno. Bruno, shall I say congratulations on second or commiserations on second?
Also, I think congratulations. I think, yeah. We did a great final. I think we three. I think Ron Falk for sure deserves the win much better than us because he didn't make any mistake. And I think he's really well deserved for all the work he has been done until now and all the bad luck he is passing through the last races. Because it's for sure he's one of the guys that worked the hardest on this class. So I think it's a very, very well deserved win for him. For me and for Canas, I mean, we fought a lot during the final. I had two big mistakes that it cannot happen on this level. That cost me for sure the fight for the win.
That's very honest of you. So what do you do now over the next 2 months to make sure you're completely prepared for the World Championship?
Now I will for sure
go on holidays because this is my last day of work after 1 month complete of races.
Yeah, don't blame
So
me.
I think I deserve it. Yeah, I will stop a bit, like for 2 weeks now, completely stop the RC, and then I will go back for practice and make me ready for the Worlds.
When we talk about your work, you won the 1/10 electric touring car Euros. You were second in the four-wheel drive. You're second again. That's Atsushihara standards of versatility. You're trying to win you are trying to gain that award that we've always given Hara as the most versatile racer. And all you need to do is win the World Championship in 2 months' time. You've got it.
Easy, no? Easy. No, I mean it's very good, and I would like to say thank you to all the team, to the touring team, the 110 team, the 18 team, because nothing of this was possible without them. I mean, I don't have time to practice all the categories, so it means all the work is here is not only about me. It's about all the team and all the X-ray team that work to make the cars good. And when I came here, I need some help, and they'll help me immediately to try to find the best setup for the race. So I mean, it's not only a victory for me; it's a victory for all the team X-ray. So
Fantastic, very generous, and a great thing to say. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you very much.
What a fantastic bloke he is. It is impossible not to be a massive Bruno Coelho fan. It really is. Perhaps you might Reinhard, perhaps you aren't because he's ball on.
I was going to say. I was going to let you say that.
Apart from that, here's Juan Carlos Canas. Oh, Canas is. Oh, ow. Look, there's footwork going on there for Juan Carlos. Ow. He's not comfortable. I might get. I'm not sure I can turn the camera on and get laceration pictures. Is that the sort of thing you want?
Possibly not.
Possibly not.
Yeah, no, he's cut it open in one place. Unfortunately, what it does mean is he's a little bit unable for me to annoy him.
Okay, well, there are singers. There are singers setting up on the stand.
Oh, that's that. We can't miss that, can we? A singer on the
Are
stand.
you going to join him, Nick? You're going to pop up there with your dinner jacket.
I'm not sure. My Portuguese isn't that good, to be honest. I'm not sure I can sing in Portuguese.
You just need
Obviously,
to
I'll
drink
give it
enough
a
wine.
go.
Yeah.
No, even then.
We'll check in with Keenan, and then we'll go to an ad break, and then maybe we can come back and watch the prize ceremony unfold.
Okay. Seems like a
That
brilliant
works for you?
idea.
Cool.
Works for me.
Thanks, Nick. Keenan.
What's up?
There's a lot of happy sportsman-like stuff going on there, even a slightly downcast Ongaro.
Yeah, I mean, these guys want to win. That's it. But at this level, they want to win, and if they ain't first, they're gonna be upset. So that's why they're professionals, and I do 1,000 cartwheels down the straightaway. So, I mean, if Ronafog would have came second, he would have been upset too. So this is what competition's about. You want to win, and we got a good race. I mean, in the end, yes, it was kind of he ran away with it, but we had a good battle with Coelho and Canas. It was good to see Battier as well find some form. Coming up to the Worlds as well, that would be important at Radovan. Can't count Battier out at Radovan, but right now, Ronafog wins the European Championships. It's really good. It's great for the brand as well. I mean, brand new brand. We go to RCGP,
Absolutely.
and we go to the Worlds, and that's the goal. The Worlds is the goal. So you'll see. We shall see.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm sure JQ will be very much happy. Very happy. For
Absolutely.
JQ,
Certainly.
happy.
Yes.
He'll probably complain. He'll probably say David should have went faster. But he will definitely be happy.
Well, Adrian was saying he could have done 9
minutes.
He could have done 9 minutes, but David didn't want to push it.
Yeah, they've been
That's
working hard on
impressive.
that engine. So we watched them at RCGP. They were like disassembling engine. I mean, he's like just a guru with that stuff. So that's what he knows, and that's what he does. He's also a world champion twice. So
Okay.
Of course.
Well, don't go anywhere. If you've just tuned in, David Ronafalk is back on form, and we are going to go to the prize ceremony in just a few minutes after this very quick ad break.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Welcome back. If you just tuned in, you need to press rewind. What a fantastic final. What a fantastic event. Keenan, any final thoughts from you?
Good to have European racing back after 2 years of no European racing. We're seeing who's developed in these 2 years. It's really good to see because I think in that 2 years of racing, there was a lot of racing in America. So a lot of people forgot how really fast these guys are and how good they are. So it's great to see all of this back. Thank you guys for the coverage. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. I had a good time. And I'm just happy. Great race. Great result, obviously. And I get to JQ retires, so that's even better. And so we got it's pretty good. It should be a good podcast this week. JQ should be in good spirits. And congratulations to you guys and all the hard work you do, because a lot of people don't really understand how much work gets done by you guys to bring this stream to people. I do, because I worked with you guys. So congratulations.
Yeah, you know how hard work we are.
Yeah, and you guys did it with minimal guys this time. Less than what you do with RCGP. So keep up the good work, and thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Absolutely, Keenan. It's been great to have you on board. It's been great to watch this event. We're going to watch the prize ceremony in a minute with Nick. We're going to see all those fantastic prizes being given out. David will be holding the giant RC rooster.
The roosters,
aloft. They'll be
Oh,
partying
man.
in Sweden tonight when he lifts that rooster up. Can we get a shot of Nick getting ready? I think we can see him just kind of meandering around. Look. Yeah. Okay. So that's our sign. That's our sign. They're our associate members. You're watching RC Motorsport Europe. That's what this is. This is the EFRA live broadcast of the 1/8 Nitro Buggy Euros, brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net, S-Works, RCGP, and T-Pro. And now we're going to go over to Nick.
Hello and welcome to what will be at some point in the near future the presentation ceremony. At the moment, it's kind of lacking actual people to present stuff to. None of this is a surprise to season European Championship attenders. It tends to happen, well, all the time. Should we go for a quick look over here? Come on, follow me, Zach. We're going to look at the trophies. This is a mechanics trophy, but they have the outline of the track. I'm not sure it's actually the outline of the track we're using. Oh, is it? No, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, it's actually the outline of the actual track. They've got the correct layout. There's a selection of chicken-based wins. This is the junior trophy. You have a lovely chicken with a car at the bottom. It's kind of like the championship of Peri Peri chicken. So this is the Nando's trophy. Very nice, actually. They're all decent bit of weight to them. Shouldn't be too much of a problem in getting them through security. If you win the whole thing, you have a very, very kind of relaxed, sort of slightly cocky. Blimey, that's really heavy. That's going to ruin your Ryanair allowance. No chance. That's gone. It's about 4 kilograms of weight, that is. But basically what every driver wants after a long weekend, isn't it? Is to win a chicken. Is it specifically why you've chosen them to win a chicken? Is it important?
Yes, it is.
Can you do it this way? Can you speak a little bit of English?
I don't speak very well.
We've already spoken brilliantly, just saying I don't speak very well. Can you explain the importance of the chicken to Barcelos?
Yes, the chicken is the symbol of our land, because there is a land that is old, that is imported to Barcelos, and the people, it's our home. Everyone who knows Portugal knows the chicken from Barcelos. Barcelos is, for me, is the capital from Portugal.
That's
Not
good.
Lisbon.
Absolutely. So, and your name is?
Jessica.
Jessica, thank you very much. We must admit they're fantastic. I would actually.
Handmade.
Handmade?
Yes, it is.
Wow. I mean, frankly, that is.
It's heavy. If you take it, it's heavy.
I was thinking, what we normally see is these massive trophies people bring. You're thinking, you're never going to get that on the plane home. So I'm thinking here. But free shipping as well.
Yes.
Oh, Jessica, you thought of everything. What a fantastic. Thank you. They look absolutely fantastic. Genuinely, they look fantastic.
Enjoying?
Yes. Why would you not? It'd be nicer, to be honest, if we had a couple of days now, lie by the pool, have a bit of relax, because we've been running around filming.
Awesome, right?
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. It's quite funny because some friends of mine are working now down in Portimao, and it's boiling there as well. So obviously the weather is fabulous all across Portugal.
And are you enjoying the track,
the
structure, the staff?
No, everyone, genuinely, you've all done a fantastic job. You've been incredibly helpful. The circuit is brilliant. I have one question for you, though. The countryside is so green, so verdant, so full of fruit and vegetables, but there's no rain. How is it? Because it's just so hot and dry. How is it so green?
Magic. It's magic. No, there is rain. Last week, on Tuesday, I believe, was raining. We have some trouble here, but the sun came out, so.
It's Portugal. The sun came out. Exactly.
It was blessed.
Well, if it was, but I feel blessed to meet you. It must be. It's good. I love that. You go, now it did rain last Tuesday.
Yes.
If you're in England, you go, it rained every day. It's fine. It's much easier.
I know. London, the weather is crazy in London, right?
Just damp.
I know. So sunny Portugal is the best.
So do you normally work for the Portugal Tourist Authority? Because you're very, very good.
No, I'm not. I was in Canada for 2 years, so.
This is why you're
English.
Some English, yeah, all the English. So hey, we've got a couple of minutes. What do you do? What is your day job?
I work for Figueiredo, for José Figueiredo. Okay. Yes, in his company, administration. Okay. So he's my friend and also he's my boss. So. Oh, yeah, it's the best way. Yeah, two things. Would you like to come and work for me, Jessica? And you go, and he goes, I'm your boss. Okay, yeah, I'll come. I know. But I'm sorry, but Figueiredo is unbelievable. As boss and as friend, so I don't have words to say anything from Figueiredo. You can see it now, and it's on camera. I know he's going to see this. He's going to go, okay, fine. No, it's fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Jessica. We wait for other people to turn up. We're all. Look, this is currently we've managed to gather in goodness knows how long it is. If you look over there, there's about 15 people thinking of coming over. This is pretty much par for the course of gathering the clans of RC people. There's a few people in suits. We've got some singers in suits. Can you see the singers in suits up there? They're going to do a bit of El Divo, I think, or El Devo or something, I don't know. They're going to do some proper singing. A little bit in love with Jessica, to be honest. I think she should definitely work for the Portuguese Tourist Authority. What do you think about Jessica? She worked in the Portuguese Tourist Authority? 100%. There we are. Zach's absolutely in the right age group, so he should absolutely know. Oh, I'm a bit loud, am I? Oh. Hang on a second. Let's talk to James. Let's talk to James. Let's talk to him. Come on, James.
Oh, you can't get the staff, then you can't talk to them. So anyway, there's what should we talk about in this dead air period? Oh, there's some cyclists. A couple of mammals have turned up. All the X-ray people. There's more of the marvellous helpers, staff there, kind of waffling around. I think you're being blocked by the other camera, are you now? I think what you should really do is you should start running a book on how long it will take for the actual ceremony to start. Now, I've got 6:05, probably 7:05 at the moment, local time. We might get going in 10, 15 minutes. The announcements to get the drivers across have been singularly unsuccessful, it has to be said. There's not even a kind of a movement down here. Oh, I think we're going to start with the singers. This could be exciting. The singers are getting ready. They've worked out the drivers are just not interested whatsoever in presenting anything. So they're actually going to get the 3 singers up there, the 3 tenors. Bit of musical fun, not like musical youth. They're going to go a cappella. Be impressive, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah, okay, right. I'll put the microphone out.
Hoy sabrán cuánto te amo, cuando por fin seamos dos. Nunca estuve tan seguro de amar así sin condición. Mirándote, mi amor, te juro, cuidar por siempre nuestra unión. Hoy te prometo, amor eterno, ser para siempre, tuyo de bien y de mal. Hoy te demuestro cuánto te quiero, amándote hasta mi final. Lo mejor que me ha pasado fue verte por primera vez. Y estar así de mano en mano es lo que amor siempre soñé. Hoy te prometo, amor eterno, ser para siempre, tuyo de bien y de mal. Hoy te demuestro cuánto te quiero, amándote hasta mi final. Hoy te prometo, amor eterno, ser para siempre, tuyo de bien y de mal. Hoy te demuestro cuánto te quiero, amándote hasta mi final. Muito obrigado. Thank you so much. Tu és o mais belo amanhecer. Gracias. I heard there was a secret chord that David blind and pleased the Lord, but you God really cared for music, oh yeah. It goes like this, the fall, the thrill, the high and fall, the measuring, the man for king composing, hallelujah. Your faith was strong, you needed proof. You saw beyond the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overflew you. She's high as gold, like Egyptian shell. She broke the floor, she put your hand, and from your lips she drew you. Hallelujah. All together now. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. So to begin this ceremony awards, we're going to give the awards to the Vice President of the City of Barcelos,
tarde a todos. Aproveito para cumprimentar e agradecer o convite formulado à Câmara Municipal ao Presidente da Motogalos, Pedro Sousa, também ao seu Diretor Desportivo da modalidade do aeromodelismo, Paulo Guedes, e agradecer naturalmente a todos os presentes pelo contributo que têm dado ao Conselho e ao Distrito e também ao mundo para a divulgação da modalidade. Queria também agradecer, se me permitem, à Junta de Freguesia, da União de Freguesias de Rio Povo e Silveiros, e então dizer-vos que a Câmara Municipal de Barcelos está atenta ao fenómeno do desenvolvimento desportivo, principalmente na área da formação e não profissional. É uma entidade pública e tem a responsabilidade e a obrigação de acompanhar de perto e estar preparada para desenvolver contratos de desenvolvimento desportivo, que é o que faz com o Motogalos. Portanto, o Conselho de Barcelos é um conselho muito rico no associativismo e queria realçar aqui o empenho e a realização que o Motogalos tem desenvolvido em prol do desporto, abarca, penso que, 9 modalidades e, portanto, está de parabéns. É este tipo de comportamento na divulgação do desporto, porque o desporto não é só futebol, tem a sua dimensão, mas também a Câmara Municipal, enquanto entidade pública, tem que estar preparada e dar resposta também às camadas jovens, à formação e à divulgação de todo o desporto, com fundamento na formação e no não profissional. Portanto, eu queria agradecer mais uma vez a realização deste campeonato europeu de aeromodelismo e fazer já aqui um repto à Associação Motogalos e dizer-vos que o município está disponível, se for do vosso agrado e do vosso empenho, dedicados à possibilidade de desenvolver um campeonato mundial. Contem com o apoio do município e cá estaremos para continuar a ajudar a modalidade e a Motogalos. Muito obrigado aos participantes de todos os países que cá se deslocaram. Muito obrigado pela vossa participação. Obrigado.
That was the Vice President of the local region, I think.
We are going to hear now Fatima Araújo from the Union of the City. Okay.
Boa tarde a todos. A União de Freguesias tem muito gosto em receber este tipo de iniciativas, na nossa União de Freguesias. Queremos parabenizar todas as equipas que participaram neste campeonato e também a União de Freguesias, à semelhança do município, terá todo o gosto em receber o Campeonato do Mundo aqui nesta magnífica pista em Silveiros. Thank you all and congratulations to all of the drivers and all of the teams. Thank you.
So a couple of local dignitaries have congratulated the drivers. I think at this point they're going to try and start, but I don't see most of the people here still. I think we're still short several drivers. It's a very big track and there's lots of people out there.
The mic goes to the Motogalos president, Mr.
Ok. Olha para mim, senhor Pedro Sousa.
Mr. Pedro Sousa.
A little bit Norman Colley with a microphone these days, but let's hope we get...
Boa tarde a todos. Foi com um enorme orgulho que terminamos esta organização e realmente com sucesso. Foi aqui verdadeiros 3 dias de alta competição, em que 5 dias os 3 é aqueles mais vivos, não é? Mas realmente foi aqui, passou-se aqui uma alta competição no radiomodelismo. Estão todos de parabéns, principalmente esta equipa, e eu pedia realmente uma salva de palmas a todo o staff que sacrificou em preparar e organizar. Mais forte que eles merecem. ao Paulo Guedes, o diretor desportivo do Grande Modelismo da secção do Motogalos. Parabéns, Paulo, e pronto, a tal confiança que te demos está aqui provada, e obrigado. Obrigado por esta excelente prova do Campeonato Europeu. Parabéns, e o Motogalos está aqui para te ajudar e para apoiar, porque realmente é uma equipa válida. Obrigado a todos, espero que tenham passado aqui uns bons dias e levem daqui boas recordações e vontade de voltar. Obrigado, boa viagem e até casa.
Eu aproveitava também já agora, tenho aqui comigo o Sr. Presidente da Federação Portuguesa de Radolismo, para ter uma palavrinha no final do evento. Da minha parte, como representante do radolismo junto ao Clube Motogalos, obrigado a todos pela participação, obrigado a todos pelo fair play, obrigado a todos pela compreensão dos nossos erros, que também houveram alguns, mas acima de tudo acho que nos divertimos e tivemos um evento à altura. Obrigado a todos, e um grande abraço, e vamos entretanto proceder à entrega dos galardões, vamos chamar galardões. Sempre Pereira.
So I think actually we might get to the trophy presentation bit now. With enjoying this so far?
Yeah. So far, so good. Song and speech.
But no actual trophy presentation.
Yeah. The trophy is very well.
They're great trophies. I just wish they'd give them to some people. I've got to get home.
Yeah. I don't know if you see, but there is dust from the track inside the trophy.
Christian Villa, someone's getting something quickly. Let's go and point to Christian Villa. Slightly concerned that everyone's going to take a minute to walk in. We could be here till Christmas. I think this could be quite a long process.
So everybody, big chip, Christian Villa.
This is just the 13th place trophy. Yeah, I don't mind that part of it.
12th position.
What I am enjoying, though, is the names being announced with the Norman Collier microphone. It's brilliant. You've just got to go, guess who you are? Was it me? 2 of those syllables are my name. Who knows about the rest?
In 11th place, we have Tiago Coelho.
Where is Tiago? Here he comes, down the hill. Running up that hill. He's running down the hill, actually.
10th place goes to Zacarias Villalba.
I love the way he pointed at you then. Zacarias Villalba has been to so many Euros. Probably when he started, he wasn't over 40, and now he is.
In 9th position, we have Remy Pavillon. Place goes to Grafiotti Kopstas. Seventh place goes to Joel Soares. So it's not here. We keep going. Sixth place goes to Fernando Almeida. place, we have Thomas Rezadaris. In fourth place, we have Nuno Filipe Freire. And now, top three, third position, Tony Salonen. Third place. Sixth place is here. Fifth place is here. Fourth place. Now we are going to give an award to the fifth place to Thomas Rezardes. Now Thomas, big cheer for Thomas. And now, very slowly, fourth position to Nuno Filipe Ferreira. And now, top three, third place, Tommy Salonen. Where is Tommy? Tommy, please, third position. And the second place we have Jerome Sartel. Comes. And the winner of plus 40 final goes to Jerome Agoin. Aguas, sorry for my mistake. Big cheer for Jerome. Go to the back. That's it. Big cheer for plus 40 finalists. Okay, thank you, plus 40 guys. Now we Okay, now we go to Junior Final Awards. In 13th place, we have Joaquin Moreno. Joaquin Moreno. Joaquin is not here. We will deliver his award. We go to 12th place, Iker Teles. Here comes Iker.
Vamos, Ike, que llegas tarde.
Now, 11th place. The award goes to Alessandro Caramolino. Where is Alessandro? Here he comes. The 10th place award goes to Alex Monteiro. Where is Alex? Okay, we will keep going. Ninth place goes to Freddie Thompson. Where is Freddie? Okay, I think he's not here. We'll keep going. Ninth place goes to Hugo Ivanes. Eighth place, I'm sorry. Eighth place goes to Hugo Ivanes.
Date prisa.
Seventh place goes to David Todt. The sixth position goes to Ivan Navarro.
Paquete, paquete. Paquete. Allí, Iván. Dale la mano.
So, fifth place goes to Matos Benetin. Victory for Matos. So, fourth place goes to Alessandro Perez. He's not here. And now top three. Third position to Clement Bola. The second place second place goes to Gabriela Torino. Sorry, Gabriel, but this mic is not working very well, but second place to Gabriela Torino. And the winner of Juniors Finals, Andre Bento.
La gasolina a los pies. Así, así, así. Ponte pegado al podio.
Hey, they are juniors, but they know how to take pictures. Nice. Now we are going to give the award to the top qualifier of all the event. And the top qualifier is Juan Carlos Canas. Canas, ¿dónde estás? Oh. Tienes que ir. Lento, muy lento. And here is slow on the foot but fast on the track, Juan Carlos Canas, TQ.
Cuidado con el gallo, no lo tires.
So now we are going to give the ladies award. So check this one. So second place on the ladies award goes to Kim Mirana. Big cheer for Kim. And the winner of the ladies award goes to Jessica Olsen. Where is Jessica? Jessica Olsen, where are you?
She won the ending of JQ's.
We have another Jessica on the staff, so she will replace her. Okay, we'll give the award later. Big cheer for the ladies award. Now we will have Nations Cup awards. So in third place of the Nations Cup we have Italy.
La Italia con il team manager Iliassi, i piloti Berton, Balufolo, Ongaro, chi l'altro che c'è Trevisan, sì è vero, era Trevisan la scelta, bellissima decisione.
So here comes Italy's Nation Cup team.
Dove c'è Trevisan? Non le vedo. 1, 2, 3. E Andrea Trevisan? Dove c'è Andrea?
Big cheer for Italy Nations Cup team.
Eccolo Trevi, eccolo Trevi. They're all going to jump off on the three. And we'll soon do this.
How have they come third when they've got 4 people in the final?
In second place for the Nations Cup we have Portugal.
Joao, team manager Elder Barros, y después Joao Figueiredo y Bruno Coelho. Ricardo Monteiro. Y el cuarto creo que era un joven Pedro Gómez. Pedrito.
Elder Barros. O Elder Barros está por ahí. Ok, pasa nada. And the winner of the Nations Cup is Spain.
Pedro. Team manager Fernando Álvaro. Pilotos Juan Carlos Canas, Robert Valle, Pariente y Oscar Valdo.
So big cheer for the Spanish Nations Cup team. We're missing Oscar Valdo. So guys, get ready for all the pictures. And here is Nations Cup podium. Big cheer for the Nations Cup podium. So guys, are you done? We have more awards. Keep moving.
are going to call to the podium the Junior European Champions. So, in third place, we call to the stand Pedro Gomes. The second place for the Juniors European Champions goes to Daniel Pariente. And the Junior European Champion goes to Malcolm Gillick. Many supporters for Beckham. Well done. So let's take a photo from the European Champion Juniors. Big cheer for all podium. Pedro Gomes, Daniel Pariente, and Malcolm Gillick.
Ai, uma cabidela.
You don't want to break your award.
Never break your chicken. First thing you learn in life is don't break your chicken. Second thing you learn is don't break your chicken. When you break a chicken,
Okay, now we are going to give awards to some entities that supported the event, and one of the awards goes to the chairman of Motoralos. Also getting the City Hall Award, Motoralos chairman.
wrong one. Wrong trophy.
No, it's more trophies.
Is it two trophies?
It's three.
Yeah, the wrong trophy.
Okay, we call to the stand Carlos Gomez to get an EFRA award. Where is Carlos Gomez? This is an award
For being EFRA.
to EFRA. Carlos Gomez will get it. Big cheer.
Hey, Carlos! Jesus Christ, I won the
And now, José Figueiredo to get FEPRA Awards, Portuguese Federation. Big cheer. Okay, now the main final awards. 13th position goes to Marco Barofalo. Big cheer for Marco.
Also, it's a Marco Barofalo. Marco Barofalo.
12th place goes to Andrea Trevisan. Here comes Andrea. 11th place goes to João Figueiredo. Home track guy. In 10th place, we have Pekko Ivonen. The 9th place goes to David Ongaro. In the 8th place, we have Elliot Boots. In the 7th place, we got Daniel Parente. The 6th place goes to Berkan Kilik. Fifth place goes to Ricardo Orton. The 4th place goes to Hawaii.
I don't think he came.
Okay, now we're going to give the award to the constructors. So, winner of best chassis, Mayako. Who represents Mayako? Somebody who represents Mayako to get an award. We call Joseph Wagrain to get Mayako Award. Where is Joseph?
Coming. You see the hair.
Missing.
You see the hair over there, look.
Joseph. Yeah. It's here. Cheers on here.
got?
All of them.
So, best engine goes to Corsatek. Who represents Corsatek? Here comes Corsatek. Best Tire Award goes to Hot Race. Nicola. So, winner to best fuel runner time. Who is runner time represented? Here comes David. Well done. Big cheer for David. And best radio goes to Samla. I think David will get it too. Okay, now for the top three of the main final. Third place goes to Juan Carlos Canas. Best mechanic in the third position goes to mechanic of Carlos Canas. Second place for Bruno Coelho. And his mechanic gets also second place of best mechanic. So Bruno, where's the mechanic, Bruno? Ah. And in the first place, winner and the new European champion, David Ronnefalk. Big cheer for David. And the winner of Best Mechanic in David Ronnefalk's Mechanic.
cheer for all main finalists. It was a pleasure having all you guys here at Castellos.
An unexpected bit of opera live. This is live.
Congratulations for the players.
Well, don't think I can top that. So it's back to the studio.
Oh wow, Nick! What a great job! Wow, singers, we had everything. Bit emotional there. That was fantastic. A lot of prizes.
There's JQ.
There's JQ, but they can't see that.
No.
Congratulations to David Ronefalk on your 3rd European Championship. Congratulations to all the drivers who put on such a great show.
Yeah, that was a great race.
Congratulations to the whole team at the Buggy Arena in Barcelos for a phenomenal event that I think, we'll not be forgetting anytime soon.
We definitely won't.
This has been the EFRA 1/8 Nitro Buggy European Championships, brought to you by InvisibleSpeed.net, S-Works, RTGP and T-Pro. I've been Matt McCallum.
I've been Frank McKinney.
Thank you to Joe Bornhorst and Connie Svensson and Keenan Lefty, the great from the No Name RC podcast.
Yeah.
It's been emotional. We'll be back with you next week right here and in Italy for large-scale touring car and F1. But until then, I gotta go for a lie down.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
See you next week.